Oigan, ya estoy casado, ¿ok? Si estoy haciendo enojar a la gente, estoy haciendo enojar a mi esposa básicamente y estoy cansado de ello. Eso ya lo vivo diario. No necesito lo mismo que vivo diario en el internet. No, Veo que hice mucha gente enojar con lo que dije con el video de ayer, donde platicamos exactamente de las tarifas de Trump en México. Muchísima gente fue a comentar el video. Nunca leo los comentarios, no les voy a mentir. Eh, pero vi que ayer, el video de ayer, tenía demasiados comentarios comparado con cuántas vistas. Entonces me metí para ver más o menos qué es. Y normalmente cuando haces eso, eh, hay dos cosas. O están censurando un video o levantaste tanto odio dentro de tu comunidad que simplemente a nadie le interesa. No sé cuál de las dos sea la respuesta, pero solamente quiero aclarar un par de puntos antes de irnos al casino del tío Salo. Ahorita van a venir Farhan y Alex para poder darle a todas sus tablas. Ya saben, vayan al Trading Academy para ponerlos en el chat que quieren que veamos. Pero pronto y rápidamente les voy a decir esto. Ok, vimos ayer y platicamos exactamente pues básicamente lo que estamos viviendo con las tarifas de Trump. Quiero que quede claro, porque creo que tristemente el mensaje no es pasado porque mucha gente no, no está escuchando, en mi opinión, es la mejor manera de ponerlo. Y esto es, número uno, todo esto es un teatro. A mí no me interesa y no me importa absolutamente nada. Todo esto es un teatro para empezar. No tienen por qué negociar cosas enfrente de todos ustedes ni ponerlos de un lado u otro. Si nadie aprendió nada, nada de lo que vivimos con Trump hace 4 años, obviamente no, porque nadie se acuerda de cuando nos fuimos de Twitter para irnos a Threads y nadie se acuerda que es lo mismo que acaba de pasar con Blue Sky. Nadie se acuerda de eso. Entonces no voy a esperar que la gente también recuerde lo que hicieron en el pasado. Y si nos vamos a la primera presidencia de Trump y entendemos todo lo que ocurrió con toda esa tensión social que fue creada por los medios para echarle la culpa a Donald Trump, podríamos entender que esto es más o menos lo mismo que están haciendo una vez más. No están, ni siquiera están intentando hacer un nuevo truco. Eso es lo que a mí me vuela la cabeza. No están intentando esconder el truco, es idéntico. Entonces, todo esto es irrelevante, para empezar. Es completamente irrelevante, porque por más emputado que estés, ¿no? Del lado que estés, no puedes votar por absolutamente nada en esto. Nada, nada. No tienes esa gran democracia y libertad de poder decir qué es lo que nuestro país debería hacer. No tienes. El hecho que estén hablando de esto en voz alta y poniendo toda la atención en ello, lo están usando como un arma en contra de Donald Trump para que todo el mundo alrededor del mundo, una vez más, les venda la idea de que está desquiciado, de que no se va a detener a menos de que todo el mundo venga y se arrodille enfrente de él. Eso es el primer mensaje que están mandando para todo el mundo. Y lo segundo que están haciendo es, obviamente, distrayéndonos de algo. Ahora me van a decir, ¿de qué, Alejandro? No tengo ni puta idea. Pero el hecho de que estemos platicando todos los días de algo que todavía ni siquiera pasa, que tenemos que ver si va a pasar y cómo va a pasar y no tenemos control sobre, es una estupidez gigantesca. Es una gran manera de tener a todo el mundo bien alborotado, bien hecho, ¿no? Completamente de un lado o del otro. Y también, ¿por qué estamos escogiendo o apoyando nuestros países? Es como la gente que dice, ¡ja! Ahora que están viendo todas las tarifas, ¿no? La gente en Estados Unidos, ahora que están viendo todas las tarifas que va a poner Trump, prepárense para la inflación que viene, pero no te importa la de ahora. No, 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 no. Solamente quiero hacer ese paréntesis, la inflación de hoy que está ya aquí, que te absolutamente violó, ¿no? Sin darte un besito antes, sin invitarte una copa de vino. Esa inflación no importa, pero la que sí estoy muy preocupado de es la que tal vez en un futuro que no sé cuándo sea vaya a venir otra vez por culpa de estas políticas que no entiendo, ¿no? Eso es básicamente donde todo el mundo está parado. La otra cosa que vi en los 3 comentarios que leí fue que por más que tengas empresas en México y en Estados Unidos y estés lidiando con no con políticos, con políticas en los dos países y que los hayas visto y que estés literalmente haciendo y estudiando esto todo el puto día, no sabes de lo que estás hablando. Estoy de acuerdo. Es como con los coches. Solamente manejé todos los coches que existían y sigo sin saber nada de ellos. Es lo mismo en esta situación. Pero vengo... Es brutal. Pero vengo a decirles esto a toda la gente que está hablando, porque Claudia también mandó una carta de vuelta, ¿no? Y ahora todo el mundo está, ve la carta. Claudia. Una vez más, todo esto es teatro. Todo esto es teatro. Nada más. Nada más. Nada de esto es relevante, nada de esto nos debería importar, porque de nuevo no podemos hacer nada. No entiendo ni para qué nos están diciendo esto, pero bueno, vamos a seguir con el teatro, ¿no? Es como lo de los globos chinos. ¿Se acuerdan que hubieron los globos chinos que estaban encima de Estados Unidos y simplemente los dejaron entrar? Nunca hicieron nada de los globos chinos, pero habían los globos chinos y todo el mundo estaba de esos chinos. Solamente otro ejemplo de otra cosa que nos están haciendo una vez más para todos estar en el mismo lugar. Ahora, voy a hablar de esto porque es entretenimiento. No nada más, no es nada más, no tiene absolutamente nada de valor, no tiene nada. Es entretenimiento puro y duro. Porque en la carta de Claudia, obviamente también con muy buen tono, lo platicó muy bien, eso sí se lo tengo que dar, es muy buena política, es de las mejores que he visto últimamente en México, me parece. No estoy diciendo que sea una gran presidenta, que sus políticas sean buenas, estoy diciendo que ella como política es buena. O sea, sabe hablar, sabe lo que está, sabe cómo hacerlo, sabe el tono, tiene fuerza en lo cuando se propone, etcétera. Entonces, como política la califico muy bien. Sería como nuestra Obama mexicana, ¿no? Ahora no sé si vaya a ser bien, si vaya a ser mal, no tengo ni idea. No tengo absolutamente nada de idea. Pero lo que sí sé es lo ridículo de la discusión que se está dando. Porque en la carta también Claudio dice, lo que va a empezar a pasar, lo que va a empezar a pasar es, no solamente vas a poner tarifas en México, pero vamos a empezar a involucrar empresas que tienen en común. Hay empresas que han estado en México desde hace 80 años produciendo y son las más grandes exportadoras de Estados Unidos. Aquí, esto es lo que quiero que vean, porque ella literalmente las menciona y ella literalmente les dice a todos ustedes que estas empresas son las más grandes en Estados Unidos, ¿no? O sea, las que en México perdería más si es que básicamente nos vamos a ese lado. Ok, la primera empresa de esto, y rápido, son tres. Se llaman Ford, se llaman GM y se llama Stellantis. Aquí tenemos Ford. Vamos a ver rápidamente a Ford. Vamos a ver cuál es la capitalización de mercado de Ford. 44,000 millones de dólares. Uf. Sería duro totalmente, pero solamente sería en un mercado, sería el mercado americano que sufriría de estos aranceles tan potentes y la amenaza de los mismos. Vamos a ver Stellantis, cuánto vale. Y también, todos estos están en caída libre. Vamos a ver cuánto vale Stellantis. Otros 40,000 millones, ok, bastante bien, 80,000 millones de empresas potentes. Vamos a ver cuánto vale General Motors. Sería importante saber cuánto vale General Motors. General Motors vale 60,000 millones de dólares. 60,000 millones de dólares. En total estamos hablando de empresas que valen 160,000 millones de dólares, que también tienen negocio en todo el mundo y por supuesto, esto es la ridiculez de todo, ¿no? Que mandan productos a Estados Unidos para hacerlos más baratos, pero en realidad su producto no es más barato. Por ejemplo, los Teslas son más baratos si son hechos en Estados Unidos. No, solamente poniendo eso ahí. Ahora, ¿cuánto vale Tesla, por ejemplo? ¿No? Una una empresa en Estados Unidos. Vamos a ver, 1.9 trillones de dólares. 1.9 trillones de dólares. Si no estoy mal, eso es casi 10 veces más de lo que valen esas tres empresitas. Y ahora, obviamente son gigantes. Pero en Estados Unidos yo creo que mucha gente no comprende el tamaño de las empresas de Estados Unidos. Porque hablamos de estas enormes. ¿Qué me dices de Nvidia? 3.3 trillones de dólares. ¿Qué tal Apple? 3.5 trillones de dólares. ¿Qué tal Meta? 1.4 trillones de dólares. No sé, no sé. A mí me suena un poco a que no nos afectaría tanto como todo el mundo cree en Estados Unidos y sobre todo lo único que haría es afectar al mercado que está a punto de desaparecer porque de nuevo las agencias van a desaparecer. Pero sin más ni más, solamente quería decirles esto, es un gran teatro. Estados Unidos tiene todo el poder negociador en esto. Es completamente mentira que México también tiene. Y de nuevo, no sé por qué les duele, no es como que ustedes están creando el PIB mexicano, ¿no? O también el gringo, o sea, no, me da igual. Solamente estamos viendo realidad. El trabajo de este show, a lo que me dedico y lo que quiero poner enfrente de todos ustedes, es simplemente la realidad. Que nos quiten esas cortinas y todas las cosas que nos han engañado a través de los años y las repeticiones de las mismas cosas, que es lo que estamos viviendo. O sea, es una estupidez gigantesca estar peleando por esto. ¿Qué más da? Van a poner tarifas, vamos a ver qué hacen. No hay nada que podamos decir y hacer para que lo cambien. Y de nuevo, lo que están buscando es hacer ver a Trump como un loco para que todo el mundo, alrededor de todo el mundo, una vez más, crear el mismo sentimiento de enojo e ira entre todos para que nadie se dé cuenta de que continúan haciendo la misma mierda. Es todo, es todo. Sin más ni más, vámonos al casino. Hoy es el último día del casino esta semana. El viernes no lo vamos a tener. Aquí en Estados Unidos es Thanksgiving y nadie, o sea, güey, estoy sorprendido que hay gente, que literalmente YouTube está abierto hoy, casi. En Estados Unidos, una vez que llegas a Thanksgiving, nadie trabaja de aquí a fin de año. Les puedes decir, oye, güey, mañana quiero hablar contigo para hacer esto. No, güey, ya mejor hasta el 1 de enero, después de las vacaciones. Entonces ya valimos madres. Pero, en fin, sin más ni más, empecemos con esto. Les tengo a Farhan por acá. Vamos a darle para adelante. Empecemos con lo que vamos a buscar en Elite Trading Academy. My boy, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm a little bit shaky because I had a little, if you know what I mean, last night, a little,
Oh my God. Well, it's Thanksgiving week. That's what we were just saying to everyone, that it's about time for everyone not to do anything in the United States for about a month and a half. Everybody's quitting whatever they're supposed to do right now.
Most people do nothing all the time anyways.
I know, which is impressive that we can still find a time to be less efficient. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. Either way, I'm going to go into the website. I'm going to go in Elite Trading Academy. I'm going to get into these, into the chat. And I want to ask you, do you think Brian beat everyone again and asked for Bitcoin? That's the first question.
He probably did. Fast Brian.
Holy shit. Oh my God. No, dude. Asael came in and said, where are you, Brian? Sleeping? Let's watch some Bitcoin. Hit it, Pedro. So he's really an old school man right here, Asael. We appreciate you.
Back when Pedro was you.
That's right. When no one really understood that. And then fucking Buddy destroyed that for me because I had a character that was like changeable, sadly. But, you live and you learn. You live and you learn. And the other thing that he's saying, Asael, before we get into Bitcoin, obviously, and you can get started, sir. Right now, I just got my subscription for ETA for Elite Trading Academy. Did you guys send the previous class? Because it was really good. I don't know what I missed, so I want to see it. I haven't received the link. We'll send it back. We'll send it to you. Don't worry about it. We got you. We'll get them to all of you guys, and they're about to go live too on the website in the next week or so. So just know that. So here we go. All righty, let's start with the Bitcoins. Oh, Alex is here.
We've been having fun with our Bitcoins.
Hey, what up, boys?
You boys having fun with your Bitcoins? One of the best coins I've ever seen. It's not like Ethereum. Ethereum is such a piece of shit.
Did you
but
see,
not the Bitcoin.
Did you see the Donald's what do you call it, his wallet address? Buddy holds 0 Bitcoins.
Well, by the way, how many wallets do you think Donald Trump has and all that stuff? Yeah, also like
it was like 5 million too, kind of small relative to like Johnny T's net worth of billions.
Yeah, so come on, that's just a little sample size of whatever. Like, I don't use for anything real that I do. I don't link them or whatsoever to my crypto wallets that are publicly known. Like this is one of the things about crypto that's not that fun.
Everybody can see exactly how much money you have.
Everybody can see how much money you have, and people don't understand that. So I try to keep away my accounts completely in a different place. Don't touch those. Don't link them. Don't create any trace whatsoever, because you never know what bad people could do.
Which is so crazy, because all of these retards that go to these crypto events, like the Bitcoin conferences and all these token 2049 events, they walk around with their cold wallets on a fucking necklace. Like, bro, why would you even bring that to the same city as you? Everybody knows you're here for a crypto event. They know crypto bros have money. That's how you get kidnapped and your fingers chopped off.
I don't understand. I just feel like that's a little bit of ignorance, where people just live in a world where nothing's ever happened to me. Nothing will ever will. I myself fucking don't even wear a watch when I'm walking around on the street. Like, I needed my t-shirt, my jeans, or my sweats, my shoes. Fuck it. Nothing else, dude. Like, I come from a place where you wore anything beyond that and they would take it away. and it was violent the way they
But
did
hey,
it.
you live in America, so you still got the Second Amendment.
So, well, I have that, but also I live in California, unfortunately. So,
All right, where it's illegal to defend yourself. I forgot.
that's right. You don't want to defend yourself from no crime. That's fucking stupid.
Gavin Newsom will put you awake.
That's right. That's right. I don't want that. I love Gavin Newsom. He's the best.
On the
Let's get to this
monthly on Bitcoin, we still right around that median area where we have a very high probability to close around. We got 3 days and 10 hours until the month goes. As of right now, it's still a rejection of the median, but it's not really a death sentence until we see the monthly open, because we want to see where the median moves to in the monthly open. If it moves down and we open the next monthly candle above the median, then that gives us 61.8% probability of going up towards the 38.2%. But just as the median is probably going to move down, 38.2% is probably going to move down too. That level out right now is at 158,243. A little bit of on the edge of George numbers. But that number is probably going to move down somewhere to around, I would say like $115,000 to $130,000 area. Probably not that much lower, but still lower than where it is now, which is kind of what the bulls want to see, because they want to see the next monthly open above the median. Because then, as right now, the median is resistance. It's going to be flipped into support. And then you're going to expect the back test of the median and then use that as a spring towards your top 38.2%, which would be like basically one of the most brain dead, easy longs ever. You just have to long the median and aim for the top 38.2%. And you would close on any close below the median.
Everybody right now is looking at the HPDR and trying to fucking get it so they can know when that brain dead long is coming.
Just wait, fellas. Wait until our link comes.
That's right. That's right.
On the momentum on the HPDR, it is starting to flip up. It's entering into the just about entering into the positive territory. Last time we went positive on the HPDR from negative was way back here in January of 2024, and then before that was the Hamas setup in around September to October of 2023. Each one of these resulted in basically a 2x on the Bitcoin price. This one was the price was about $38,000. We went to $74,000. Over here price was in the 20s, and then we went to the 50s. And right now, volatility is coming from extreme lows. We're at 2.3% on our volatility. The last time we've ever been this low on our volatility, was back here in June of 2024. We went to $70,000, lower than here back in December of 2023 on the Hamas setup. We've got lower volatility than the Hamas setup, and back in July of 2023. When price initially went to the 30s from the 15 or the 16s. So each one of these that played out before had a significant move to the upside. Most of them had a 2x, or basically every single one of them had a 2x on the Bitcoin price. So if you see a 2x on 3 occasions, 3 is technically what it takes to make a trend. So now you got a trend. If you do see the price 2x from here, that's going to give you definitely a George number somewhere in the $180,000 area. 180,000 US dollars for one Chinese Bitcoin. Now the jewel is starting to flip back up, basing off of this pink fast moving average. The last time the jewel flipped around from white to cyan was over here back in the Hamas setup, but it was still on cyan before there. We switched into dark blue cell. The last time the jewel switched to the light blue cyan from the dark blue cell was back when the price was around $16,000. We're getting that same, technically on the jewel, a more powerful setup than the Hamas setup, because we were on cyan first. We weren't coming from the cell. The only time last time we've gotten that setup right now is when price went up from $15,000, $16,000 from the bear market bottom. So we're getting one of those setups that we got back in the bear market bottom. Kind of makes it hard to believe that you're not going to see a George number.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think in long temporality, absolutely, we're going to see that.
Did you see this theory that this one dude had on Twitter, guy Alex Kruger? He's like one of the best dudes for macro news relating to crypto. He was like, I have a strong belief that the bull cycles and the bear cycles are over, and what we're going to get is like just 40% pullbacks before up, which 40% is a pretty massive pullback.
Oh, I mean, on 100 would be 40, right?
Yeah, that'd be like $60,000.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't make sense,
right?
60 to 70 right around that next bear market bottom. Oh yeah, that'd be very nice. When everybody else is on r/Bitcoin is talking about don't sell your coins to the whales. This is just right here. We are right here in the chart, and some retard posts a circle of when price was like $4,000 and it went to 65, acting like we're gonna do a 12x from here.
Yeah.
I wonder what kind of crack they got to smoke to think that, okay, Bitcoin went from $15,000 to almost basically $100,000, but we're going to do another 12x from here.
I don't understand. It's people that are late to the party, I think.
They're probably bought in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
That's not even crack they're smoking. That's literally fentanyl.
Yep.
On the quarterly on CME, we're still making our way towards that top 38.2%. Right now, that 38.2% is going to be a magnet for price action as long as we're over this median. Median's only at $69,000. Nice. As long as we're over that, we have a 61.8% chance of going there. We are currently about like $30,000 away from the median, so very good amount. The last time we've had a $30,000 candle to the downside was in the bear market. So unless the top is in, and this is the bear market, probably not going to close below that median. Even though we have a month left, and a month, it can mean eternity in terms of crypto and Bitcoin, but it's pretty crazy to see a $30,000 candle in a month, especially whenever we're in an uptrend. And right now, that 38.2% sits at $110,800, and which is less likely for it to move because we still have a month left to go, and we're so close to it. So, pretty decent chance that we can hit, based on the HPDR, $110,000 by the end of January. And right now, momentum on the quarterly is still pointed up. The last time it flipped back up was in right here, in about October of 2022 on the bear market bottom at literally CME went below 15,000, 14,995. Get out, get away, bro, get away, bud, get away. Now, little Fibonacci is very annoying sometimes whenever I'm trying to live stream. Volatility is starting to shift down. We're getting to pretty low areas. We're only at 30% in our volatility. This is the lowest volatility we've ever had in CME history. We've never been this low before, ever, on volatility. Even when we went back from about $4,000 to the upper $60,000 area, we still did not come from that low on our volatility. So that's another thing another point in favor of George. Monthly is about to close over the top 38.2%, and we're about to close over the 161.8% on this Fibonacci extension. That's about 92,000, and the 38.2% is 91,800. The last time we closed over that 38.2% was over here back in December of 2023 off of the Hamas setup, which we're getting another one of those right now. If you were to close 3 closes over this 161.8 at 92,070, that would give us probabilities of going up towards this 261.8. And that level is where I'm guessing is going to be the cycle top, somewhere around there, right around 129,730. Because if we get 3 closes over that starts to bring us into absolute retard territories at $182,800, which would be basically a 2x from where we are right now. Sometime today. All right. The 2 week has already basically tapped the top 38.2%. We're kind of rejecting it as of this moment. What I would look to see is off of this next close in 4 days and 10 hours. If we close it with more of a wick or not. If we do just a little bit more of a wick, that'd be enough for me to call it a shooting star. And I'd look to see what this median goes to. Right now, the median is at 79,302. What's probably going to happen is it's going to go up as long as we're above the median. and then after we get that shooting star, I would look for a little bit of back test that median, move the downside, and the median is going to be most likely going to be our spring to our next higher price targets. And from there, we have, which is going to go down a little bit, around 116,500, which would also line up perfectly with the before that median target of 110,700. Right now, the weekly is getting a little bit of a move down after closing over the 61.8. And as of right now, the 61.8 is holding as support. As long as the 61.8 holds as support, that increases our probabilities of going up towards this 78.6. And that level is currently at 116,500. Same thing with the CME, except the CME is a little bit higher and it's holding the 78.6. And it's about to get a second close over this 161.8 and $92,000. We have 2 days and 4 hours to go. If we get a third close over that, that gives us probabilities of coming up towards here, right around 129,730. 5 days currently rejecting the 88.3, and it is putting a little bit of a shooting star candle. We have 7 hours to go. Not that much, to be honest. And if we close like this, probabilities are that we're going to come back down and test this 5 EMA. This is probably going to rise a little bit on the next open. Probably going to line up somewhere with the 78.6, and that's going to be at around like $88,000 roughly. Which I think, to be honest, we might not even need to go to the 70s. I think just breaking back into the 80s would cause enough fear in the market.
You think so? That's such a small little, like, I feel like now everyone's used to it. Like, I don't get scared anymore.
People get terrified. If you check out r/Bitcoin, we've barely moved down 5%, and everybody's freaking the fuck out.
Yeah, literally.
Who are these people?
They're just the tourists.
They see a few $1,000s pull back, and they don't realize that's like maybe 5 or 6%.
Yeah.
When you're working with such retarded numbers like $96,000, a few $1,000 move is nothing.
Yeah, it's nothing.
After you're putting in like a $30,000 monthly candle, it's just funny.
Yeah.
The psychology in crypto Twitter makes me laugh because the trend is your friend, and generally when you put in higher highs, you get a higher low. So it's just funny when you just see people not shorting the higher low. No one wanted to short 99K, but low 90s. Oh, they're all about shorting that. It's just hilarious.
But the thing is, it's kind of a joke, but it's not really a joke at the same time. That most crypto people are absolute retards. Crown would call them lobotomized morons.
We are. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah,
because we just want free money.
I am too. Didn't you see my ChatGPT IQ score? It said no higher than 75. I'm being generous too.
Mine would be 0.
It's so hilarious how if you tell ChatGPT, I think my IQ should be higher, it'll lie to you and to make you happy and say, you're right, it should be higher. And it gives you a much higher number.
Day, baby. DEI? DEI, yeah.
Intelligence DEI. On the 2-day, we're about to close, tapping the 78.6%. If we close over it, which is at about 96,650, that increases our probabilities of going up towards this 88.3, which takes us, let's see where our volatility is at actually. 88.3 is reasonable because volatility is kind of high. That brings us that fabled 6-figure number of $102,300. Right now, momentum is starting to shift down on the 2-day, while volatility is shifting down too. That tells you this move that we're getting right now is a correction instead of an actual move to the downside. And the correction, it's kind of almost played out. Once we close over 96,650, in my opinion, the bottom would be in, and we would have upwards and onwards from there to retarded numbers. 2-day is bouncing off perfectly off the median and this 9 EMA, and we're moving up to and we're about to close over this 5 EMA. We have about 9 hours left to go. If we reclaim this 5 EMA and hold this median, that increases probabilities because our volatility is coming from such low levels that we would probably break through this 38.2%, probably go somewhere around the 61.8%. And right now, that 61.8% sits at $106,188. But previously, if the relationship holds true, this thing has been likened to top out at the 78.6. 78.6 is a much more retarded number at almost $116,000. Daily is giving us a very nice bounce off of this indecision candle right here. As right now, we're still over the 5 EMA, but we are still kind of rejecting the median. Median's at 95,375. Our momentum is starting to shift back up, rejecting this negative area, and volatility is coming from very, very low levels. So that with that setup, we probably end up going a little, maybe tapping the median, if not closing over it. And if we close over it, volatility is going to start expanding. And since it's coming from such low levels, that takes us upwards to the 61.8 to the 78.6. That's around like $104,500 towards $110,000. Let's check CME. CME is going to be a little fucky this week because of the holidays, because Wall Street is going to be closed. Right now, the daily on CME is also getting above the 5 EMA, and we're just about to tap this 38.2%, which is at $97,000. Momentum is perfectly rejecting the negative area on CME, flipping back up, about to enter back into bullish control. The last time momentum entered into bullish control on CME and was right over here, right on November 6th, right after the election, where we went absolutely vertical, straight from the 60s towards the 90s with basically zero pullbacks. we're getting the exact same setup now, where volatility is coming from even lower levels than it was back then. So theoretically, we should see a more aggressive move than we did then. Sometime today.
What's with the internet today? Also, my house was a little slowish.
Yeah, and whenever you have the slightest hiccup on your internet, the HPDR flips the fuck out.
Yeah. Well, it seems like it's gathering quite a large amount of data.
20,000 bars of data.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of insane.
Once again, fellas, this is the time to get that TradingView Premium, because if you don't have Premium, you get like, I think 10 or 12,000 bars of data, which is almost nothing. The main benefit is not more indicators. The main benefit is more data.
Yeah.
You know, the 4 hour, we've currently opened above the 38.2, and we're currently basing off of it. That number is about $96,000. While our momentum is trying to break back into bullish control, it rejected it the first time around, but this next go is probably going to stay in there for a decent amount of time, like it did back during the election pump. And volatility is at very low levels too. It's only at this 38%. So that would give us, as long as we're holding this median, probabilities of going up towards the 78.6, which right now is just under $100,000 at 99,377. Same thing on spot. The spot is looking decently better because we're significantly over that 38.2, and now we're over the 61.8. While our volatility is starting to expand from pretty low levels, and momentum is well back into bullish control. The last time momentum entered into bullish control on spot from being negative was right over, nope. Yeah, right here around like November 19th of 2024, when price was in the 80s or low 90s, and then we went to basically, because CME had already hit 100K, so then we went to 100K, but spot came like $300 below it. Which is also kind of funny, all the people talking about how, say, Michael Saylor bought $5 billion of Bitcoin and it wasn't enough to push us over $100,000. That means it's impossible to get over 100,000 this cycle, and the top is definitely in. Do they really think Michael Saylor is sitting there on his shitter hitting the buy button on Coinbase?
I really wonder how some people are alive, like just breathing daily. Like it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Like honestly, the fact that people think that Michael Saylor is legitimately on the Coinbase app buying and not like taking the price higher.
Right? If he was sitting on Coinbase putting in $5 billion of buy pressure, we would already be at $200,000 a coin right now.
No, you'd be at billions of dollars, because imagine like the buying pressure on that, like how many Bitcoins you'd have to buy instantly, and like the bidding people. Like, have you ever seen an NFT project when people start buying all of the floor, and then all of the sudden people like instantly, when they see that there's 20 transactions in a row, they start hiking up the price like crazy so that the floor gets much higher? That would happen there. Like, it's just simple market psychology. So it's just hard for me to understand how people think that that's how these big funds and big people buy their crypto or invest, really. Because if you want to invest like $25 million on Tesla stock, they won't let you do it on the app with the bank. Like, the bank is going to call you and go like, sir, we can't just get $25 million of a buy right now. We need to do it like XYZ, you know? Like,
Crown was explaining that last night on the live stream.
Experience.
He was talking about how anybody who thinks Michael Saylor is literally sitting on the toilet buying on Coinbase is lobotomized. The way that it works, whenever funds buy in this type of size, they buy from something called a dark pool, where they find a buyer who's willing to sell it over the counter, and then they sell it at an agreed upon price. And they don't even buy that all at once. They buy it in tranches. They'd be like, I'm going to buy $100 million here. I'm going to buy $100 million here for this agreed upon price. And then that doesn't touch the price at all, because the blockchain or the exchange doesn't have any history of those transactions happening.
That's right.
Nobody would know that MicroStrategy had bought those coins if they didn't announce it.
And that to me is like the biggest key of everything, and how they use MicroStrategy's purchases as news and to bait people into doing certain things, right?
Peter Schiff was calling it borderline fraud.
Peter Schiff.
So he's like, you're taking out debt to buy the asset that you want to push up to increase your paper unrealized gains, which is borderline fraud.
I gotta say, I love Peter Schiff now. I get what he's doing now. He's an absolute troll.
Yep. He's basically just engagement farming on X.
Yeah, 100%. 100%.
And what lines up with our 61.8% level that we want to close over is right here, this previous rejective wick high, which is at about 94,778. We're currently over that right now. If we do close over that, that gives us probabilities of coming back up and retesting these previous highs right here at right about $99,000. And once we get that high, volatility is going to be in favor of this move up, and we're probably going to go well into the $100,000 area. Ding. The 4-hour on CME just closed, and we're still basing off of this 38.2%. Based off of the CME, since we have closed over this area, that gives us probabilities of coming back up and filling this gap right around 99,580. And if we get that high, volatility is from so low that it's probably going to take us a little bit higher than there, probably towards this 95% at $104,000. And that's going to be the real move that gets everybody excited, and where the FOMO probably starts coming in. When normies are seeing Bitcoin is over, not just over $100,000, but well into the hundreds, like 104, 105,000. You're gonna be like, all right, I missed the move from $16,000, but now it's time to go all in with my retirement account.
Oh, I was like, what is that? Okay, USDT dominance.
Tether dominance is still bouncing off of this meme line that I have right here, but it's not that strong of a bounce. And the best I can see happening is just coming back up towards this top meme line and then rejecting that and then continuing downwards, especially since we're losing every single one of our major EMAs. And the target that I would have based off of that would be somewhere in the heights 2% area to like low 2% area, somewhere between like 2.8, 2.9% down to about 2.2%. And that would give us some pretty retarded numbers on Bitcoin. As of right now, since we're losing all of these big lows that we had as our previous higher lows on Tether dominance, that gives us a probability of coming towards this 100 EMA, which is at like low 3% area. While momentum is heavily in bearish control and volatility is supporting it by pointing up. And now the jewel is starting to flip back over and reject getting out of the bearish control as well. Weekly is struggling to put in a bounce right here. We're still rejecting this 5 EMA, rejecting the 78.6, while momentum is starting to shift up and volatility is a little sideways. So we can't even get over the 5 EMA. It makes it significantly less likely that we're going to come back up and test this top meme line. If we get over the 5 EMA though, that would be a retest of this 9, which would keep this another retest of that silver cross to the downside, which is still technically a bearish setup. Daily is kind of looking like it's already put in a top, where we went over the median, deviated it, and now we're about to lose the median. And if we lose this wick low right here at 4.13%, we're probably going to break these lows, go well below this meme line towards somewhere around the 97.5, which is right around that 100 EMA at 3.3%. Let me grab a tissue real quick. This is getting real annoying.
I do wonder. I wonder too, because remember Alejandro Farn's talking about that quarterly bearish divergence on Tether dominance too.
Mm-hmm.
I do wonder if that's still.
Oh my god! It sounded like an elephant, like
a horn of an elephant.
Moving the table.
Oh, that's what it was. Well, it coincided with it coincided with you like blowing your nose, so it sounded like you went.
Wait, never mind. That wasn't the table. That was me that was me passing the gas.
Sorry, I'm sorry. You were saying, Alex.
No, yeah, and it's good fun you're here because remember you were talking about the possibility of quarterly bearish divergence on Tether dominance. Yeah,
what? Switch that chart.
No, yeah, I'm just generally wondering. I mean,
it's definitely there. Right there. There's that third drive of bearish divergence on quarterly and rejection of the bullish control zone.
That's crazy.
We have 1 month, 5 days left to go. As long as we close below 4.67% on Tether dominance in this quarterly candle, that divergence is going to confirm. And that brings us all the way down towards these lows right here, same area as we got before at the very low 2% area, which is a 50% dump on Tether.
That's crazy.
When Tether dumped, how much was this? from October on the Hamas setup, it dumped about about 50% on the Hamas setup. Interesting, very interesting. That we dumped exactly 50% off of the Hamas setup on Tether, and if we get another 50%, that would give us probably a 2x on Bitcoin, like it did on the Hamas setup, because it's 50% to 100%, 50%, 100% move. That's $180,000. Sheesh. While at the same time on Bitcoin, if you go to the Bitcoin RSI, we've got 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, and we still have not yet hit our target of that critical zone. And the critical zone is at a very retarded number of $160,000. While our volatility is expanding from very low levels on the quarterly, lowest levels of volatility we've ever had in Bitcoin history on the quarterly, at right around like 20%. Now we're above the moving average, and volatility is at 40%. The last time volatility expanded above the moving average was over here back in October of 2020, when Bitcoin was in the below $10,000, and we went straight to $60,000 from there. Before that, the other time that we flipped up on our volatility was in October of 2016, right before that 2017 cycle, where Bitcoin went from like $3,000, or not even a couple $100. My bad. It was like $300 or $400, and from there up to 19,500 in like a year, maybe even less than a year. Price was $470 in 2016. The top was, where is it? Right here. Literally 1 year later at 19,804. And we're expanding from lower levels on volatility than we did then. $470 to 19,800, from higher, significantly higher, not just higher, but significantly higher, at around 40% on volatility. Now we're expanding from 20%. The monthly is already at the critical zone, so we can't really get any targets from that. Two-week is still firing off that same Hamas setup from before, where we're expanding from many periods of 100%, 0% volatility. Now we're starting to expand, and we're at about 35% only on our volatility. We started moving up about from the $52,000 to $99,000, which is almost a 100% move, and volatility is only at 35%.
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. This is the one setup that has me thinking that we're going to see absolutely insanity when it comes to the George numbers.
Yeah, because last time around it fired off when we were in the same area in volatility. Price was only at the $44,000, so that was a 2x, and we were in the same area as we are right now. We're actually a little bit lower than that area right now. Whenever we moved from about like $24,000 until that $44,000 area, $20,000 move only. As of right now, we've had a significantly more than $20,000 move, and we're in the same area as the volatility, which is just mind blowing to see that.
Yeah.
Weekly is, you would expect a move down here right at this point, because you are tapping the critical zone, but it's not really a dead sentence as long as you're above this candle's open, which is at 89,859, because then you're still going to stay within the bullish control and flip back up, put in a higher low, and then continue on this move to the upside. It's so amazing how not even people on Wall Street can understand the concept of a higher low, where they started talking all this shit about Tesla stock getting a pullback after it goes up 60% in a single month, talking about the Trump trade is dying out for Elon, and Musk is soon going to regret his support of Trump after Tesla continues to suffer.
I just think that's propaganda, dude. Like, that's why I don't fucking listen to any of it. Like, yeah, because you work at Wall Street, you have an agenda. There's money you need to make, and there's things you need to say. Like, what can I bring up another one? What I was talking to people right now in Spanish was about, like, again, how our attention span and our memory has been deleted. Like, they did the same thing with the tariffs when Trump went into office the first time again. And they're doing the same thing. Like, we can't vote on it. We can't do shit on it. They can negotiate this all by themselves. They don't have to say it, right? Because it hasn't really affected anyone. So there's no need for these public, like, public back and forth, and mediums like the TV and like people writing articles, they're trying to get everyone to go crazy again, because what did they do when Trump was president last time? They pretended that Trump created lots of hate and friction between people, right? And they're the ones who did it. They're the ones who literally riled up everyone and made him fucking go crazy, and then said that's Trump's fault. They're doing the same thing. Like, it's the same playbook, and no one and no one remembers. Like, so to me is, I don't even bother with that. Like, I'm done. And yeah.
If I have a 75 IQ, I can only imagine what they might have.
I'm gonna look up mine right now. I'm sorry. Go on.
The prompt you tell it is, based on all of our previous conversations, what would you roughly estimate my IQ to be? The first round is not going to want to tell you. It's going to say that it's very difficult and speculative. It'd be like, respond to that by saying, I've seen this model give numerous people a numerical number. And then it'd be like, can you give me one? So the two-day is bouncing off literally perfectly off this 9 EMA. If you'd have just played this 9 EMA this entire rally, you would have printed so much fucking money. Ever since the election, right around, even before the election in October, when the price was in the very low 60s. Every single time we went up, we held the 100, moved up higher, held the 100, and then from this area, we went up from the 60s all the way straight up to the 90s. And as of this moment, we are still holding this 9 EMA. And we're going to close in 8 hours and 40 minutes. This, off of this two-day candle, off of 9 EMA, is kind of making me think the bottom could be in, to be honest. As long as we close over $96,660, that'd be enough for me to say the bottom is in, and we're probably going to go into $100,000 from there. But this is basically good, giving you the idea that that's very likely going to happen, because we're bouncing perfectly off the 9 EMA that we've held this relationship through the whole way up. If this was going to be something different, we would have probably at least wicked below the 9 EMA, but we held it perfectly. Very interesting.
Bad news.
The daily is now about to reclaim it, which last time we reclaimed the 9 was right here, right on the election time, when price was in the mid 60s, and then we reclaimed the 9 and then went literally straight up towards like $93,000. While volatility is completely resetting, we're becoming from multiple periods of 100% volatility. Now we're back down to 50%. From here, volatility can start expanding again. Although what's probably going to happen is going to take a few more opens for volatility to come a little bit lower, and then start expanding to give us the move that I think is probably going to happen, somewhere around like a 20 to 30% move. Because whenever this thing starts getting moving and it's trending moves, it moves up real fast to get everybody who's been on the offsides during the correction to not be able to get back on. And now 4 hours putting in a drive of bullish divergence within the bearish control zone. So that gives us, and we're about to reclaim this 21 EMA as well. That would give us, based off of the divergence, two easy targets. The first one is going to be the bullish control zone, and then the second one is going to be the critical zone. The first one at the bullish control zone is at 103,578. The second one in the critical zone is 124,156.
Interesting. It is pretty wild that you're getting now like these targets right above $100,000 mark, like the $100,000 mark.
Yeah, because that move towards 100,000 is probably going to go well into the 100,000s.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's going to be people who are going to be trying to short 100,000, like the first rejection round of 100,000. You're going to get the retards going double top, time to short my entire rent.
Well, I think what's going to happen is just what we discussed before, that everybody's going to try to get in because we saw that every short that we did fucking worked out at 99, right? So most likely everyone's going to try to do exactly the same thing, and that'll be the surprise.
Yeah, then once they start getting liquidated and stopped out, that's what's going to squeeze us well into the hundreds.
Yeah.
And right now on the monthly on momentum is starting to flip back up right at the edge of the critical zone. Volatility is still not fully expanding yet, still below the moving average. But on this next monthly open, we're probably going to be above the moving average. And that's when we're going to be able to say volatility is expanding from 20%. This last time we expanded from that area was on the Hamas setup. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $86,600. Check what the number is on CME. CME is doing the same thing, where volatility is starting to expand. And we're going to be bouncing off the critical zone and pointed up as long as we're above 84,350. Two-week without Hamas setup with many periods of 0% volatility, rejecting getting out of the bullish control like we did on the original Hamas setup, and now we're about to break into the critical zone. And we're going to do it as long as price is over $72,850. The last time we broke into the critical zone, price went from about $39,000 straight to $74,000, which is hilarious considering that the amount that we topped at the last previous all-time high, very close to our momentum pivot. Weekly right now is also expanding from many periods of 0% volatility. We're at 80%. We can still go up more from here. The moving average is only at 55%. And we're going to be, we're slightly pointed down on our momentum right now. But we have 4 days and 9 hours to go to change it around. But as of this moment, momentum is going to be down as long as, or it's going to flip down as long as we're below $95,800. We're about $1,000 below that right now, which is like 1%.
Nothing. Yeah. Now it's nothing.
Imagine going back to like 2013 and telling people that $1,000 move is going to be less than 1%. When Bitcoin was at like $200 or $300. But back then it was so difficult to buy Bitcoin because you couldn't just go onto an exchange and buy it. You'd have to go and you have to put in a purchase order, and you'd have to wait for whoever you bought it from to send it to you. And
it was wild. Yeah, I remember it was freaking wild, dude.
And on the 5-day, we're also getting that volatility expansion from below 15%. We're at 93% on volatility, 80% on the moving average. You can still get one nice, decent move up before it needs to contract. But as of right now, it's still pointed up. And our momentum pivot is going to be 92,000. That's 92,100. Momentum is up as long as we're above that number. 2-day with that bounce off the 90 EMA, and now volatility is starting to contract after many periods of 100%. We're currently at 95% on our volatility, while momentum is pointed down as long as we're below $96,000, which is what the bulls really love to see. That volatility is contracting, but momentum is starting to reset and flip down. What's probably going to happen is after this next 1 or 2 2-day opens, we're going to come right down near the edge of the critical zone. From there, volatility is going to have contracted quite a bit. Then it'll be much easier for the bulls to flip momentum back up at that point. As of right now, it's much more difficult for bulls to flip momentum up because volatility is at very extreme levels.
Mm-hmm.
Daily is very close to resetting now. It's at 50%, while momentum is still pointed down as long as we're below 99,300, and we're right at the edge of the critical zone. So on this next 1 or 2 opens is probably what it's going to take to set volatility, bring volatility down from 50% below 15%. Then we'll be at the edge of the bullish control zone, and that'll be significantly easier for the bulls to flip momentum up. This number is probably going to drop down somewhere down to like $92,000 or $93,000. And now 4-hour volatility is starting to contract. It started expanding on this correction that we had and this move to the downside. It went to around like 90%. Now it's coming back down, and momentum is flipping back up and rejecting the bearish critical zone, which is also, if you notice here on the momentum, we came lower here on this move than we did, significantly lower on this move than we did all the way throughout these moves right here. And since price made a higher low, but momentum made a lower low, that gives you bullish divergence. And that would give us somewhere around the target of that bullish control zone, which this indicator doesn't tell you what it is, but the RSI gave you that target of $104,000. And we're going to be pointed up on the 4-hour as long as we're above 91,450. A little bit lower time frame. And now 2 hours starting to expand on our volatility after the move down contracted it. And now we're getting above this moving average, officially confirming volatility expansion. And we're only at 52%, so we can still move up quite decently nice from here. And we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $92,700. And we're going to enter into the critical zone. Last time we freshly entered into the critical zone after tapping the bearish control was... Nope. Price was at very low 90s before we went to $99,000, which on a 2-hour time frame, that's a pretty significant move. That's like 10% move on a 2-hour time frame. On the very, very high time frames, it's looking like Bitcoin is still going to continue up. It's finding a little bit of a base right around our higher HPDR ranges, and on the lower ones like the 5-day and the 2-day, we're still getting volatility expansion from our Hamas setups, and we're getting a retest of our 9 EMA on the 2-day, and the median on CME. And that should be theoretically, like, if the past relationship holds true that we've been having for this entire month of up only, it should continue to hold true, and we should find this area as a spring and continue upwards from here into that fabled $600,000 area. I mean, not $600,000, $100,000.
I was gonna say, calm down, buddy.
I mixed up six figures and $100,000 in my head. Hey, 75 IQ.
Hey, by the way, I got my answer. You ready?
Yeah. Damn, you told it to give you a higher number, huh? That's what I'm telling everybody. That's what I'm telling everybody who has more than 100. Like, you told it to give it a higher number, huh?
I mean, it's got to be absolute horseshit. There's no way this thing thinks I'm smart with the questions that I've asked it. There's no way. There is no fucking way.
Just to give you a little bit of insider information, that 75 was actually a number I stole from Twitter.
I bet.
The number he gave me was 115 to 120, but I think that's complete bullshit.
Yeah, of course.
Well,
because you can, just like you can tell it to give you a higher number, you can tell it to give you a lower number too.
So what do we have here? I mean, just like Farin beautifully put it, I mean, Bitcoin's consistently still looking good. Remember, I mean, when you make a higher high, you generally want to make a higher low. And so it's funny to see, because we even we'll start to now stop with just the 4 hour. I think it's easy and it makes a lot of sense. And, you know, many people like forget to look, especially on crypto Twitter, this 4 hour EMA 100 is really important for Bitcoin. Represented here when we were going up only in that posturing, took a mega rejection era. I remember this time because just like how it was yesterday, you had many people on this, what moved down from wick high all the way down. It, you know, obviously wicked a little low, but still no closures under that 4 hour EMA 100. Just like a 6% move got everyone bearish. But what continued to hold was that 4 hour EMA 100, and then that took us to new all-time highs. And so that to me was my first zone to do business on Bitcoin yesterday. While, you know, sentiment was getting pretty bearish, which is interesting to see. So we can see here, this 91,300 lined up nicely right around that EMA 100. That's why the meme lines aren't just try and true. It's nice to have them in correlation with like a major moving average. And that's kind of where we found our wick low actually yesterday. So Bitcoin, I'm on the camp, put in a bottom yesterday, especially when we look at the daily. All yesterday's dump looks like is a massive bull trap. What you have here is an aggressive move down where we lost the EMA 9. We then wicked up a little bit just by like maybe $1,000, heavily rejected and came all the way down. This 91,300 consistently kept holding, and you would have been viewing this just simply based on these wick high rejections here. And then especially when we put in that bottom right around November 20th, that was a very telling sign because that kind of led to a spring. In confluence of that 91,300, you also had that 2-day lining up right around that 91K level, which was right around that 4 hour EMA 100. I remember when we were doing, I forgot, maybe it was last live stream. I think we talked about, the silver cross, and that the 2-day in this, I guess bull market, since we kind of started to break out and Bitcoin blasted through 69K, went to 90K and above, we can see here that kind of got sparked once we retested the 2-day EMA 9, which would just be logically a silver cross retest to the upside. And so that's why I was more in the camp yesterday to kind of be cautious on shorts in this area. You know, we gave out a beautiful short right around 99,500, and we closed at around 94 to 95K. Then, was on the camp to just kind of wait and see, because we are approaching a major level on Bitcoin. And you definitely don't want to be the person shorting the bottom. You don't want to be late to the party. And so now what we have for me is it looks like Bitcoin's putting in a bottom. I don't think we're just going to blast through here. If we now view the 4 hour, and this is why I like viewing the lower time frames, because they can just help guide my trades moving forward. If you're not positioned on this 4 hour EMA 100, which was aggressive, I mean, you'd have to kind of hope or look at the lower time frames and see the reaction there. But I mean, from that point, we've gone up now almost 5%. in less than a day. And so here, I mean, I'm viewing this last lower high on the 4 hour. We broke that on this wick. That's kind of why it's like a nice green dildo. And it would make a lot of sense to me to come back down and test somewhere around this zone again, not breaking yesterday's low, forming that uptrend structure on the 4 hour. That would make a lot of sense. It would trap a lot of late longs. And that way it'd really solidify that 91.3 being solid support before going up. I mean, that's kind of what we had here, where we broke out, quickly fell down, retested 91.3, and then that was the real move up. It's kind of the idea I'm watching. If I'm on the camp that yesterday did put in a bottom, the 4 hour right now just shifted and broke the last lower high, then it would be wise to not long the higher high, but rather wait for the higher low somewhere around here. And that's kind of what I'm viewing now. It'll be really important though today for bulls to actually get back above that EMA 9, because so just like Farhan mentioned, on this whole way up, we've kind of been holding it. And so this EMA 9 is going to be really important for bulls to reclaim and hold, because then what that's going to look like, it's going to play into the bull trap here, quick SFP, and then usually those SFPs lead to big springs. As we see here, we lost it. We did come down and then quickly got reclaimed. Once we got reclaimed, that's where bulls took over again. And so today's going to be really pivotal, to see if we can actually get another move back up to that, 99 to possibly even 100K this time. And that's why, for me, I'm viewing today really closely. It makes sense to kind of wait and be patient, more of the wait and see approach, especially if you're not pre-positioned, and just gauge the lower time frames, because on the macro, nothing looks bad on Bitcoin Stan. It looks like the weekly just quickly back tested at 91,300, which we know is resistance on the weekly, into support, and this could be where we find our next leg up, especially when we know that the 2 week here is still not looking like it wants to slow down. And remember, last time we had this 2 week setup that was firing, you always get a setup once we go under 15% and then blast through it. And, just like how we all know, the Hamas setup here, once expansion, it really didn't stop price. We had obviously pullbacks, represented here, and somewhat, when this really started to expand, though, it was like you had one deep pullback. This was from wick high to wick low. Let's see real fast. Yeah, 16%. You can see, though, didn't really do anything to volatility. Still overall kept the structure. This was the next higher low. And then we formed a spring and we just made the next leg up. To me, that looks like we're possibly doing the same thing, where, we had a nice sizable pullback. Obviously, Bitcoin can go down more, especially when we see that 2 week EMA 9 is all the way at 74,600. So in 4 days, you're going to be gauging and seeing where that moves, because that's going to be really key, because you generally want Bitcoin to hold that, just like what we saw in October. And so right now, to me, volatility is still very fresh, and we should be more on the camp of shorts are nice, easy volatility plays because of where we're at with greed and sentiment. But right when we do go down 5 to 6%, you don't want to be too aggressive, because in these environments, shorts don't get an easy ride down, and everyone's trying to catch that generational short opportunity. And in my opinion, it's never very easy. Something that might keep note on this 5 days, we had a nice shooting star on the 5 day. Could play into my daily bull trap thesis, because if we end up wicking and actually this 5 day goes back up to this wick high, this would invalidate a lot of short setups that people were taking on the 5 day. It would make sense, right? If you're using this as like a top candle, even if it's a locally topped candle, your next target would be around that 83 to 84K. You then be wanting this 91,300 deviation to really play into that thesis. But if Bitcoin just springs from there and at this point rallies all the way back up to this wick high, it's going to start invalidating this shooting star. And then at that point, you're going to see a lot of shorts covering, causing us to get that bigger move up. When we view the 5 day HBDR too, there's nothing telling me on here that anything's going to stop before we hit 108,000. You can just simply see that, the 9's now pressing beautifully with that 50%. So even if, the shooting star bears do get their TP, you probably do want to end up looking for a possible, really like a long opportunity essentially there, just simply because of what, this 5 day setup is playing out. Volatility, yes, is at 93%, but, it definitely can still go to extremes and stay there for many sessions, especially as what we see with all, multiple sessions of zero volatility on the 5 day, still looking quite healthy. And that's why for me, it's more wiser to play the trend. And if the lower time frames are shifting now, the 2-day EMA 9 is holding. The week 2-week volatility still looks very healthily. And actually the 2-week is only at currently, if it wants to load, 36%. That's insane. And so it's basically at the same point that we were at right around here. Yeah, when Bitcoin did find its major pullback right around the zone, we chopped for the next 2 weeks. For a few closures on the 2-week, that just essentially led to bullish continuation though. And so we can see even from that 30%, we still went up another, let's see here. Well, no, that's not going to help. We went basically from 30% and capped out at 79%. So if this 2 weeks only at 36%, what could that correlate with Bitcoin? And when you throw the HBDR on this, it definitely seems like Bitcoin wants to test that 108,000 to 116,000. Remember, this is a 2-week chart. And so this can easily take time, just like this one took 2, 4, 6, 8 weeks before we found the continuation. It's totally okay. And you can see here during that time of consolidation, it didn't do anything to volatility on the 2-week. Now we started seeing this slope down. This then started to really go down hard, go back under 15%. I'd be concerned slightly. But while this is very, very healthily up, Bitcoin now just looks like it put in a 2-day silver cross retest. Yeah, we should just be more keen to trying to long this. And, this is an opportunity. On top of it, like I've mentioned with the Academy, we usually get some kind of reaction around that, 3 to 4 days down. We 1, 2, 3. We're on the 3rd day, so we want to really see where this is going to go. Generally, Bitcoin likes to find bounces on like the 3rd day. We see we went down 1, 2 on the 3rd day. That's kind of what sparked this, green kind of candle. This move up essentially. And so it's really important. I'm not longing here. I'm patiently waiting. I do think we're going to be able to get a higher low around here on the 4-hour. I personally think that's going to come in right around 91,300 again. It'd make a lot of sense to reclaim the moving averages. People start longing here. We get a fast, aggressive move down, tap 91.3. We don't get any closures back under the 4-hour 9, and then that just acts like a spring. For me, that's hopium, but that's just for the setup I would logically want to trade, because if you start longing up here, your stop has to be down here. It's a $5,000 difference.
It's mega.
It's pretty meaty now. And so if you're not positioned at this 4-hour EMA 100, which remember, this is such a big place, and this is just something to mentally know with the zone, with the EMA 100. If we're really bullish, you generally don't do a lot of business around that zone. Like what we saw here, it generally quick reactions up, retested again, people get bearish here. That was the higher low on the 4-hour, boom, we break out. That's generally the idea I'm waiting on. I do think we can come back down and test around this zone one more time. As long as we don't break yesterday's low, then to me, that just seems like the next higher low after we just created a higher high. So I'd be really watching this scenario to possibly play out. Maybe it comes down. It doesn't have to exactly hit, but generally, if we do come around here, this could be an opportunity with a very tight stop. I'm okay longing at 91.3 to 91.5 with, a stop at 90,700. That to me is better risk to reward. So now that's Bitcoin. Everything's looking great. The 2-week looks solid. The 5-day looks like it wants 108,000. The 2-day looks like it just retested the silver cross, and the 4-hour just retested the EMA 100 for the first time since breaking back above it, which happened in early November. And so what you saw yesterday, it's something to just mentally note as well for Bitcoin traders. When you're approaching these key levels, you have crypto Twitter influencers now calling for probably likely we fill that CME gap, which remember is just going to act as a trap through and through, in my opinion. It just seemed more high probabilistic that we'd get a bounce where we were yesterday. And so now gauging it on Tether dominance, just like Bitcoin's 4-hour EMA 100 as support, this is pretty massive resistance. And so you would have just simply used this with 4-hour, where Bitcoin was yesterday with the 2-day and the 4-hour as confluence. Yeah, it's worth a Bitcoin punt. If Tether dominance starts reclaiming this 4-hour EMA 100, maybe cut the trade, because that would give us a pretty big move up to that 4.69%. But resistance does what resistance always does, especially when you have a level like here that hasn't been tested in a very long time. And it held. And so now we're breaking down. All eyes essentially on these lows, because if we start going back to that 3.8%, 3.9%, it's really going to open the door to actually testing that 3.79%, an area we've been talking about for a very long time now. And I do think we'll get some kind of bigger bounce from there, as represented here. And it would make a lot of sense. The daily goes down, makes another lower low, and then we overall just keep the macro trend like on the weekly here, and we rally up to that weekly 9, form another higher low there, probably gets a bigger bounce on Bitcoin, or a bigger dump on Bitcoin, of course, over time. But, you know, as it stands now, this is still like a 7%, almost 8% move on Tether dominance down. And so that probably means Bitcoin does retest the all-time highs, if not actually fulfilling the prophecy and going to 100K. And then at that point, when Bitcoin's at 108,000 to maybe even 110,000, what do you think sentiment's going to be now? It's going to be static. And I'm going to be more cautious to the fact that might get a bigger bounce, just simply where we are in the weekly HBDR. You can see that 95% right at 3.74%. And so it just would make a lot of sense for me to kind of see that play. We're in the middle, so we're in like no man's zone, especially if you didn't have the HBDR ranges on Tether dominance. You'd see we're just kind of in like no man's land. Yes, I drew a line on the lower time frames to represent that 4%, which makes sense. It's a psychological number. And that was, if we extend this, the last area, you know, Tether dominance tried to grind out a bottom. But even then, you can see on this weekly, we aggressively wicked down, hit that 3.79%, got bought up, and then bottomed from there. And so that's why, for me, I would be really cautious about the reaction around that 3.79%. That doesn't mean that we can't still capitalize this volatility on Bitcoin, especially when we see that it seems likely and probable that it still wants up and higher. And so that's kind of what I'm representing and watching. You know, the levels that Tether dominance rejected make sense. You know, we reclaimed the EMA 9 yesterday. Cool. We rejected the 21. Beautiful. It just like is playing out exactly how it should. And it's just funny to see the sentiment, because I mean, it just seems like markets got like even easier. And I kept seeing a lot of tweets yesterday in paragraphs talking about how, you know, the markets are so much harder now and trading is just not as like easy as it used to be. And I totally disagree. I think it's super simple as long as you know what you're watching. And luckily for us, we all do.
That's something that you've proven to be right, actually, for me, because I do think it's way simpler. It's just, it's hard for people to get into the methodology and the system that you use. But once they start being able to like understand in a little, like, I can't say I understand fully how you think, but I start to understand how you see things. And once I do, it really becomes way easier. So
yeah, exactly. It's like a roadmap. It's like, it's all there for you. You just kind of have to then, in that case, understand the like what Bitcoin likes to do, which is the dirty dance. And so that's where the experience comes in. But like Farin mentioned last week, the easier the system is, the better it tends to be. And I've made my most amount of money with just the simplest setups that took me no more than like an hour to really plan out and think. Because trading should be simple, and the simpler it is, the easier it can be, which just means you understand it. And so as long as you understand trend, you understand the correlation where, you know, the EMA 100 is very big. It's 100 days worth of data, and especially in crypto, at least, the relationship around there is at least important. And so it's welcoming to see the lower time frame shifting, Tether dominance rejecting where we'd want it to or expect it to. And so nothing to me looks of concern. And that's why today's daily for across the board on crypto is going to be important. Because if Tether ends up losing this EMA 9, let's just see how the daily looks in the HBDR. So we do have that 50%. And what I even like about this 50% is, you know, if we start losing dailies, meaning we start getting daily closures back under 4%, we're essentially losing the blue zone. You know, since Farin has mentioned, big moves come from that out of the blue zone level. So then the next 80% is right at that 3.79%, which you as a trader will know. Well, also that lines up with my weekly 95%. If it wants to load, the internet always ruins my mojo. Right at 95% right here. So you as a trader just know, okay, well, there's probably a good chance we're going to break down. But, you know, once this dumps 6%, I would really be cautious about maybe just looking for a bigger bounce, which, you know, people forget about trend. And once you make a lower low, you make a lower high here. And so that would make a lot of sense to me, as long as we're not breaking essentially, this last high at 5.51%, which is we're very far from now. But a rally from this point would actually get everyone kind of scared. And maybe this is kind of where the bigger...
I apologize to interrupt you,
Yeah.
but on the 12-hour, there's currently potentially 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence. You would have to on Bitcoin.
Oh,
You would have to close over 93,913 to confirm it in 8 hours, and that would confirm 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, and that would have a high probability target of $117,000.
which no, I appreciate you telling us that, because that again just plays into my idea that yesterday was a bull trap. I do think Bitcoin bottomed yesterday at the where it needed to, but I do think we can get a move down again, and that'll just act as an opportunity, especially when you view the 12-hour. If you guys are watching this, you can see this is the last stand too, and that 12-hour EMA 34 lined up nicely with the 2-day 9, the 4-hour EMA 100. So you just kept getting points in the charts on different time frames that this is the kind of where bulls need to step in, because if not, we take the 55 off. Pretty big drop from there, if not all the way to the EMA 100. And so it's just nice to see that bulls did it. They're grinding out a higher low here where they needed to. They held the EMA 34. Yeah, it was dirty and it was aggressive down, but the levels literally held to a T. And it just ties into what we're saying. You just have to kind of know what you need to look for. And even if we don't get that pullback, that's perfectly okay, because we're technically getting now possibly an SFP setup here where we quickly, deviated down. We're going to bust on through. Maybe the EMA 9 then comes around here. We retest it. And then that's where we go up and maybe go up to the 100K level. So I mentioned that because there's always a setup. There never should be FOMO. And as long as you know what you're looking at, then, you almost get like this calmness in the charts. While everyone's becoming, stressed out, it's chaotic. You just have calmness because oh yeah, nothing really is damaging. It's a little scary, but as long as this level holds, which is the last stand, then it's worth the punt. And it would have put out.
If you're looking at the 12-hour and that SFP right there, right? Like that's what it looks like. If it recovers in closes above the 9, then 100%, not 100%, but for now, it would seem like 100% that's an SFP. What if it gets rejected? How would we feel if the closing of this candle is below the 9 and just a little bit below the 9? Then you would go towards your bias of you're probably going to revisit the bottom of the trade.
Yeah. So because remember, this was support, and so bears are looking at this as a bearish retest. Essentially, what bulls want now is we want this 21 and 9 to get reclaimed. If we end up wicking and rejecting here and closing under the 9, doesn't mean it's going to nuke. It definitely gives me the bias so that we're definitely going to at least test this 21, which we know has been resistance. So that'd be the next logical place to look for a bounce. Maybe wicks a little lower, but you just generally wouldn't want to see, us breaking back down to this low. That's kind of why I'm keeping this low as kind of the gauge. But if we end up losing the 9, meaning like this wicks and we don't close above the 9 and we kind of reject here, okay, then it either means we're going to be in a moving average range on the 12-hour, bouncing off the 21 and going to the 9 until we get either one of them getting lost. But if this candle rejects and we go all the way back down to the 21, then this is going to look like it's a bearish retest. And then it opens the probabilities of us testing back down to 91.1. And at that point, you just want to hope that it holds, and we're probably retesting the 4-hour EMA 100 again. And then it doesn't diminish the long thesis. Bitcoin likes to make dirty higher lows, and especially with what we know with the 4-hour trend shift, your gauge now is just this low. And so we can literally reject, come all the way back down, fill this out, maybe even fill some of this wick out, which I thought was going to happen yesterday. That's why I didn't give the Academy long yesterday. Because I just wanted the trend shift to happen, which now did. And so now it's like, that's why keeping this low is kind of your bias is okay. That's why longing up here is high risk. Anywhere around here, though, even if we go all the way down to 91.3, as long as we don't break this low, it's still higher low in my book. And that's why it just makes our stop loss tighter. So then if I'm trading, and this is why it's like one of my favorite setups, when you have like a stop loss of like 90,800, but your entry is 91,200, it's like a $300, $400 difference. So I can kind of go more size on because I just know where I'm wrong, essentially. And so for me now, it's looking good. We looked at Tether dominance. It seems likely that we're at least going to go back down and test the bottom here. But then, with what we know with the weekly and how everything else is looking, especially in the 4-hour EMA 100 rejection under the moving averages now, it makes sense to see where this 4-hour closes, and then maybe it gets a bounce up to it, retest the 9 into resistance, and then we reject there. And so for me now, Tether dominance still looks bearish, especially on the higher time frames. We go and view this. We can see also giving us kind of a bias here on why this move could just be starting. We have a 2-week volatility setup now expanding freshly too. We have 3 drives of quarterly bearish divergence as far noted, which is interesting. We have this 2-week setup firing off. There's not many 2-week setups that we've had. The last one, of course, being the Hamas setup in October. So the stars are now aligning, even on this like pump up back in August that didn't really lead to anything. And so literally on Tether dominance, the Hamas setup is firing off, which could be playing into why Bitcoin's 2-week looks like it's just starting to fire off. So with that, I would be really mindful of a move down. I do think we're going to break this low on the 2-week. I mean, just viewing the 2-week here, do you want to bet the house that this low on the 2 weeks going to hold? No, it looks like it's probably going to break it today, honestly. And then from even to my point is 4%. But maybe we parabolically go down real fast, get a quick flush out. I'm viewing that SMA 200 to be kind of a big level. So, no matter how you view it on different time frames, it still tells me that right around that 3.5 to 3.7%, you should see some kind of bounce on Tether dominance. Might be short-lived, but you should see some bounce, of course, especially with the 2-week, even 95% and 90% right around that area. That 3.79% also has been a major level for Tether dominance. Losing that has sparked big moves down, like getting 2-week closures back under there, and then holding it on the 2-week has led to big moves. So it's going to be very pivotal there. That's why I want to watch the reaction there very closely. But even if this scenario with the lower high plays out, it doesn't mean Bitcoin can't get a $8,000-$9,000 candle from that 6 to 10% move down. It very well could. And then that could also just be why we're then getting the 5-day that looks like it really just wants to go to, that it was on spot here. The 5-day, what chart was it? Yeah, here it looks like it wants to go to $108,000. And this is on the index. I know I'm cycling through to match my bias, but I'm really not. I'm trying to find the index because that has the most amount of data. So this would be really accurate actually with the HBDR. And so when viewing that, yeah, I mean, we're in the middle here, but we can use that 91.3 as like a good middle point. But generally, I mean, it looks like it wants that 108,000. That could just line up with Tether dominance here going down, but then at least finding some bounce here while Bitcoin finds some resistance around that zone. Oh, wow. I hate when it does that. So that's Tether dominance. That's Bitcoin. Let's check Bitcoin dominance because, we've been talking about this for a while now, and I'm curious to see the reaction. Let's see here. So Bitcoin dominance still looks bearish, and it still is playing into. I still think it topped. And I'll be happily wrong on that, but I still think it topped, and we saw that shift on Friday happen once we broke the last higher low here. Once that happened, you just immediately saw weakness on Bitcoin dominance. You saw the 9 on the daily flip under the 21, which is just a cautionary sign. Close to silver crossing down too on the daily. And so now what we have here is daily flip. Oh, I think there's an echo. We essentially, I don't hear it anymore, so someone fixed it. The EMA 100 here on Bitcoin dominance also got lost. So it's, again, just guiding our bias that I do think we're going to end up going to that 57.4 to maybe even all the way to 57%. There, I would expect to see a bigger bounce from there. It would, makes sense to retest this level maybe and give us that bearish retest, especially with what we know with what was it, the weekly? Now it's the 2-week here. The 2-week getting freshly lost this zone. It's kind of SFPing here. So it makes sense to maybe come back down here, lose the 9, get some bounce up, maybe get the bearish retest. On this macro pump up, this is where I'm trying to get long on altcoins. And it could just the stars really could all align. Bitcoin goes to that 108 to maybe $118,000 level. Tether dominance goes to that 3.7 to 3.5%. We know that that's just a major level. Crypto Twitter starts getting degenerately horny at 100K Bitcoin. They start getting their grandfathers and grandmas to buy it on Thanksgiving. Graham buying 104,000 Bitcoin doesn't really seem sustainable. We then get that bigger move up. Then Bitcoin essentially gets a move down. We start seeing Bitcoin dominance move up like we did in the bear market, the beginning of it, where Bitcoin dominance started to go up while Bitcoin goes down. I know it's fucky. And then that causes alts to just go parabolically down more, aggressively down, giving us a nice spring possibly on a bunch of alts once this plays out the bearish retest, because this is going to take all the liquidity out of your altcoin. Wow, if Bitcoin's going down, that's going to exasperate the altcoin move because already it's going down, but then people are selling their alts and going into Bitcoin. You know, that's going to be kind of like my bigger thesis on like the maybe Bitcoin topping and so forth. We're very far from that. And for now, the 2-week is retesting the weekly 9. So until that's lost, this doesn't have any, this isn't very valid until this is lost. And that's why we are on a 2-week on this chart, because yes, we're SFPing, but I don't put all my money on meme lines, and I make fun of them because they are meme lines. They work, but you know, the EMA 9 on the 2 weeks very strong, and we can't disregard that. It's been holding very steadily, but with the shift on the daily, the trend shift, and how everything's looking, it definitely gives us at least a bias that this could get lost. And then, you know, just with what we see here on the weekly, you know, that EMA 34 is right around that, also 57% almost. So just good confluence that maybe, you know, we see a reaction around there, which would be kind of the last place before we get a bigger breakdown on Bitcoin dominance. So that's Bitcoin dominance. It's still looking toppy to me, and I'd really just be watching for this kind of scenario playing out on it over time, of course. And then so if we go lastly to view Bitcoin CME, CME. Remember, this is what institutions trade. This was just guiding our bias. We had a channel, multi-month channel. We broke out of it. We retested it beautifully. We then went parabolically up. And now we just kind of want to see, you know, at least where we're going next, especially on the daily. Again, it's going to be important. And viewing now the HBDR, if we go and throw this on, and let's just go to the 2-week again. We can see here that the 2-week healthily closed above the 50%, lost the blue zone, and even tested it. And so again, just next target would be that 113. So, you know, we just keep seeing that 108 to like $115,000 on Bitcoin look like it wants to become next. While volatility on the 2-week is still very freshly expanding, especially when it, you know, made that low here at 6.58%. Remember, this low here is the lowest ever that the 2-week on Bitcoin CME, like Farn pointed out, has ever had this reading before. And so it's even bigger technically than what we saw in October. And so, you know, maybe this one that's 81% that topped out, maybe this move will go all the way up to the extremes, if not more close to that 90%. And so from here, I mean, that still would be, yeah, that would still be a 17%. And, you know, one thing to note too is just to add more confluence, right? So we had that 2-day EMA 9 silver cross, we had the 4-hour EMA 100 retest. We also had that 2-week right here, the 50%, right around that 90K. So, I mean, there just was a lot of areas, confluence, I guess, that was telling me that that was a good bounce zone. I did post that on the Discord that yesterday, I think it bottomed, and we should be looking for longs on there. You know, and that's the nice part about the free Discord is while Bitcoin is dumping and everyone's panicking, you know, our Discord is well prepared because I'm telling them, no, watch this area. This is probably where we're going to get a bounce. And this is where Bitcoin likes to grind bottoms out. And so many did get long here. And, you know, that was just really nice. And that's just like the beautiful part of the community is we're always helping each other out. But even with this cluster now with the 4-hour closing, you can just see the cluster here of the moving averages. So it makes sense to come back down at least to 94.2 and test that. But then we just see the median is now right at 92,800. Again, that's why it just plays into my idea that I do think we can get a nice flush out here, aggressively down. This will make people short again, but this will just form another higher low in the 4-hour. Our stop will be there, and then we'll just target that 100K level. And, you know, it'd be kind of nice if it plays out to TP maybe along at 100K Bitcoin. Might bring a crypto tear to my eye. Probably not, but it's just funny because, you know, the... So that's all I have on Bitcoin. I'm more watching for like a medium-term pullback. I think it's more likely you should be longing up here on the higher high on the 4-hour. I'm still in the camp with Farn that Bitcoin looks bottomed, and we'll know that's wrong if we break yesterday's low, essentially. So,
Yep. Well done. I think brings a lot of clarity to what's going on right now in the market. So I appreciate that. And I'm sure everybody appreciates that. We got the Salamis. We got the Rivians coming up, of course. It wouldn't be an Elite Trading Academy stream if we didn't have those.
For the first time, I actually hope somebody requests Ethereum because it kind of looks interesting.
Oh, dude, Ethereum looks so good. I know. And while you were saying the Bitcoin dominance thing that we think it topped, look at Ethereum. Ethereum is the fastest running horse right now.
As of right now, it's outperforming Bitcoin.
Yeah. And
it might be that part of the market where Bitcoin consolidates and Ethereum starts to FOMO.
Well, and two, we know also that 3.66 level is pretty massive on an ETH. And so just plays into my idea of the 5-day can reclaim, and it did already, that EMA 9 and also that 366, something we talked about on stream that would be a really good criteria for alts and ETH. Yeah, it's giving us the 2017 playbook. I mean, so I'd expect expansion and then a retest. That's where we want to get long on alts. And then that's where alt season could be. But yeah, ETH BTC looks insane right now.
Yeah. Once Ethereum gets over $4,000, I think that's where the FOMO is really going to start kicking in.
Oh, yeah. Then everyone is going to know it's alt season again, and people are going to go balls deep into all of that. By the way, all of the meme coin investments that I made went to zero.
That's disappointing. You got to buy into the Haktua Girls coin.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, topping signals everywhere, dude. This is so weird because it is weird. I'm sorry.
In the 2021 cycle, the topping signals, I believe, started around like March, and then the full cycle ended in November.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not immediate. So you're absolutely right. But we're seeing them everywhere. Totally on your side here. Okay, let's get going. I was going to tell everybody and remind everyone, by the way, because sometimes we forget. But I want to put this on stage. If you guys are trading with us, if you guys are on Elite Trading Academy, or if you guys are not a part of any of the shit that we have and you just want to trade with us and use the same exchanges, in here we teach you how to do it. This is in Spanish. You can change it to English. In here, there's a how to. You're going to click how to. And that menu will open up. How to trade on Bluffin. Like I said, this is going to be in English. So you can just click on it. It's a 5-minute video that teaches you how to fund your account, how to use it. Super simple to use. You don't have to have an account with us. You don't have to buy any of our products. But if you just want to trade like a degenerate because you're on the Discord with us, here it is, homie. Here it is. Y vale, lo mismo les tengo que decir en español para todos ustedes. Rápidamente, tenemos acá en Elite Trading Academy, para todos los que quieran tradear, no quieran comprar curso, no quieran comprar nada, absolutamente gratis, pero quieren tradear con nosotros, de nuevo, sin compromiso, absolutamente nada, métanse a nuestro Discord completamente gratis. Y acá en Tutos, que son tutoriales, les pusimos cómo tradear en Bluffin. Para todos los que tienen pregunta de cómo fondear su cuenta, etcétera, aquí está. Es un video de 5 minutos donde les explicamos exactamente cómo funciona, cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo tradear. Nosotros no es un video de esos automáticos y acá tienen el enlace de referidos también. Y lo digo porque antes del show mandamos una alerta de trading de Bitcoin que nos tiró en la página, así que perdón a todos los que sufrieron ese tipo de outage. Pero ya está solucionado y arreglado. Vámonos para adelante. El análisis de Bitcoin traído por Farhan y por Alex. Honestamente, y voy a empezar rápido por altas temporalidades y no voy a gastar tiempo en volatilidad en este momento, solamente en ciertos puntos. Solamente quiero hacer puntos rápidos para todos ustedes. Viendo Bitcoin en la de 3 meses, pueden ver tendencia alcista, ¿no? Elimina el ruido. Te quita todo el mundo que está como loco en este momento gritando que este puede ser el tope, bla, bla, bla. Todos los bajistas que salieron este fin de semana de la nada, etcétera. 3 meses, muy sencillo. Tienes nuevos mínimos más altos en cada una de estas velas y también tienes altos más altos en cada una de ellas y tenemos continuación en ello. Vamos rápido a la mensual. En la mensual tenemos exactamente lo mismo, lo podemos ver. Esto también elimina el ruido bastante fuerte y esto va a dar continuación. Muy probablemente esta vela mensual cierra en 3 días y 8 horas. Atentos a ello este fin de semana, básicamente. Y aquí es donde se pone interesante. Vamos rápido a lo que hemos estado viendo todo este tiempo. La de 2 semanas. La de 2 semanas, les voy a poner todos los promedios. Pueden ver que estamos bastante saludablemente por encima de todo. Nos recargamos el 9 para poder dar este gran rebote hasta los 90, bueno, hasta los 100,000 casi. Y ahorita estamos en 95,000. Pero ahora que los traigo acá, podemos ver que nuestro setup de volatilidad continúa encima del 15%, sigue apuntando para arriba, lo que nos dice que va a haber continuación una vez más, temporalidad de 2 semanas, nos dice que eso va a continuar a largo plazo. En la semanal también vemos volatilidad de expansión después de venir de cero y tienes también el mismo tipo de movimiento, lo que valida que esto va a continuar a la alza y cualquier movimiento a la baja sería una corrección. Hasta ahora no hay nada que nos cambie la tesis. Yo creo que el secreto y la receta secreta de este pollo, ¿no? Como diría el coronel de Kentucky, está en la diaria. En la diaria puedes ver, esto a mí me gustó mucho. Antes de que hubiera esta caída y que se diera, puse esta línea yo. Estos son velas de un día cada una. La razón por la que puse esto fue porque estas son normalmente las mejores oportunidades que yo encuentro personalmente cuando veo que algo está cayendo y está creando un SFP. Un SFP es un break, algo que rompe en falso a la baja o a la alza y luego tiene el movimiento contrario. Ahora, esto se puede ver de dos formas. Con la línea diagonal meme que va para arriba, donde había sido soporte de todo el precio por acá lo retesteó 1, 2, 3, 4 veces, ¿no? Entonces se volvió soporte y en esta vela ocupó y lo hizo como resistencia. Ves que fue por arriba, engañó a todo el mundo y se quedó aquí abajo, sobre todo debajo del promedio de la 9, que está justamente en los 94,258. Atención, si esto, y podrías poner una línea meme por acá, no la voy a poner, la voy a poner solamente para que visualicen el ejemplo. Si el precio llega a romper a la baja y tienes este cierre que cierra en 7 horas 50, puede que la corrección no haya acabado y este haya sido simplemente en realidad el SFP. Todavía no tenemos prueba. Nosotros, nuestro bias es más de que va a ser alcista esto y va a dar continuación al movimiento tal cual lo estamos viendo. Sobre todo cuando vemos la de 12 horas, tiene bastantes divergencias, tiene 3 divergencias ocultas alcistas que son, para toda la gente que no sepa, continuación. Esto quiere decir que vamos a continuar. Puedes ver que en el promedio, este es una gran gráfico, porque acá todavía puedes expandir un poco más en el SFP. Y todo esto fue, si se llega a mantener, el movimiento en falso a la baja para después dar continuación a la alza, que es lo que estamos esperando nosotros. Mandamos una alerta en el long esta mañana de Bitcoin, como habíamos tenido la de el short, así que andamos monetizando los dos movimientos, atentos. Y yo creo que en Bitcoin también, para poder mantener tu convicción alcista, simplemente ve el gráfico de 4 horas. No tendría nada de malo si en este gráfico puedes ver que rompimos a través de, tengo estas zonas críticas yo, pero esto es porque estoy haciendo scalping. Tengo estas zonas críticas, que qué chistoso que el precio está justamente atorado ahí. Puedes ver el rechazo, ¿no? Ahí está, justo se acaba de dar el rechazo. No nos sorprendería ver esto y después el empuje a la alza. Lo que estamos haciendo es creando bajos más altos. O sea, este fue un bajo más alto en los 90,775 y lo que queremos ver es simplemente no romper más o menos esta zona de los 92 a la baja. Si vienes a buscar esta área, muy probablemente puedas crear un nuevo mínimo por acá. Ahí sí no te diríamos nada. Pero de nuevo, por ahora estamos muy por encima de esto. Si continúa el movimiento a la alza en la de 4 horas, va a haber un cruce plateado. El 21 es el amarillo, el 55 es el naranja y el 9 está acá. Y pueden ver que está ahí el clúster en los 94, lo que nos hace pensar que, pues, güey, tranquilo, podría venir acá y dar continuación al movimiento, teniendo un bajo más alto, que sería el movimiento perfecto para poder agarrar en el retesteo de esto, si es que aguanta, con un cierre en la tabla de 4 horas para poder rifarte como buen degenerado a este trade. Cuando volteamos a ver la dominancia de Bitcoin, aquí atención, creo que hemos topado. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que la dominancia de Bitcoin puede que tenga una gran posibilidad de haber topado. Las razones que nos dice esto es este gran tope, tienes este bajo que fue destruido por este bajo Y tienes con esto, sobre todo, puedes ver cómo el 9 se bajó el 21. Ahora el 9 está por debajo del 55. Estás abajo del promedio de la 100, que está en 58.60. Y esto te da como objetivo este siguiente lugar. Si la dominancia de Bitcoin cae a 56.90, ¿qué es lo que pasaría? Ya es alt season, Alejandro. Debo de vender todo y comprar las monedas de Pepe y todo esto. Ve Ethereum. Ethereum está teniendo su momento en este momento. Tiene un pompazo de 7.16% y lo vemos, se siente. Así que esto podría ser el principio de las alts. No quieres entrar en el principio de las alts, quieres entrar no en la explosión, sino en el retesteo para después dar continuación a la explosión. Recuerda, siempre quieres validar tu trade en vez de solamente adivinar, para que tengan las mejores posibilidades de poder hacer dinero. Ahora, en la dominancia de Tether, que lo hemos dicho 1000 veces, es correlacionado a Bitcoin, pero en contrario, podemos ver que Tether está literalmente cayendo, está creando nuevos bajos. Voy a buscar esto y aquí parece que tenemos bajos más altos. Tenemos este alto más bajo y este alto más bajo, lo que probablemente nos va a hacer barrer esta zona de los 3.94. Una vez que barramos la zona de los 3.94, podríamos ver los 3.78, que es donde nosotros creemos podría haber un rebote. Este rebote puede llegar hasta los 4.67 después de dar continuación a la baja en lo que es alt season. Así que se empieza a figurar bastante bien. Bitcoin en este momento, cosas importantes a mantener en mente. En la de 12 horas quieres tener un cierre arriba de los 94.500, básicamente, un segundo. De los 94.500 estamos viendo para nuestro trade justamente este gráfico. ¿Por qué arriba de los 94.500? En realidad son 94. Teniendo ese cierre por acá arriba, nos va a dar continuación, que es lo que estamos viendo con las divergencias alcistas. Y si no, simplemente esperar a ver un retesteo de esta zona. Vean por lo poco que no llegó. Tenía yo una orden bastante agresiva justamente en esta línea meme y me la pelé. Como siempre, Bitcoin bailando el baile sucio. Pero bueno, ahí lo tienen. Bitcoin bastante alcista. Lo que hemos vivido es simplemente una corrección pequeña del tope. Nada alarmante y puede que tengamos continuación. De nuevo, esta línea meme creo que va a ayudar a muchos poder entender si esto es continuación o si esto es un SFP y vamos a retestear algo más, pero por ahora se ve muy alcista, se ve bien. Atentos al cierre de esta vela de los 4 horas también para poder mantenernos por encima de este clúster que justamente corresponde a donde está la línea meme diagonal. Y yo creo que ahí está el secreto de este trade. De nuevo, una vez que vengas a retestear acá, esto abre la posibilidad de un long, pero es un long un poco sucio. Tu invalidación estaría acá y son $2,000 de invalidación en la de 4 horas. No sé si quiera alguien tomar ese riesgo, tal vez hacerlo tal vez en spot o, bueno, no en spot, pero con muy poco apalancamiento. De todas maneras, estaremos mandando señales para todos ustedes, como siempre, para que no se lo pierdan. Y vamos a darle adelante. What do we have? Rivian or Salamis? What are we doing first, sir?
I'm going to do Solana.
Yeah, I'll do Rivian too, because I posted the trade. And she's not making it easy. She's dirty dancing, but still bearish. I'm still short. Short and hard, as I say.
Short and hard.
I decided to just leave.
Yeah, you just dipped out, Alejandro. And now I make fun because, longs, they're always long and strong, and I like shorting, so I'm like, what could I be? Well, I'm short and hard, so that's what I am.
Persian, you know what, is short and hard.
Oh, yes, my sir. God. Salamis.
Yeah, I was thinking for the ticket for a second there.
I hope no one's learning about crypto for the first time ever here, and they're like, Salamis. I can only find Solana.
I guess I gotta go to Italy to find the salami version.
The salamis. You can find it in the pizza.
I cook the pizza. I usually don't really like cold meats, but in Italy they hit different.
Oh, dude, are you kidding me? I'm a big fan of cold meats. Yeah.
Monthly on Solana is currently still over the median, despite getting a little bit of a pullback from like $264 area. We got 3 days and 8 hours to go. Median is at $222.03. We want to see is for the next monthly open for it to backtest the median and use that as a spring, and that would take us to the top 38.2%. Right now, that's a very ridiculous $547 number. So it makes me even uncomfortable to say it, considering that we started this journey from $8. Imagine anybody who's still in it from $8. They're probably going to write it back down to $8 again. Well, next bear market bottom is probably going to be somewhere around the 100. So I guess it's not as bad as writing it from $250 to $8, but but since we're coming from such extreme lows on our volatility, it makes me think that we don't top out at that 38.2%, because last time that we expanded from anywhere near this area in our volatility, we went up towards the 78.6, and this was the only comparable time that we have towards what level of volatility that we're at right now. And if you go to the 78.6 right now, that takes us to over $1,300 at $1,369. But you got to keep in mind that this number is going to go down. It shifts down, like as you see right here. Every single time price moves, these areas shift down. So this 78.6, so say it comes down from $1,369, say it comes all the way down to $750. Even that is a fucking insane move. That's like a 3x from where we are right now. And momentum is currently pointed towards the upside as well. And now it's breaking back into the positive area. The last time it broke back into the positive area was in the after the bear market bottom. We went towards from $8 up to like $18, $20, $23. That's where we broke back into the positive area. And then we got to move from there well into the 200s. So if you can imagine, if we're getting this flip back up into the positive from the same area where we went from $18, $20, a 10x to $200, a 3x towards 750 is not as crazy. And right now the jewel starting to flip around too, and it's maintaining the bullish control zone, and it's giving us this white neutral. The last time we flipped around from neutral into cyan was all the way back here when price was at about 19, $20, and we went from there to 200. So another signal giving us the same thing that we got previously before we got a 10x. Quarterly, there's not much data to go off of, so the HPDR is not going to be so accurate. But the momentum is still within bullish control, and volatility is still pointed up, with the moving average kind of going sideways. With this next quarterly open, if we do close over this area of $247, this volatility is going to start flipping up, and momentum is going to go back into the bullish critical zone, and then from there we should see a very aggressive move towards the upside. Whenever Solana does like to start moving, it moves basically in an up-only line, liquidating every single person who tries to short the next double top. On the 2-week, we're still pointed up in terms of our momentum moving average, and volatility is kind of contracting a little bit. It's at 23%, and now the jewel is about to break back into the bullish control. Currently, we are rejecting this 38.2 at I love this number, $269.67. If we do close like this in 4 days and 8 hours, this would be a bit of a shooting star candle. Then I would look for us to come back down and retest this 5 EMA, which is also going to go up after this next 2-week open. Probably is going to be somewhere around this area, around like $210, $215. It would be, and that's what you would look for to spring us towards the 50% on the HPDR. Right now, the 50% is at $364. Weekly is still holding this bottom 50, top 50% area after this correction down to the 5 EMA, and momentum is still within bullish control. Volatility is kind of shifting sideways a little bit, telling you that this is a correction. Very likely to make a lower high before we try another move towards the upside. I'd want to see us keep holding this 50% as support, and then from there we could retest this 5 EMA again, possibly use it as a spring to get towards that top 78.6, which is right around right a little bit above that 364 target. It's at $380. And that's probably going to happen once Ethereum breaks out and Ethereum moves its way towards $4,000. On the 5-day, momentum is starting to shift back up, maintaining the bullish control, and volatility is shifting up too. And now the jewel is entering into the critical zone, and the pink has just crossed over the yellow, giving you a very nice jewel signal towards the upside. If we close over this 50% right now, which we're kind of rejecting a little bit, it's at $245. That would take us probability-wise towards the 78.6. That's currently at $345, very well into the new all-time highs. 2-day is currently bouncing off, kind of front-running the median a little bit, but holding this 9 EMA. And we're about to reclaim the 5 as well. And usually whenever Solana is in its up-only mode is when it's basing off of the 5 EMA. The confirmation that this would be the bottom before up only until into the new all-time highs will be closing over this 38.2 at $245.50. Since our volatility is starting to shift up with momentum flipping back up too, maintaining the positive area, it's about to enter back into the critical zone. That takes us very likely towards the 78.6, which right now is at $309, well into that beautiful $300 figure that everybody's been waiting for the longest time. They never got it in 2021, but it looks like they're about to get it in 2024 or 2025. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. It's like 2 months. Same thing with the daily, where we sort of went into negative, but then rejected it, and now we flipped back into positive. The last time that we've done that was over here back in November 5th, November 4th, when price was at around $155 before going to in the 260s, 264, getting the same exact setup as we did then, and that's previously took us towards the 78.6, which right now is at 295. So another signal pointing towards $300. Four-hour has now closed over the 38.2, and now it's basing off of and reclaimed our major moving averages. The 21 has crossed. Is it over the 55? No, the 50. It's just about to cross over the 55. We want to continue seeing closes over $239, and the 21 would cross back over the 55, and we have another fresh silver cross to the upside. And since we are basing off of the 61.8%, with volatility starting to expand and we're only at 62%, momentum is freshly back into bullish control. That would probably take us on the HPDR towards that 88.3% to maybe 95%. And that would be around like $254 to $265. We tested these all-time highs. Probably the first time around it rejects, and then from there it goes into the $300 area. Momentum. Let me move this vibrator. The monthly is now still contracting on our volatility. Ever since I moved in around March of 2024, when we hit our 73,000 all-time highs on Bitcoin, and now we're getting pretty low on our volatility. We were even lower than, basically, yeah, we were slightly lower than we were on the bear market bottom of our volatility, which is insane to see Solana at $240 and have the volatility even lower than when we were 10 times cheaper than what we are now. Momentum is about to flip back up. It's about to reject getting out of the bullish control, and it's going to re-enter the critical zone as long as we're above $197. The only time ever before that we even tapped the critical zone, we just tapped it and rejected it. It was in March of 2024. When we went from that $20 area to $200. So we got a 10x last time when we just tapped the critical zone. So what are we going to do when we're coming from lower levels on our volatility and we're going to stay in the critical zone for a good couple of weeks? Should be theoretically a more aggressive move than that, although I'm not comfortable saying we're going to go to $2,000. $750 doesn't seem very crazy.
Dude, that shit closes in 3 days.
Yep. 3 days to drop down by $43.
Yeah.
Let's see what you got, Bears. The 2 week is now expanding from low levels on our volatility around 10%. We're at 27%, rejecting getting into the bearish control. And now momentum is about to enter back into the critical zone. And it's going to do that as long as price is over $159.75 or $160. We're solid $80 over that right now. So pretty good chance it's going to happen. And the DMI refused to go back into the negative area as well. The only time ever the DMI went to negative was during the bear market. It kind of got close during this correction in the summer, but not quite. And then it flipped back. The green started getting more momentum. Weekly right now is also expanding from very low levels on our volatility, just below 10%. We're entering into the critical zone, and we're going to be pointed up as long as they're above $229.10, give or take. 5 days putting in a nice hammerhead candle off of expanding volatility from literally 0%. And momentum is going to flip back up within the critical zone as long as we're closing over $231. Last time we flipped back around in the critical zone was right over here when price went from $62 all the way up towards $126. So basically a 2x. 2x from here would take us very close to $500. 2 days starting to contract on our volatility, while momentum is currently flipped down as long as we're below $257. So it tells us any move to the downside that we get is very likely to be a corrective move. And as of right now, as of this moment, there's a very high chance that corrective move could be over. As long as we're reclaiming this 9 EMA, then probabilities are that we're going to come back up and retest these highs around 260s. And then in that area as well, the pivot is going to drop significantly, where this is going to come down towards the edge of the critical zone, and then it's going to be easier for the bulls to flip it back up. So it's probably going to go maybe like drop $30 to $40 from where it is now. Probably somewhere around this area where it's going to come to. Maybe like somewhere 220 to around like 210 is where the next pivot is likely to be. Daily is also contracting on volatility. It started expanding just a little bit whenever we got this move down, but then after we found this bottom at the 21 EMA, it started contracting once again. Momentum broke back into the bullish control out of the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed down as long as we're below $259.50. But as you see with volatility contracting, momentum being pointed down is what bulls would want to see for healthy market structure to form a higher low, and then what comes after a higher low is a higher high, which would take us into new all-time highs. Also, bulls love to see that the volatility is contracting with this consolidation. So then once volatility starts expanding again, there's more juice in the tank for it to continue going higher. Same thing with the 4-hour, where we're contracting on our volatility, getting to around 50%. Momentum is now flipped back up, and there's also hitting. We came lower here on our momentum than we did in all of these other areas, but we made higher lows from there. That gives us a hidden bullish divergence on the stochastic oscillator, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $228. So that should theoretically take us towards the bullish critical zone, which would be well into the new all-time high area, especially if we're coming from low levels in our volatility. So the upper time frames, like the monthly and the quarterly, are giving me absolutely retarded numbers. At the minimum, I'm seeing somewhere at $546. At a crazy level, I'm seeing $1,369, although that seems a little bit less likely. A little bit of more reasonable number, which is even crazy to say it's reasonable, is $750. And all of our volatility setups are telling us the exact same thing. And they're giving us everything the same setups that we had off of the bear market lows when we did a 10x over the next like 3 or 4 months. We're getting all of that in the same place right now. The low time frames are kind of saying that the correction could very likely be over as long as we reclaim our 38.2% on our daily HPDR, and if we reclaim our major EMAs like down to the 4-hour, especially since we have multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence. Very likely the bottom could be in from here. Maybe we retest it. It's not impossible to come back down and retest that bottom and spring off of it. And then from there, I would say they were probably going into well into the new all-time highs. Maybe a short stop at around $300 because it's a very round psychological number. And then from there, I'd expect it to go up only, basically like we had over the Hamas setup last year, where we just kept going up and up and up and up. People are like, how high can Solana go in one go? And they went all the way from the 20s into like 200s.
Yeah, higher than Snoop, son. Higher than Snoop. Thank you for that. Let me see what else we got. Salamis, Rivian, S&P 500.
Oh, interesting.
I'm doing that one.
Look at us doing boomer shit. Yeah, you're doing that one, sir.
I'll do the futures.
Yeah. All righty. Thank you. Solamis. Vaya. Solana se ve bastante bien, creando nuevos altos. Obviamente por acá rompimos el alto histórico del pasado, pero vamos a empezar en temporalidad alta. Como siempre, poder eliminar el ruido de la tabla. Vamos a la de un mes. Rápidamente voy a reajustar la tabla. Vámonos, aquí estamos. Justamente Solana está en 239.44, bastante saludablemente acá. Podemos ver que este va a ser el cierre más alto que tenga Solana en la mensual. El cierre más alto que habíamos tenido antes fue en los 208. Aquí faltan 3 días y 4 horas. Ahora, cuando estás viendo la tabla mensual, la volatilidad se está reseteando para dar continuación, para volver a empujar empujar el movimiento. Así que hay un reseteo de volatilidad en este momento ocurriendo en Solamis en la mensual, pero importante, de acuerdo a los indicadores de Farhand de Momentum y volatilidad, lo que nosotros pensamos es que siempre y cuando Solamis cierre esta vela mensual arriba de los $202, vamos a tener la posibilidad de tener expansión a números absolutamente ridículos. El único número que me siento cómodo diciendo en este momento son $300. Literalmente se habla de 750, se habla de 1200. Probablemente se dé, pero vamos a ver cuánto tiempo va a llegar a eso. Por ahora, nuestro objetivo lo vamos a poner en los 300. Vamos rápido a la de 2 semanas para que puedan ver. Aquí hay una vela de indecisión. Esta vela quiere pintar más o menos quiere armarla de tos y parecer una vela de pico, pero si esta vela llega a cerrar en la parte alta de la vela, eso la haría una vela bastante potentemente alcista en mi punto de vista. Eso nos indicaría más fuerza y continuación a la alza. Vamos a ver cómo cierra esta vela. Todavía faltan 4 días y 8 horas para cerrarla de 2 semanas. Vamos a rápido revisar la volatilidad, y la volatilidad oficialmente está expandiendo, y pueden ver que está expandiendo apenas en el 29%. Lo que estamos notando es que venimos de la expansión de volatilidad de los niveles más bajos que ha habido en todo el precio de Solana, y estos setups son los que vimos que llevaron a Solana de $8 a 200. Y si eso pasó en eso y apenas tienes la volatilidad en el 29% y puede llegar, digamos, al último alto que hizo acá en 82%, todavía le falta bastante a este movimiento para darse. Vamos a la semanal, expansión de volatilidad también, de no los niveles más bajos, pero de los más bajos que hay en la tabla. También voy a enseñarles qué es lo que ha hecho el movimiento desde esa expansión. Desde la expansión hemos estado subiendo, y esto que está yéndose de lado nos dice que es probablemente un movimiento correctivo. Acercándonos más, y en la diaria podemos ver un poco ya ¿cómo se llama? Podemos ver ya de cerca lo que está ocurriendo con Solamis. Venimos, hicimos este tope por acá en la diaria y nos quedamos, básicamente, caímos del promedio de la 9, pero justo como Bitcoin tal cual, estamos viendo si esto es un SFP. Esto podría ser un SFP simplemente si esto continúa acá, el precio cierra por arriba. Esto quiere decir que entonces esto fue un breakout falso a la baja, y después de SFPs, el movimiento es muy agresivo en la dirección contraria. Que pongan muchísima atención en eso. Así que estamos viendo cómo vino a recargarse el promedio de la 21, bastante saludable, y de ahí pudo empujar a la siguiente vela, donde está en este momento en los 240. En la de 12 horas podemos ver un poco de lo mismo, llegando y pudiendo superar el promedio de las 9 en este momento, que está en 239, y también el del 21, creando este SFP, básicamente, o dándonos la idea de que eso probablemente sea un SFP. Falta todavía 7 horas y 25 minutos para cerrar esta vela, pero en la de 4 horas es donde puedes ver exactamente la belleza del movimiento. Puedes ver que acá tenías la invalidación del cruce plateado a la alza, lo que va a ser un reseteo del mismo, y ahora tienes tu vela justamente acá por encima de estos promedios. Lo que estamos buscando en temporalidad corta, esta vela cierra en 3 horas 24 minutos, es básicamente poder cerrar arriba estos promedios. Cerrando arriba estos promedios nos da una mucha más alta posibilidad de poder dar continuación al movimiento a la alza e ir a buscar vencer estos mínimos, estos altos más bajos en los 256. Si lo logramos, esto probablemente nos dé la energía que necesitamos para irnos al cielo, sobre todo pensando que todo el mundo va a intentar shortear el tope una vez más, porque nos funcionó a todos al principio, y eso es lo que sería preocupación abajo de los 236. Perder el 236 en general en todas las temporalidades te pone voy a ver si puedo barrer estos mínimos. Todavía no hay ninguna indicación de que eso vaya a ser el caso. Hasta ahora todo se ve bastante bien y alcista para los Solamis. Vamos a ver en la de 4 horas. La de 4 horas la volatilidad está reseteando. En la de 12 horas la volatilidad está expandiendo desde acá, lo que es movimiento alcista, y continúa expandiendo, está en 72%, todavía puede llegar más alto. Así que Solamis se ve bastante alcista. La confirmación del trade está por acá, más o menos. Estoy seguro que Alex Farhan les mandarán una alertilla si hay un trade acá atractivo de Solamis. Y vamos a darle a Rivian, que es siempre una de las favoritas del grupo, como de que no. Rivian teniendo buenos, ¿cómo se dice? Ha tenido buenos momentos, así que vamos a ver exactamente qué nos trae Alex para ver y analizar Rivian.
Nice. Yeah, so Rivian's something I'm watching very closely, actually, because I want to be able to identify if potentially this is going to reverse and go up before my stop hits. And for now, there's still nothing of caution, other than maybe a 2-day volatility thing that I'll mention here on Rivian. But on the weekly, you can just see we're at that weekly 34. It's a pretty massive level. We're right at that $12.30 zone as well, a big resistant. And we just know that just simply viewing this range here. Big moves like to happen when Rivian's above that. And also big moves down like to occur when we break down and go under that. And so it's going to be really important to see how this weekly closes. Bears are going to want to see a rejection here, closing us preferably back under $12. And bulls just simply want us to keep holding. We're rejecting, but we're not going down harshly yet. And they're going to try to get a weekly closure back above $12.30. If we go and do the daily, you can see it's very volatile right in the zone. You can just see here that bulls and bears are fighting. That's how I almost think of it. And it's like a fight of who's going to win. And for now, bears did defend the daily close. That's why it's important to take, I'm viewing Rivian on my trade more on the dailies, because I don't want to close here and then we just end up wicking above and then closing back under, especially that daily EMA 100. It's going to be a pretty big spot for Rivian. I was pretty hopeful that we were going to get a downside move today. So this move up, is a nice surprise, but that's why the stop is at this wick high, which is slightly high from entry, but the risk to reward to me makes sense. And so we're just simply watching to see a rejection here on today's daily closure. We start closing back above that SMA 200. While we have a 2-day volatility setup firing off, I'll have to be cautious at potentially closing this long. My apologies, this short on Rivian, and looking for a long potentially. But until that happens, I'm still on the camp that this is going to reject. Ideally, we just took all the short stops here that scaled into yesterday's $12.30 rejection, which we can see perfectly rejected that on that rally up. And so this wick here kind of took all the stops, almost like how this wick ran all the stops of this high here before we nuked. People ape into shorts and it worked out. They get a free trade, and then liquidity goes. They run it, shorts cover, long scale in, and then they get trapped. That's kind of what we want to see here, with just like a nice daily wick, preferably closing back though under that EMA 100, which is right at $11.70. That would at least then give us a bias that we're going to at least, just test the EMA 9 on the daily. And then that's going to be a big decision maker, because for me, if we just go through it, it's going to play into what I see overall for Rivian, which is that $8 to maybe even all the way to $7. But if we end up holding the back test and then getting back above the daily EMA 100, it'll just be a sign that, Rivian's putting in, higher lows. It's trying to put in structure, and we have to be cautious because the 2 days giving us volatility setup. And so we do have an Academy short running, and it's still activated. And so that's why I'm watching today's close very closely, because it's not been invalidated. And you can even see, even though it's volatile, and, we rallied up yesterday to $12.30, we still managed to get a closing basis under the meme line, the EMA 100 and SMA 200. And that's why this spot's going to just be very important. Now, the 2-day, though, like I mentioned, it is giving us the volatility setup. When I was viewing this, I was hoping that this was going to fire off to the downside. And for now, it is giving us this to the upside. And so that is just something to be cautious about, which I am. And, even if we rally up all the way to that 2-day EMA 100, for me, the trade still, as long as we just don't wick above that $13.10, could still play out. It's just Rivian giving us those, super violent moves up before we actually make the actual move, essentially. And if we just study kind of what occurs here in this downtrend, it does like to make big squeezes up, like Alejandro's mentioned, and then gets everyone like bullish. The 2 days reclaiming the SMA 200, bullish. But these long wicks here would have been cautious of just kind of selling down, and then we just kind of fall through, and that's like the actual downside move. And so that's kind of what we just want to be cautious about with Rivian, because if we start going back above that 2-day at EMA 100, then the next target for me would be right around that $15, which is a pretty big move from even where that EMA 100 is. And that's still an 18%. So I still think it's worth watching closely, Rivian, because, sure, we just adapt to new data. And if things are shifting to bullishness, more bullish structure, then, it's just always wiser to, maybe say, okay, we're wrong, and then flip and then wait for another setup. Because how I always think about trading is it's going to go either, 50-50. Like the trade can have higher statistics, but you're either in a good trade or a bad trade. And if you're in a bad trade, then it went the other way that you were thinking. So, and shifting that or understanding that you can then just get more of a quicker bias, close a bad trade, and move on rather than holding it. But for now, we just want to watch the daily. I still am hopeful it's going to reject. Something to mention here is the 9 crossing above the 21. So there is strength in the daily. And so that's why we want to really gauge the reaction on the retest right around $11. It's going to be really important. If this starts to hold here, and we do have a cluster, so this is going to act as strong support, then we might want to consider, closing or watching the reaction if we get a bounce back up to like $11.70, assuming we get a rejection today. This could just end up not really rejecting, holding for 4 hours, and then actually reclaiming back above the SMA 200. And then this will just act more than like a candle to trap bears. But for now, I'm still in the camp that this will reject. So let's view the HPDR. And you can see here, we are at the 90% on the daily. And so it's not unreasonable to look for some rejection here, especially today. And that's why it'll be really important that if we don't, these then will just start moving up, and it'll just start guiding the more bullish bias on why maybe Rivian does start moving up pretty aggressively. But
and by the way,
then,
if you go up to the 95%, if Rivian like actually takes over like between the 90 and gets to the 95%, that would be also a perfect rejection point, not creating a higher high to the previous big candle. And that's basically where Rivian likes to be. I think just from like the small data that I can see here on your HPDR, I think that's like where it likes to top maybe in these moves.
You're not wrong. I mean, and Farn can correct us because he's like the master of this. But we can just see like this did reject us. I believe this was right on the 95% before coming down. And that's why generally like the stop here at this wick highs makes sense to me. So yes, we can get choppy, and it can do something like this. But as long as we're not breaking structure of the downtrend, I just want to keep the bias that it's giving us the dirty dance, but we are on at least HBDR zones where we should get some kind of pullback here, because that's just what Rivian likes to do. But then just statistically too, there's not really much more you can go, and if you do hit the 95%, you then expect at least consolidation, and then that's where bulls would essentially want the actual flip at 1230 to hold, and then that's where then if that's happening, we're already well above the SMA 200 on the daily. And that's why it's going to be really important to gauge today's close. Because if we start like SR flipping this 1230, even though not technically breaking this wick high, but we're now above the EMA 100, the SMA 200, while the 2 days giving us the volatility setup, it just seems uncomfortable to hold shorts, even if the stop hasn't ran yet, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That's why we'll know if we're wrong before the stop will hit, as long as we pay attention. Because then this easily could give a long trigger to $13.70, if not to that $15 zone. And these would just have to move up or, consolidate and not do anything for, a week or two. But remember, the 2 days still expanding. And so ideally we'll get some kind of pullback here, harsh deviation. We'll see volatility, either flip to the downside, which right now it has a greater chance now of going up. But for me, it kind of gets capped right at that $13 on the 2 day as well, because we have that 2 day EMA 100. And just even taking the HPDR off, not even knowing it was at the 90%, you would have known like that 2 day EMA 100 on Rivian, because it's very volatile. And so when you have a volatile asset like a Bitcoin or a Rivian or a Tesla, you'll gauge the daily, of course, but then that's why even the 2 day is kind of nice. And that's why I was mentioning, and Farn was mentioning it on his analysis on Bitcoin, because it can just eliminate some of that chop, because it just gives you less candles to deal with, essentially. And you can just see here that EMA 100 is a really massive spot for Rivian. And since it got lost in August 1st, we've just steadily been under it. And so that's why if we get a big squeeze up, maybe we do hit that 95% on the daily, well, we are still under major resistance. And that's why I still think the stop loss around here is safe, because it literally could go all the way up to here, test, and then reject. But I'm more on the camp because of where the daily's at. We'd want to see, where that'll actually close today. And then today, the 2 days closing, and this could turn into some kind of like hanging man candle unconfirmed, of course, because it's not closed. And that at least just tells me that the momentum is slowing down for bulls. And that's kind of where we'd want to see that, especially where the daily is closing. Assuming it does close back under that EMA 100, but especially the SMA 200. And then, then we can at least have a bias of either a retest of the 9, and then losing that then opens up the probabilities of $10 actually breaking down, especially when we just know the macro chart here. We have the quarterly closing soon, and it's at an interesting point because we're now testing that $12.30, and we can see, we closed above it. We then went up, of course, it was a quarterly, very volatile stock, but rejected the $18, came all the way down, closed back under 11.20, and now this quarterly, which is closing in a month and 5 days, is rallied back up to the $12.30. It had a wick high of $13.12. Again, that's why I just think the short here is logical. And to me, it's just looking like a quarterly bearish retest. And that's why we'd want to see kind of bear step in here soon and flip that 2-day volatility to the downside and just break us from that $10 all the way down, and maybe filling some of this wick at $8. But then at that point, you really have to wonder if we're going to hold that, especially with, we view the monthly here, losing the $8.82 takes us out of that blue zone. Next target would be the median. And I like just the confluence with, the meme line here. If you drew it here, you'd get confluence of the 50% if you took it on the closing basis. I always like doing it the wick lows. But it's still just good confluence. It gives you kind of a range to deal with on the monthly. And okay, well, we're right at the monthly 9, so that's going to be an important spot. This is closing in 2 days. If we want to see where these ranges move, but $12.30 is important because visually you would have seen that too here, gauging the red, and you just know, okay, well, when Rivian's above the $12.30, it likes to pump. It was under it here. It did pump, but it just closed under it, and it just gave us weakness. And so that's kind of what I would be gauging if I was trading this. But to my point, losing the blue zone would take you to $6.20, if not all the way to $4.30. So pretty massive move on Rivian. The monthly volatility too is at the lowest point it's ever been at the chart.
That was going to be my next question, because it seems like it's getting ready to do an explosive setup.
Yeah, or at least even go up to the moving average here, which then if it busts on through, that would be my confirmation. But it could just come up and reject. But still, 47.2 all the way up to 57.5 on a monthly. That's pretty good. And so that's why we just want to gauge this. If is really Rivian trying to put in what bulls want, which is that monthly higher low here, something like, I think it was, what chart was it? It was Tesla. Yeah, right here. If you view it like this, we put in that monthly higher low and then broke on through. And I know we were viewing Rivian, Tesla's different, but this still kind of looks similar somewhat. If you just remember that meme line and then view Rivian on the monthly here, let's just see it. And then if we just drew a meme line here from here to here, it's, hold on, let me do that better. Always like my meme line solid. Nicer when they're white, maybe a little bigger. And this is why trading view is nice. You can just quickly do that, take it to the wick low.
What do you got against black meme lines?
Well, he is a bear. You know how bears are.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Wow.
I love how Farn just peeps in right in that moment. That's hilarious.
He knows. Yeah. You should. I don't know if you were looking at his face, but he lit up instantly.
So it's funny I remember that because the Tesla chart put in something similar. And that's why gauging this monthly, today's daily, it's really at a crucial spot here for Rivian, because I'll happily be wrong on the short. And if we are going to put in some, parabolic move, which will start with the monthly 9 getting reclaimed, I'm all for that, because we even just simply delete the meme lines. Let's just trade the monthly moving averages. The 9's at $13 and the 21's at $19. That's pretty insane. 45% away. So, and that would be the next target. And you can just see we really haven't closed. Let me take the rainbow chart off real quick. we really haven't closed many monthlies above the 9 and then held it. Actually, there's only been a few times this time, but then we failed the back test. This closing under it would have been a cautionary tale sign to you, and then this monthly closed back above it, but it just was unable to break the last monthly high, causing like almost like a lower high here, coming down, and then we rallied back up. This wick high never took this last wick high, so then this monthly now was the next lower high, lower low, lower high, of course. And then this is where things get interesting. And so that's why it's going to just be important to just see if we do reclaim that, we just want to ideally get 2 to 3 monthlies back above the 9. And then, yeah, it'll really open the probabilities that, we at least can go back up to the $15, break back above there. It opens up $17 to $18. But remember, I'm still short. I don't think that this is going to hold. And I'll happily be wrong on that, but I just have the bias that Rivian's pretty bearish. For me right now.
Can I give you a little bit more bearish ammo?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Allow me. They just got I don't know if you know this, but Biden or the Biden administration just gave him $6.6 billion in loans so they can finance and actually go and build their new plant, right? So they got the Volkswagen news and he dumped. They got I can't remember which one. The Tesla dropped the lawsuit thing and he dropped. And then they got here's unlimited money for you not to go bankrupt in everyone's eyes. And he's just not pushing. Like Tesla just got literally one piece of good news and he fucking went through the roof.
Yeah, like it went parabolic.
Yeah, like these news are not pushing it further.
I was wondering if Tesla would have dropped after Gavin Newsom announced that EV incentive that Tesla would be excluded from.
The fuck out of here! They don't need it, dude. This is the big thing. If they're gonna, I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday that works at a massive car company, at a massive position on their EV department, and he was saying that finally, because he works it's a massive car brand, right? That's been forever, like 100-year type of company, right? Those guys now actually, for the first time ever, are openly saying they don't know what's going to happen because they need to go into the no dealer model. Otherwise, they're going to disappear. Like now they know. It took forever for them to understand this simple concept, but now they know. And on top of that, they're all betting on EVs. But now the problem is that Trump wants to get rid of the EVs, the EV incentives, and that's actually going to absolutely nuke traditional car makers.
California wants to give it to everybody except Tesla.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And their excuse is that Tesla is not a
like a startup,
union.
if you will.
Union.
Oh, a union. Wow. Isn't that incredible?
You're just laundering money to your friends.
Yeah. I mean, this is what no one understands. This is why money printing and inflation is bad, because they're giving money to their friends. Yeah. And your money's worth less. This is exactly the perfect example that you're saying. Like you're giving. Perfect. Sorry, Alex, go on. I'm sorry for it taking over on that.
No, great. I mean, because you're right 100%. You bring up a good point. Like they just got handed a massive check and they're not putting in massive green dildos. We had 2 good days. I mean, rejected. I mean, I always ask myself when we get to these crucial levels, why couldn't bulls, with all this fuel and hype and news, just reclaim the EMA 100? Simple. Or even just get back above $12.30. And just see like the stopping point here. And so that's why it's really important to be cautious. Because I can imagine a lot of people are longing Rivian, and it hasn't even broke its previous wick high, and it just showed you it can go up a lot and then just cancel that in one day. But it just takes a few green candles for everyone to forget about that. So let me go and see if we have any crosses real fast before, just to kind of get more confluence. So nothing here. Like I mentioned, the dailies crossed the 21, just more bullish momentum. You can see the 4-hour has freshly silver crossed. And so now what you're going to want to see is the reaction around the silver cross retest. Also, the 4-hour EMA 100 we're above it, and so the lower time frames are with bulls right now. But we always end up going back and retesting it. It's just going to be important. Even here, when we reclaim it, we just kind of want to get a retest and prove to us that it is support and hold it. And not holding that usually does spark the bigger moves down because all that liquidity is trapped here. So, it seems to me in summary that Rivian can go up maybe to $12.30 again. To let me go to the daily and do this. So to me now, it seems like today will be really crucial. We easily can go back up like in price and go maybe to like $12.20, $12.30. But overall, I want to see a rejection here. I want to see this deviation hold. I want to see this wick turn into a nasty wick trapping bulls. And I want us to at least close back under that EMA 100 quickly, because then that to me will guide the bias that we'll get a bigger pullback, at least to that $10.90, if not all the way down to $10.70. That's going to be the next really important zone, because if the daily starts losing that, then it'll just start really looking like we're going to test the support again at $10. And we know support is the weaker it gets. And if we start really breaking down from that point, then it'll really just start looking like the 2-week has overall kept the downtrend. This just was like some dirty lower high before making the lower lows, once we break that $8.20. And that probably does take us to that $6 zone, as represented on the HBR. So I'd be very cautious of that. The stop loss is still valid because we start breaking this wick high rejection to the upside. This will probably move us up to that $13.70. Then you're just simply watching $12.30 to hold if you reclaim it. I haven't seen it yet.
There you go.
Yeah. Perfect. And then so lastly, that's all I have on Rivian. Just be really mindful of that, because if we end up testing the lows again and breaking it, they're really hoping that this wick low at $8.30 is going to hold. If not, then even on the HBR, it's telling me, $6.20 would be the next level if we start breaking support here at $10. So be mindful of that, because even if from $10, the next support, the 50%, that's right at $8.80. And from where we're at now, if we end up rejecting, that's still a 26% move down. Which is pretty big in my book. So watch the daily and the 2-day. Going to be really important. And we'll just see what happens. It's actually kind of fun to watch Rivian because it's so volatile, but it also is like still slow in a way where it's easy to predict it. And like, if Bitcoin's fuckery, then you can kind of read it on the same kind of metric and gauge. And you just have to like ask yourself, well, what would be the most fucky situation? Well, would it be to get that harsh rejection on like last week or 2 weeks ago and just break down from there, or rally up, form another dirty lower high, get everyone to long it on some news pump, and then that just will fuel the breakdown. So
yeah. It seems like it's going to continue to break down. Like I said, to me, it's really hard to be bullish on something that can't hold the good news. That's it. Like just on that principle alone. Like if you just can't do that, then when are you going to go up? And just reminds me of Tesla pre becoming profitable in each sale of each car. So let's see what happens. Long term, very bullish on Rivian. Short term, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's kind of like how when Gensler resigned, and I was mentioning how if we can't manage to get over $93,000 with this type of news, then it's probably the local top.
100 billion%. Yes, same type of scenario.
Engaging Rivian, like, and looking at it as much as I have now, because remember, I only really started because of the streams. I never really looked at it before. It seems to me like if we do get that six, like maybe even $5.90, like $6.80, it seems like an opportunity to, like, just based on the price action, we know where it likes to pump, even on the lower highs, could be an easy 20% gain, like a no-brainer, especially when you're on like 90%.
Plus, it's not like the company is going to go anywhere.
No, absolutely not. Even if the company mismanages everything and they're completely retarded, they already built a brand that will never go away because it's so valuable. So that's to me like the fundamental thesis of it, which they're not stupid. Hassan, who's the first investor in this thing, like major one, they have like that Toyota relationship, right? So they know what they're doing. It's like they know how Toyota knows how to build cars.
Same concept like in 2018 when Tesla was having issues with the Model 3 and the CFO walked out and their stock price tanked. Like Tesla obviously at that point wasn't going to go anywhere.
Yeah, 100%. It was just dumb. It was a great opportunity to buy. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I got a good one for you, sir. Link. I hope it's a good one.
The
Actually.
stinky linkies.
Yeah.
Stinky Linky. We'll get to the Stinky Linkies right now.
All
Vamos a
right.
cerrar el análisis de Rivian. La academia, estamos en corto, damas y caballeros, y tengo que hacer un disclaimer muy potente y muy rápido. Saben que soy muy alcista en Rivian a largo plazo, pero a corto plazo, digamos que la cosa no se está yendo tan bien. Vamos a empezar rápido, un análisis sencillo. Yo creo en la trimestral, para poder entender la situación rápida de Rivian, es simplemente una tendencia bajista desde los $180 hasta donde estamos en este momento en $12. Potente. Nos vamos a acercar un poco más. Es más, me gustaría ver las velas de cerca con esto para que tengan una idea de lo que estamos viendo. Altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, y este podría ser un alto más bajo también, aunque esta vela trimestral todavía tiene 1 mes y 5 días, y para poder romper esa tendencia estás hablando de los $18.86, que hay confluencia en otras zonas, y ahora es lo que vamos justamente a analizar. Vamos rápidamente a la mensual. La mensual es un poco de lo mismo. Pueden ver ya ahora un poco más de estructura con esta línea que diagonal meme de resistencia que hemos pintado, donde ha hecho un SFI, luego cerró por debajo de ella, lo intentó acá y fue lo mismo. Y ahorita justamente estamos haciendo básicamente un poco de lo mismo. Estamos probando a ver si podemos romper a la alza, lo pueden ver justamente en esta zona. Y ahora sí que es cosa, está en juego todavía. Faltan 2 días y 1 hora para cerrar esta vela mensual. Cierras esta vela mensual, tienes, ¿qué es lo que tienes? Instantáneamente lo pueden ver acá, bajos más altos. Esto nos empezaría a dar formación de estructura tal vez alcista, aunque podría jugar tal cual como jugó esto, ¿no? Que fue esto y después se fue al nabo. Igual y acá te va a jugar la mismita, donde pones otra línea meme idéntica, pones esta y después te juega el traste, ¿no? Y se va para abajo. Así que no sé, todavía no podemos confiarnos en que ya tenemos una resolución en esto. Ahora voy a poner mis promedios. Pueden ver que ahora el 21 es el que está en 19, que es interesante. Y la volatilidad mensual está en la parte más baja que ha estado en toda la historia de Rivian, por lo que va a haber un movimiento agresivo. Sea cual sea, va a haber un movimiento bastante potente cuando esa volatilidad comience a expandir. Así que atentos a ello. Vamos rápido a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas podemos ver que estamos por encima del promedio de la 9, justamente que está en 11.56. Mentalmente suena muy importante, 11.56 para todos ustedes. Y el promedio del 21 que está en 12.91. Esto es en la de 2 semanas. En cuanto a volatilidad, no nos está dando ningún setup de absolutamente nada, pero vamos a la semanal. En la semanal también podemos ver el promedio de la 100 en los 19.96. Área importante. Y ahora estamos por encima del 9, estamos rompiendo por encima del 21 que está en los 11.71, pero tenemos un problema. Y ese problema es este. Estamos en temporalidad diaria, lo pueden ver acá. La volatilidad comenzó a expandir por acá, pero puede que tope. Este es una línea meme de resistencia, así que puede estar encontrándose además en mi tabla. La volatilidad se puede estar encontrando con resistencia. ¿Por qué la había puesto ahí? Me imagino que en alguna temporalidad esta resistencia es importante para la volatilidad en Rivian. Y pueden ver que no llegó por encima de eso, no llegó por encima de eso, no llegó por encima de eso. Apenas si rompió a la alza y este fue como, si lo quieres ver así, el que sí, pero fue un SFP, ¿no? Entonces hay una probabilidad grande de que se detenga este movimiento que se está dando en la diaria y esto sea como el final de lo que estamos viendo. Pero más allá de eso, acercándonos a este movimiento, podemos ver que tenemos este máximo y este máximo más bajo. Y ese es un problema. Tenemos aquí, y va a ser muy importante poder romper esto. Estamos en corto en la academia, les mandamos la señal y todavía nuestro stop loss está aquí arriba en los 13.11, para que lo tengan en mente. Por ahora pueden ver que el precio está rangueando entre 2 promedios. El promedio, este es el SMA 200, que está en 11.95. Lo que quiero empezar a poner en la mesa es esto. Esto tranquilamente podría ser un SFP acá. Y eso simplemente te va a llevar al siguiente punto a tu nuevo mínimo, si esto llega a ser un SFP de verdad. ¿Qué es lo que quieres si eres alcista en Rivian? Si eres alcista en Rivian, obviamente quieres continuación, pero te voy a dar el peor escenario, que sería el primero. Sería que Rivian caiga hasta esta zona. Esta zona de los 11, hay demasiados promedios en diferentes temporalidades que nos dicen que esta zona no debe de perderse. Si pierdes esta zona, vas a perder demasiados promedios, demasiada fuerza y va probablemente a darte continuación a la baja. Si llegas a apoyarte en la zona donde está el mouse, esto probablemente te lleve a poder superar este máximo y después este máximo. Eso es dentro del peor escenario alcista. El mejor escenario alcista es que simplemente puedas cerrar por encima de los $12 o tal cual como estás, por encima del promedio de las 200, del S&P 200 en el 11.95. Era en la de 4 horas. En la de 4 horas también tienes el promedio de las 200, el S&P 200 que está aquí arriba en los 12.75. Puedes ver que nos rechazó aquí. Y ahora, ¿vamos a ir a tocarlo o estamos haciendo un upfront de esto y solamente estamos acá y ahora vamos para abajo? Pueden ver que Rivian está bajando ahorita, está en 11.96 e interesante, tienes un cruce plateado en la de 4 horas acá que va a venir probablemente a retestear la 9 en los 11.27. En la de 8 horas, toda esta zona, muy importante, muy importante. Y acá definitivamente somos alcistas en Rivian a corto plazo, básicamente. Queremos definitivamente poder cerrar encima de esto. Si podemos cerrar por ahí encima, nos vamos a sentir muy tranquilos. Si no, va a haber la incertidumbre de este movimiento y vamos a ver si da continuación a la alza o a la baja. Por ahora, seguimos bajistas a corto plazo en Rivian. No, sí, nos han dado noticias excelentes, ¿no? Dejaron la demanda de Tesla, ya se acabó. Y ahora también les acaban de dar 6.6 mil millones de dólares el gobierno de Biden para que puedan construir su nueva planta, etcétera. Y esto es lo que pasa. O sea, a cierto punto tienes que tener buenas noticias que pompeen el precio, pero que lo pompeen ya para arriba y fuerte. Pudieron ver cómo con Tesla literalmente ganó Trump las elecciones, ¿no? No les tengo ni que enseñar, o sea, no tenemos que ser genios. Y vean el movimiento. Instantáneamente dio este movimiento, ¿no? No hubo como jueguitos, no hubo nada de eso. Dio el movimiento tal cual. Y ahora muy por encima de todos los promedios. Rivian no lo está. Rivian no ha podido hacer eso. Y es preocupante que con todas estas buenas noticias se vaya a perder este movimiento. Ahora, lo que yo les tengo que decir es, a largo plazo no tengo miedo, no me tiembla el pulso con esta empresa, pero a corto plazo puede que veamos más oportunidades, o puede que no, puede que esto sea el principio de la subida, pero por ahora, atentos a esta zona de los 12, queremos que cierre arriba de los 12 y checa tus promedios en tu diaria, sobre todo en la diaria, yo diría, tu promedio del 200, poder cerrar por encima de él y que no sea un SP, y si esta vela se vuelve todavía llega a bajar más el precio y ponte tú, cierra por acá de los 11.88 en realidad, 11.83 pongámosle, de las 11.83 para abajo, esta vela se va a volver una vela de tope y ahora vamos a tener que asegurarnos no cerrar encima por abajo de ella. Así que atentos, está peleando el precio, intenta romper ese promedio de los 200, aquí están viendo una pelea en vivo y en directo entre los bajistas y los alcistas en el precio de Rivian. All righty, sir, we're ready for the next thing. SPX, although you're doing the fancy one, you're doing the
futures.
Yeah. What's the
It's ES1.
ES1, an exclamation, right?
Yeah. I like ES1 because it has more data.
Yeah.
Plus, it more aligns with our reptilian crypto mind since it doesn't close like SPX does.
Oh, is it making a new high? Damn.
Yep, new all-time highs. ES and slash S&P has been making new all-time highs on a daily basis. Well,
Yeah.
crypto has been kind of consolidating a little bit. But although, to be honest, for the last year, S&P has been kind of humiliating crypto. Look at this. It's literally just a straight line up. Straight line. The only move down was in 2020. 2021 during the bear market. And we, at the most, we came down, while Bitcoin went down like 70%. This thing came down only 26%. Not even a third. I guess this is why all the boomers say, don't buy crypto, children. Put your money in the stock market.
I just peed my pants.
Or if Peter Schiff would tell you, put it in gold and make 2% every couple of months.
Man, gold is really appealing. I would love to make 2% on my money every decade. Like, man, that'd be so thrilling. So thrilling. I wish Peter Schiff was here.
So much fun. Peter Schiff, hit our line. We accept sponsorships. So on the quarterly on the S&P, we are now pushing at the 88.3% on the HPDR. We got a month and 5 days to go. It's so insane for me to see the S&P at 6,000 when literally last year it was in the threes. Mind blowing. Right now our momentum is at pretty high levels. It's at 92%. Volatility is also up there, but it's not saying that we can't get another move, because right now the jewel is still giving us the cyan light blue bicolor, and still it's now entering into the critical zone. So this sets us up for a little bit of continuation from here, but where I would look for our next local top before some type of at least consolidation or retest of this 9 EMA like we did back 5 EMA like we did back here, and the 9 would be reaching somewhere around the 95 or the 97.5%, which would put us between 6,230 and around like 6,500 on the S&P on futures. That's probably going to start the next mania phase in the market where everybody's getting into the market, and then you're going to get into a random Uber, and your dude's going to be trading NASDAQ futures and S&P futures. At that point, it's probably time to not just sell, but short everything. Like when they were leaving that meeting, the conference in The Big Short, and he's like, buy 50 million swaps on the exchange, tops in. Right around this area, because it's very, very unlikely that we go up towards the top 100%. 100% is at 76.62. Even like the only time we've ever went and tapped the top 100% in this past, going all the way back to, here's 2014. We got to go even more. Now, we didn't even do it in 2011. Nope. The only time, not even, right here we tapped the top 100%. That was in 2000. Right before the major crash of 2000, the dot-com bubble. The last time, the other time that we tapped the 100% was in October of 2021, off of the all-time highs in October, which was through the COVID rally. And that was kind of difficult to compare to because we had the most money printing in American, United States history during this period. So naturally, the money supply is so high that the assets are going to be worth more. So they tap the 100%. Now, if we get Trump to come in, he does the same thing, then possibly we can go up towards the 100%. But that would be betting on something to happen, which we have no confirmation of. We'd just be going off of blind hope. So I would rather have my local top target somewhere around 6,200 to 6,500. Right now on the monthly, we're also about to close over the 78.6. Shit, my battery's about to die.
And also with what you're saying about about Trump and monetary expansion, you're saying that monetary expansion causes inflation, which we all know it does. But now, what if Elon Musk and Trump cut $2 trillion out of the expenses of the government? Monetary supply contraction.
Yep. That would be more in favor of the local top being like 62s or 65s. Because we'd probably rally into the inauguration maybe first month or two. Then once the cost really starts getting cut, it's probably going to locally top and start the next bear market.
100%.
Right now on the monthly, we are above the 78.6. We're healthily above it. It's at 59.41. And now our momentum is flipping back up, rejecting getting out of the positive area, well back into bullish control. Volatility is supporting it. It's at 84%. With 84% volatility, we could get another swipe up easily, especially since momentum is in bullish control. And that would take us between 6,100 and 6,370, right alongside with that quarterly target. Two-week is starting to consolidate a little bit on our momentum. It's getting out of the bullish control, but it's still within the positive area while volatility is going down, which is very interesting to continue to see us moving up with volatility going down. We close over this 38.2 though. Last time we closed over 38.2 was right here. and that took us whenever we went and tested the median, that took us way up to almost hitting the 88.3. 38.2 is currently at 6,003, which we're slightly above right now. At that point, this volatility will start ticking back up. Momentum will enter back into the bullish control, and that takes us into somewhere around the 78.6 or the 88.3, which is right around 62.30 to about 63.55. Weekly has now, based off of the median, and closed over it for 3 consecutive closures. Now we're back testing it off of this move to the downside that we have, slight move. We have 2 days and 1 hour to go. As long as we're closing over this median at 59.64.72, probabilities are that we go up towards this 38.2%. Since volatility is expanding from literally 0%, a lot higher than this 38.2, very likely, probably somewhere closer to the 78.6, which right now is at 62.80. Very, very close to that 6,300 number that keeps coming up.
Yeah.
5-day currently is doing the same thing, where it's basing off the median and then it's getting a spring from it to the upside, while volatility is at pretty low levels at 21%. So if we get a close over this median again for the 4th time, not way more than 4 times, way more than I can count, it's going to take us. It's going to take us up towards this 61.
You lazy fuck.
I can't do the math. Like somebody else used to say.
You saw what ChatGPT said. There's nothing I can do about it.
75 at best, and I'm being generous.
There you go.
That takes us between the 61.8 and the 78.6, which is about like 61.68 upwards to like 62.80s. Very close to 6,300 once again. The 2-day, however, is a little bit different. Momentum is starting to shift down. It's gotten into the negative area, while volatility is completely starting to reset to the downside as well, telling us that this move down is most likely a correction. We're still rejecting the median. That gives us the probability of coming back down towards this 38.2, which lines up with the 9 EMA. This is going to be basically the line in the sand for bulls to hold if they don't want a more long-form consolidation and correction. Because if you lose the 9 EMA, you're very likely coming back down to the 21, and since you've tested that so many times, it becomes unlikely to be support. That takes you down towards the 55, and if you get that low on the HPDR, then you're just going to start to get volatility expansion towards the downside. Takes you towards the 55 EMA, which is about 5,700, which is a pretty decent dump from here in terms of the S&P, because people see it hitting new all-time highs constantly in the 6,000s, and then you come back down below 6,000 to 5,700. People are going to freak out. VIX is probably going to start going up
for like 2 days, and then it's going to go back to nothing. And
The
then
daily
everyone's going to ask if they should buy the VIX at that point afterwards. Should I buy the VIX now? An ETF of it? And then the answer will be no, but they'll still do.
I don't even know why people want to buy VIX ETFs. Those things are just straight down only. You got to be good at trading to be able to make money off of that.
I was going to say, the only way to do it is if you fucking nailed it like dead on, like in a week. Otherwise, it's impossible. Because the first time I bought into the VIX ETF, I had it for a while because I bought at a super low level and I was like, oh, this is going to be fine. But it continued to go down. So even with the spike, yeah, you're going to probably just lose a little bit, but not crazy. But it's not going to give you your money back. And the one I nailed was the one that literally bought the day before, 2 days before, and everything just fucking went up for some reason. That's the only time I've nailed it. It's way harder than anyone thinks. It's and I got lucky. It's not like I knew what I was doing.
And if you can master making money off of that, it's probably the most fun way because it spikes so fast.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, it's fucking insane.
It just works off of fear because the market is up only. So whenever there's more volatility, that means the market is going down because the market doesn't go that fast.
Yeah. The problem is you need to know when people are going to freak out, and it's impossible.
Yeah, it's very hard. Very, very difficult. Off the daily, though, we are getting a little bit of something different where momentum is shifting down as well, rejecting the bullish control. Same thing with volatility is going down. We want to see, since this candle's high is 6,044, this candle's high is slightly higher. If we lose this candle's low, that would give us bearish engulfing on the daily, which then gives us probabilities of coming down towards this bottom 38.2. And since we would have lost the 21, probably going to go lower than that towards the 50% at the 55 EMA. That's right around 58.50. That's assuming that we lose this 5 EMA and this 38.2%. And then that would bring us probabilities to come into the median, which would be a bearish engulfing. Four-hour right now is still into the negative area. It's about to break into the bearish control. Volatility is sideways right now. So still volatility is not supporting this move to the downside, giving us more probabilities that it would be a correction. This is the area that bulls would absolutely want to hold at the 38.2% and this 21 EMA, because if they don't hold it, they're going to come back down and it's going to put this silver cross into question, where you're going to come to the 55 EMA at 59.80. And if you don't hold this, and this whole silver cross is going to have been invalidated, and you're going to have closed below the 55, that brings you probabilities of coming to the 200, which right now is at low 5,900. Probably a little bit lower towards that 58.50 area. See if there's any divergences on this. Ding! Quarterly has four drives of hidden bullish divergence on here. We have still not hit the top target of the bullish critical zone. And now the jewel is entering into the critical zone as well. Volatility is expanding from pretty low levels all the way down to 20%. Now we're at 81% on our volatility. Still enough on the volatility, especially because the moving average is only at 53%, that we could get another swipe up to hit that critical zone target. Critical zone currently is an absolutely retarded number. Keep in mind these numbers change, because the only way to hit this number right now is if we hit the critical zone within the next 1 month and 5 days. Very unlikely. Probably takes like 6 to 9 months, maybe a year to play out. And each one of those monthly opens or quarterly opens is going to bring the critical zone down. Right now, it's at 8,247, but this number is only relevant if we hit the critical zone within the next month. Nothing on the monthly. Monthly is already in the critical zone, with volatility slightly contracting a little bit, which is crazy. We're hitting new all-time highs while volatility is contracting.
Well, that could be like a divergence in a way, no?
Not really.
Or not really. You wouldn't consider it? No.
No. Because then it could be telling you two things: that either volatility is contracting while we're making a higher high, and then volatility expands while we dump, or volatility could just start expanding again while we're moving up.
While we're moving up, yeah. So it's just kind of resetting. Got it.
Right now, 2-week has hidden bullish divergence off of this low right here. We're at the moving average, but we still have not hit the critical zone. And we're at pretty low levels in our volatility. We're at 46%, so the critical zone is not a very easy target to hit. But then also, once again, keep in mind this is going to take several candles to play out. Each one is going to bring the critical zone down. Right now, it's at 74.48. This number is only relevant if we hit the critical zone in the next 2 days. Weekly, it's putting in another drive of hidden bullish. Let's see if it's confirmed or not. Yeah, it is confirmed. Another drive of hidden bullish divergence, and we're bouncing off the edge of the bullish control zone, which coincides with us bouncing off this 9 EMA right here. We're expanding on our volatility from like right around like 12%, 10%. We're currently at 49%. And the critical zone, once again, it's going to come down a lot. It currently sits at 7,206. 5 day as well, multiple periods of hidden bullish divergence. Critical zone on the 5 day right now is at 6,402, which is very close to that 6,300 number. 2 day as well has hidden bullish divergence. The critical zone on this one is at 6,792. But then this one is probably going to shift down a little bit, because right now we're making the divergence outside of the bullish control zone. Same thing as the daily. Daily is putting in somewhat of a bastardized inverse head and shoulders, but the formations on the RSI are never going to be super clean. That would give us, if we do make another drive of hidden bullish divergence right here, which is possible. It is possible to put in another drive of hidden bullish divergence right here, because the RSI did go lower than this low over here, but price made a higher low. So that would give us 1, 2, 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence on confirmation. To confirm it, we'd have to close over this candle's high at 6,044. That would give us on the daily 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence, easily enough to hit the critical zone, especially from these low levels on volatility. Right now, the critical zone is just around 6,100. 4 hour, however, though, has put in some nice bearish divergence within the bullish critical zone.
What a dick.
Off of these 2 highs right here, whenever we made new highs and RSI did not make a higher high. That would give us, and since we have volatility expansion supporting this bearish divergence, that would give us a target of the bearish control zone at a minimum. And right now, the bearish control zone sits at 59.81, just below 6,000. And then the next level below that would be the bearish critical zone, which is a very interesting number. Do you guys remember 58.50? Critical zone is at 58.44. Quarterly volatility is expanding from very low levels, from around like 20%. We're bouncing at the critical zone, and quarterly momentum is going to be pointed up as long as we're above 5,605. The last time we flipped back up within these areas was like right here at 2,174, and then we just went up only towards 4,800.
Holy ballsack.
That's like a 2x on the S&P.
What the fuck is going on? Like, what's going on right now? Why is everything so bullish?
Maybe Elon is not going to be able to do the cutting that he wants. Right now,
I mean, listen, that'd be great. Inflation is just going to be a fucking nightmare, but hey, we're all going to be rich. Everyone, literally everyone.
Go on down to the McDonald's and get myself a 10-piece of McNuggets for $75.
Yeah, absolutely. You can go watch a movie for only $12,000.
And on the right side, they're going to have pay with the firm or Klarna. Buy now, pay later.
Buy now and pay in 7 lifetimes.
Monthly momentum is going to be pointed to the upside, and it's going to maintain the critical zone as long as we're above 59.63.50. Weekly is kind of contracting on our volatility. While momentum is still bouncing off the critical zone, it pointed healthily up as long as we're above 59.03. Weekly is now starting to expand on our volatility, and we're going to flip back up as long as the price is above 6,003, which we're just very slightly above right now. If we flip back up, this volatility expansion will apply to the upside, and we should see a pretty nice aggressive move from here, probably towards 6150 to 6200s. If we close below this, though, the volatility is going to play to the downside, and it's going to play into with that bearish divergence, and we're probably going to 5850.
It kind of seems like all we need to do is just hold the 9. Now, I'm simplifying everything that you just went through. Hold the 9 on the daily, and that's it. Because if we don't, then we're going to go see the 55. And then if we do, we're going to go to the 6,300 number, most likely.
Yeah. On the 5-day, volatility is trying to start expanding again. We're just at the moving average. On this next open, we're probably going to be above it within about 4.5 hours. And we're going to flip back up on our momentum as long as we're above 59.96. Interesting. Look, it's looking like this low could be it. Right now, 2 days expanding from many periods or a period of 0% volatility, and we're pointed down, and we're rejecting the critical zone as long as we're below 6,021. Interesting counterpoint. Daily, however, though, is volatility starting to expand, about to get over the moving average, and now daily is flipping back up, and it's going to be rejecting getting out of bullish control as long as we're above 59.84. Let's go a little bit lower. 4 hours down, though. 4 hours getting volatility expansion towards the downside as long as price is below 6,043.50. 2 hours also expanding from 0% volatility, and we're going to be pointed down as long as we're below 6,033. So it's kind of looking like, based off of the low time frames, that the bearish divergence is going to be supported by volatility, and it looks like we're probably going to go somewhere into the 59s to maybe 58.50, and then from there I would expect another higher low, and then we would put in some more drives of hidden bullish divergence on the 2-week and the weekly. Possibly even the monthly might put in some hidden bullish divergence depending on how long the correction lasts, and then from there we're probably going well into the 6,000s, like somewhere around 6,300 SA as a minimum target. I'm not comfortable saying the 7,000s just yet. God
damn, the S&P 500 just doesn't stop. I got a good one for you right after this one. You ready? This is something that you never saw coming. Enovix.
Oh my God. Say it ain't so.
Let's get it. Thank you, sir. That was great. Fucking S&P 500. That's insane.
I guess the boomers had a point.
They really did. Holy shit. Vale, pues. Tenemos del SP500, acá estamos viendo SES1, es básicamente futuros en CME del SP500. Recuerden que CME, que es esto, quiere decir Chicago Mercantile Exchange, y estás viendo futuros, básicamente lo que usamos para apostar en contra o con Bitcoin, largo o corto. Vale, yo creo que lo primero que vamos a hacer es rápidamente a toda la gente una clasecilla de cómo poner líneas. quería mantener esto completamente limpio para que podamos empezar desde el principio. Pueden ver, o sea, claramente para cualquier persona que esté apenas aprendiendo puede ver esto. Mínimo, mínimo, mínimo más alto, mínimo más alto, mínimo más alto, mínimo más alto. Y tienes alto, 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 alto. Esto es en temporalidad diaria. Recuerda que mientras más expandas tus temporalidades, más tarda en darse los movimientos que estás viendo en la tabla. Vamos a empezar con la de 3 meses rápidamente para todos ustedes, para que vean esta locura. Literal, oh, mamacita. Ok, esto fue COVID, básicamente. El punto más bajo de COVID fue 2,171 en el SP500. Estamos en 6,000. Un 3X. Un 3X tranquilo en tu índice, que se supone debería de ser algo que te gana 10% anual. No. Te hizo un 3X. Obviamente sabemos que porque en COVID expandieron la masa monetaria a un nivel ridículo y todo tuvo que subir de precio. Pero bueno, ahí lo tienen y lo estás viendo. ¿Cómo podemos empezar a dibujar en esta tabla? A mí me gusta irme a temporalidades semanales. Tal vez en el SP500 haría 2 semanas porque hay demasiada información. Entonces voy a agarrar mi tablita de 2 semanillas. Y lo que voy a hacer con esta tablilla de 2 semanillas es empezar a buscar zonas de interés. Obviamente, puntos pivotes son muy importantes para cualquier precio y es lo primero que voy a agarrar, los fáciles. Y aparte, cerca del precio, no tengo que irme tan abajo para ver dónde más. Ahí puse una. Voy a acercarme un poco más, ver acá. Justamente voy a poner otra. Acá también vamos a poner otra. Y acá, en realidad, aquí arriba hay otra. Puedes ponerla. Así que así es como yo dividiría mis zonas de importancia en el SP500 y estos, normalmente, las zonas de los bajos. Aquí yo simplemente pondré una línea como la línea en la arena, que es lo que no quiero que rompa si es que hay una corrección. Ok, ya que tenemos esto pintado, vamos a poner nuestros promedios rápidamente. Tenemos un cruce plateado, pero el cruce plateado en la de 2 semanas viene desde acá abajo y lo continuamos teniendo, lo que nos dice que cada que el precio toca la línea azul, que es el promedio de la 9, esa es una oportunidad de entrada grande. La segunda mejor oportunidad sería, una mejor oportunidad sería el promedio del 21, que está justamente en 5,587. Por cierto, guárdense este número en la cabeza, el 5,500 casi, y el 5,700. Ahorita van a ver por qué. Nos vamos acercando en la semanal y acá podemos ver que el 5,700 continúa siendo válido con el 21 y el 55 va por esos 5,500, ¿ok? El promedio de las 9 está por acá y podemos ver que al precio le gusta simplemente soportar en la 9. Si no, el 21 casi siempre lo cacha. Si no, ahí tienes al 55 y el 100. Esto es alcista, como lo queramos ver, ¿no? No hay nada que nos diga que esto va a darse la vuelta pronto. Lo que sí es que en temporalidades cortas lo que estamos viendo es que probablemente vengamos a un retesteo de esta zona en la diaria, donde tienes el promedio de la 9. Y eso está en los 5,890, en los 5,985. Queremos que aguante esto. Si no aguantas acá, muy probablemente te vayas a dar una vuelta al del 21. Si el 21 no aguanta porque lo has tocado ahorita recientemente, ¿no? Después de esta. 1, 2, caíste 3 y ahora es la cuarta. Si vienes a tocar el 21, probablemente y nosotros estaríamos buscando una oportunidad de entrada entre el 5,800 y el 5,700. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí es donde está el promedio de la 100 y el 55. Si en realidad este no cacha, el 55, nos haría pensar que esto se podría estar dando la vuelta porque empezarías a formar este segundo tope que no pasó tendrías un alto más bajo confirmado y aparte un bajo más bajo confirmado con esto. Quieres asegurarte que esta zona básicamente no se rompa. Si se rompe, tu segunda zona a no romper es justamente este mínimo en los 5,700. Romper esta zona nos haría invalidar nuestra tendencia alcista a largo plazo, que es lo que estamos viendo. Pero por lo pronto, lo que nosotros estamos viendo es que el precio del SP500, va a quedarse por esta zona o tal vez venga a recargarse acá. Puede hacer algo así, Esto, darle a la gente la idea de que ya todo valió queso y se va a ir a la burger. Y ¡boom! Bolas, güey. A nuestro siguiente objetivo. Nuestro siguiente objetivo está entre los 6,200 y 6,300 en el SP500 antes de llegar a obscenidades de objetivos. Sobre todo cuando volteas a ver el gráfico en la de 3 meses. ¿Era la mensual o la de 3 meses? Ahorita checamos cuál era exactamente. Ah, no, sí. En la mensual, o sea, en la trimestral. El SP500 está expandiendo volatilidad. Está en 81% y a la volatilidad de esta cosa le gusta ir al 100%. ¿Y qué es lo que está? Recuerda que cuando la volatilidad expande, para la gente que nos esté viendo por primera vez tal vez, la volatilidad es la línea que es de colores, que cambia de colores. El promedio es la línea blanca. Y cuando ves estos extremos, cuando ves los rojos, las líneas rojas, es que estamos en extremos, quiere decir que esto está al 100%, volatilidad extrema. Cuando tienes expansión de volatilidad encima del 15%, y nuestro 15% está aquí abajo, cuando tienes volatilidad expandiendo, y aparte, no solo el 15%, pero también por encima del promedio, eso apoya el movimiento. ¿Y desde dónde empezó ese movimiento en esto? Acá. ¿Qué es lo que pasó ahí? Tienes expansión a la alza. Fue un poco antes, pero bueno, estás viendo básicamente esta gran expansión a la alza. Y hay continuación. Eso quiere decir que al muy largo plazo esto se ve alcista de a madre. En la mensual, que era lo que teníamos en volatilidad, se empezaba a contraer exactamente. Y en temporalidades más cortas estamos viendo, como la de 4 horas, por ejemplo, un poco de apoyo de la volatilidad al movimiento a la baja. O sea, literalmente acá, vamos a ver qué vela cubre, porque ahí es lo que, si el movimiento va para abajo, cuando ves la línea azul arriba, eso quiere decir que la volatilidad está apoyando el movimiento para abajo. Y ahí pueden verlo, el movimiento está dándose a la baja en la de 4 horas y también nuestro promedio de las 100, 200 está justamente acá, lo que todavía nos da más validación de que esto probablemente sea algo así y después de esa continuación deliciosa a la alza, esos números que todos los boomers están esperando a ver para poder comprar más casas y que nadie más nunca pueda comprar otra casa y divertirse mucho en lo que se mueren en 2 años. No es cierto, por cierto. Pero es básicamente lo que estamos viendo en el SP500. ¿Qué es lo que quieres hacer? Simplemente tu mejor gauge es tu gráfico diario. En tu gráfico diario no necesitas volatilidad ni nada, solamente tus promedios. 9, 21 y esta línea meme en los 5,899. Romper esta línea meme a la baja, malo, 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 pero tu máxima oportunidad podría caer en los 5,844. Esa sería la oportunidad más tentadora. Más abajo de eso se empieza a complicar la cosa y no va a ser un trade tan sencillo, pero ya casi el promedio de la 100 también está por acá, así que atentos que puede haber una oportunidad de entrada para continuar, pero estamos viendo continuación en las altas temporalidades a la alta tendencia alcista que tiene el SP500. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos rápidamente con la computadora de Alex y el precio de Chainlink.
Nice. So we're going to start with Chainlink's Chainlink versus Bitcoin, because Chainlink's actually looking quite bullish to me. Link versus Bitcoin. We see the weekly just freshly reclaimed the EMA 9 after it's been grinding and rejecting basically. I guess it's just been grinding on the EMA 9 and just steadily rejecting it the old time. One thing that's interesting about this rejection is you're getting, like a nice SFP here, but also something to note is we're getting also a volatility setup, which, this started to start brewing in, it was December 2022. And then we see it started to expand and then a reset, started to expand and a reset, expand the reset, and then during the Hamas setup is when we got the breakout. And in that time, we saw Chainlink versus Bitcoin go up from that wick low here all the way 76%. And so you're getting the same exact setup, but you're way lower in price, and volatility here is starting to trek up. It's now above the moving average. So we're going to need to watch this closely, because this could really spark a bigger bias on why I do believe alts are going to go up, and specifically certain ones are going to do better, right? Then I don't think it's going to be like the alt season, like what we got even in 2021, where just like almost everything started to pump. Granted, it was just more, I guess it was separated in sectors. So you first had like Phantom, AVAX, Luna, and Solana pump, and then you had more of the meme coins pump, and then the metaverse coins pump. I think with possibly these meme coins or the altcoins that might get a better bid, it's just going to be the ones that are stronger against Bitcoin, I believe. And so it's welcoming to see that Link versus Bitcoin is really starting to catch a bid. We just really want to be mindful of that weekly 21 because it's just been a big rejection point. So I'm watching this closely because the weekly is giving a setup, but then we view the 2 week here. It's potentially giving a setup with volatility resetting under the moving average and possibly about to cross 15%. So this is also closing in 4 days. And this 2 week here is very clean. I mean, reclaiming this, then the long setup would be simply longing the back test that 2 week EMA 9, right around 1.8 to 1.10. But it's an altcoin, so it can obviously go a little lower. But if we start reclaiming that 2 week 9 on top of this SFP, it really started looking like the low that we got back in early November is like starting to really form into like a bigger it could form into a bigger bounce, but maybe a macro low potentially. If we drew simply a meme line from this point, you can see that is the last area where Chainlink really did start bottoming against Bitcoin before parabolically going up back in 2019 here. So let me delete this again. And this also zone, this I guess we'll call it the 1.8, is super important for Chainlink. When it's above it, it likes to be in bull mode each time. And when it retested, this was even a nice pump that we saw, back with the Hamas setup. And so reclaiming back above that 1.8 is really going to be a nice, especially on the 2 week, going to be a nice indication that, Chainlink easily could go up from here to that 2.4 level, if not all the way up to that 2.8. And so that has implications for the spot price, of course. We see here the volatility is still looking good. Not really getting any setups here, but it is interesting to see the monthly volatility still firing out. And you want to just be mindful that the monthly closing back above 1.8 is good. It probably constitutes a bounce then, but we just want to be mindful of that monthly 9. We've just been grinding under it. So, if the weekly starts closing back above the 9, then the 2 week, that then hopefully will lead into the monthly, can possibly have a shot at reclaiming that. Once that is reclaimed, it'll really confirm to me that whenever that does happen, that low essentially acted more as like a macro bottom. And so this was Link BTC. We know we have a weekly setup here, which is interesting to see because it hasn't fired off. And this was like the last time we had this set up, even on this like fake pump that we had here where it was at extreme lows and we only went to 24%. Chainlink ended up still dumping from that point because it was to the downside. That still gave us a 27% move on Link BTC. Just to put it in context of like how big these weekly setups actually are, especially when they start getting, multiple weeks or multiple readings essentially of zero volatility. You have to think of it like a ball underwater. Once this goes above 15%, it's like letting go of the ball and it just shoots above very rapidly, very fast. And so this is brewing a setup on at least the Bitcoin pair. See here, the Bollinger Bands on the weekly too are starting to pinch. Let's just check the 5 days. We didn't check that. And the 5 day here is actually expanding with the setup. And this is giving me a bias since we reclaimed. Let me take the Bollinger Bands off. The 5 day 9, along with the 21. So bulls on the 5 day at least are starting to fire off the setup now. With this in, I guess, more posturing of it going up more around that 5 day EMA 100 at 2.4. And so that is just something to mentally note, because if the 5 day is already firing off and it's more bullish than bearish, then that has implications for the weekly maybe firing off. And it would be interesting to see when that weekly does fire off, because as soon as that weekly does get back above that 15%, we're technically having a setup that could take Blink 30 to 40% fairly fast. And so if that starts firing off when Link versus BTC is right around that 2.4 level, then we could be seeing a lot more higher prices. And so let's now view the Tether pair and see if this is actually looking good or not. Let me see. Let me go to the 5 day first, because I talked about it on the Discord that Chainlink was looking good, and we essentially wanted. I drew this meme line out that did end up playing out. We were essentially watching for the 5-day EMA 100 to get reclaimed. Made sense. It was a major rejection point. I love the 5-day time frame on altcoins, and so when we busted on through, this is where most go wrong, longing into these wicks. I always wait for the retest, and so we came back down. Didn't fully hit the EMA 100, but almost did. Missed it by a few cents. And then that essentially sparked the spring that was the bottom. And now we can see we're healthily above that $16.27 level, which is a pretty massive level for Chainlink to hold in general. We know that this is, if we go and view this, this is kind of like reclaiming back above here. And even SFPing here sparked, the bull market for Chainlink. If we simply take it from just this range, I mean, we're now at resistance technically. Breaking that, then we're testing the top of March high right at $22. If you start breaking that, then Chainlink to me, at least in when you start viewing on the macro, like the 5-day, the 2-week, and the weekly, it looks like it really wants to test back above that $26 zone. Which, granted, it being at $18, I talked about the pullback right around $12. It going all the way from like $12 to $26 is a pretty massive move. Chainlink on the weekly, just like how the Chainlink BTC has a weekly setup, so does its Tether pairing, but this one's actually firing off to the upside. We can see here it hit extreme, not extreme volatility, low volatility readings, but as long as it goes under that 15%, it still sparks the setup here on volatility. And so now what we see is this weekly is freshly reclaimed that SMA 200. That's pretty important for Chainlink. So you would now gauge any pullback into that zone as an opportunity, assuming this keeps holding. And you're getting now a silver cross on the weekly on Chainlink, which is right here. And so you would then want this 9 to move more closer to that SMA 200, giving you more confluence of any, dumps into that $14, $15 zone. Call it like $14.30 to $15, could act as like the next long opportunity, especially with what we know with the BTC pairing. And if we go now to the 2-week, 2 weeks looking beautiful. You can see the clustering here. You're not really getting anything other than the 9 crossing the 21 on the 2-week. I'm curious. Let's now see how the HBDR looks, and let's see if we're getting anything with the HBDR. Now that I showed you the meme lines and moving averages, we know it looks good. Let's see if the HBDR can give us more confluence of that. So we see the 2 weeks now in this cluster, the median. So now we're above the 2-week median. And remember, we lost it back in April. Overall, Chainlink likes to stay above that 2-week median when it's going up. And when it does retest it, it acts as an opportunity. And so now what you have to gauge here is, we're getting like $14.30 to maybe all the way down to that $13. Could be a bounce zone. But when you're getting these clusters of moving averages, generally they act really strong. Support or resistance. We're at the 50% on the 2-week, so it makes sense we're getting some resistance. We know we have that meme line here at $19 as well. And so that, now, if Chainlink closes 2 weeks back above, call it $19.45, it's really going to open the probability of us testing this next target at $26.54, or just simply going to that 80% at $28.46. And these ranges will move on each closing basis. Just like I represented with the weekly SMA 200 getting reclaimed, making it more in favor for bulls. Again, that weekly median, healthily, we bounced off of, but now it's even all the way down to $11. So we're just like really healthily above it. That's how I gauge that. While also we broke the blue zone to the upside, and we're simply just trekking along. I do think we can easily go up to that $19.80 to maybe even $20. It's going to be very important for Chainlink right around this zone here. This will really determine if we can break back above $19.25, if we're going to get that juicy parabolic move to $23, maybe all the way up to $26, which even from this point would still be even on the minimum 27% to 45% move. Let me see here. Yeah, volatility too on the weekly still just expanding, so your bias has to be up and that this is going to keep going up. you know, unless it starts really rolling over, but you can just see it's still healthily pointed up. Same with just like the 2-week pressing that resistance. We're also getting the 5-day pressing the 80%. So now you just know that this is like this is a congested area, which makes sense. You know, this rejection kind of tells you that. And so that just solidifies if we do get a flip on Chainlink, that $19 flip, $19.18, it'd be pretty strong and probably spark a bigger move up. Now I want to look at the quarterly now on both, because I think the quarterly actually looks pretty nice on Chainlink. On the BTC pair, we're getting the lowest volatility read, and this can just keep coming down, of course, because there's not that much data. But you know, as long as that point, you know, 818 is holding on Chainlink's quarterly, I still okay in my opinion. We want to see where this is going to close in a month, because you know, ideally it pops back up to the blue zone, and then even it's just testing its median right at almost 3. It's at 2922. Would give us a measured move at least to, you know, 50%. And I wonder what that would correlate to the, you know, spot price action chart if we go and view this here, because I think it looks better than, you know, Link BTC. You can see the quarterly is actually going to close back above the median. We didn't even test the 50%, and we see that the 50% to the upside is all the way at $65. And you can see how that median on the quarterly has been, you know, steadily underpriced, and you can just see it like when we're bearish. Like, look at that. Good luck trying to get above that when it's at $250 and price is at, you know, $10. That's hilarious. And so that just kind of shows you like there's like a big shift happening with Chainlink right now, in my opinion. And this quarterly median getting reclaimed, which we really haven't done at all, really, because there's not much data with this median. But you know, we did it one time here, and this just ended up being a big trap. We've had multiple closures above it, and now it looks like we're springing from that quarterly EMA 21. And so now, I mean, if this closes above, and call it like closes above $20, yeah, I mean, $26 could be the next zone. Break that, then we're really testing these wick highs first at $53, which makes sense. I mean, we do have a wick from there. And then at breaking that gives you that, you know, full on all-time high at 65, maybe even just goes to $69 for the culture, because these will theoretically move. But like, really, I mean, Chainlink's at $18, and you know, it's seeing it. This will take time, but giving it a $65 to $50 target, it's very interesting to see, especially when we're getting the statistics behind it. It's looking good, and we're holding that quarterly median. Let's see how the 2-month looks, just in case. 2-month as well is closing in a month, and so is the 6-month. There's not a lot of data with the 6-month, and so we'll just have to see where these all close. But as of now, I mean, for me, Chainlink looks like it still wants more upside when I'm viewing it. We just want to be, you know, cautious of the resistance at $19 to $20, and then ideally we just keep holding the daily and 2-day EMA 9, or specifically that weekly SMA 200. As long as we're above that SMA 200 on the weekly, just like as long as you're under it here, you have more of a chance of going down. But as long as you're above it, you have more of a chance of going up. And so just use that as like your gauge. You can just see that 80% snap right at that psychological $20 level. And so just be mindful of that. But it is nice to see the 5-day silver cross. No, the weekly silver crossing as well, too. That probably was the silver cross we identified. So, I mean, let's just, you know, because we have time, see what happened last time the weekly silver crossed on Chainlink. So here's one we're gauging. Remember, a silver cross is when the 21 crosses the 55. And so we can see we had this down, and then, you know, it got weak because we're testing the 21, broke above, and now we have it to the upside here. It's very much like what happened, you know, in October, where the weekly silver crossed on Chainlink, and even if we're just going to be conservative from here, that still gave us an 80% move. So, I mean, we're dealing with pretty big numbers on Chainlink. The silver cross to the downside here, right there, and then that gave us, we'll just take it from this last lower high, 69%. Nice.
Nice.
So Well, what can we gauge from that? Well, silver cost on Chainlink is actually pretty strong. And especially with what we know with the volatility giving us a Hamas setup, you now have at least a higher probability of at least the spot price action going up. With the 5-day Bitcoin volatility setup firing off to the upside, it gives us more of a probability of that at least triggering possibly the weekly setup, which could be why possibly Chainlink looks like on the quarterly, especially on its Tether price action, the quarterly, it looks like it really wants to go and test that's, make a new all-time high at potentially $68, $65, my apologies, right at that 50%. So, yeah, big numbers for Chainlink overall. I was analyzing this pretty heavily over the weekend because New Capital has been pretty bullish on Chainlink, and he's an insane trader. And so I was just like, well, what is he seeing? Because, I can do my own analysis and see if I can get any confluence. And, on the higher time frames, it really is looking good. And Chainlink is putting in a volatility setup that, for me, at least right now, has a higher probability of breaking to the upside. And even just reclaiming back a weekly, like I said on this BTC chart, back above like 198. Yeah, we'd go and test all the way to 3. And that just minimally gives you a 50% target, which then means that Chainlink here could really move up quick. Because what would that mean for its spot price action? So that's all I have on Chainlink. Looking pretty good. Wouldn't long here though. And you just wouldn't. Hold on, I have to fix this. Yeah, I wouldn't long here though, because if we know that the weekly has silver cross, then your more higher probability trade would at least be to just gauge how that weekly 9 is. Then you'd also see, okay, well, we're at the 80%, so maybe we do end up going a little up, trapping some longs, coming down, rejecting $19, coming all the way down, finding a bounce, and then maybe we find a bigger bounce right around that weekly 9 and the 50% before breaking out to 26. That would make
what I see.
Yeah. Especially when we're let's check really fast too to kind of guide the bias. How's trend? So let's take these off and then make our life easier. Let's do that. So you can see here, you're testing the last major lower high. This high is at 1922, and we, found a pullback at 1906. And so ideally, you'll want this high to break before we get the pullback. So if we get the pullback, it'll make it a little harder. But with the weekly silver cross, it still is okay, and we don't need to break the structure, but it just makes it easier when you do get a higher high, because then you at least have more confidence that, well, yeah, the higher low could just come right on the silver cross retest and the weekly, HBDR retest as well, right here, 50%. So I'm on the camp. This is more likely though. I do think Chainlink could be the bigger move and the easier play into next year. I do think, Sol's looking good, but that kind of had its run. And now Chainlink is looking very, very good. So I wouldn't sleep on it. I wouldn't long up here though. And I'd just be really watching that weekly 9, because as I represented here, the silver crosses on the weekly for Chainlink end up usually giving us pretty big moves. So that's all I have for Chainlink. Just watch closely and pay attention to, the levels that we mentioned.
Indeed. Yes, indeed, sir. Thank you so much. So we already talked about Enovix for you. MicroStrategy. Ooh. And then we should look at that ETF, that 2X ETF.
Oh, no, the MicroStrategy ETF.
Yeah. Let's see where it's at.
One of my friends just DM'd me saying, yo, bro, I was watching your guys' live stream. Did I really just hear Hamas setup? I'm sorry. We're retards.
Yeah, you did. How else can you explain an explosive setup? I don't understand.
I was like, just wait until you hear Nagasaki setup. Then you'll know we're really fucked in the head.
Fucking incredible. All righty. Oh my God. I haven't heard, I get a lot of people, because I can remember I was doing a live stream and I was saying that I want to make some hats and I don't know what to put in. I don't know if I should put the Hamas setup, if I should write it, if it should just
be should not do Hamas setup.
Well, what
Nagasaki setup is better.
Well, that, or we can just do the non-volatility blue, and then the expansion of volatility. We know what it means. It's a hat for us. It's not
whatever. Many periods of 0% volatility and then expansion. We all know inside joke. That's the Hamas setup.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It could be interesting.
If we write the word Hamas on there, that might cause us some issues.
No. That might actually ban us from having a bank account for the rest of our lives. So, yes. All righty. Thank you, sir. MicroStrategy again. Vale. Estamos viendo Chainlink en temporalidad, en esta que es temporalidad de 5 días. Ahora, yo creo que importante, vamos a eliminar todo esto y vamos rápido, como siempre, temporalidades altas. Temporalidades altas, ¿qué es lo que estamos viendo? Chainlink no tiene tanto tiempo, lleva desde el 2000. Ay, güey, no sé por qué hice... Hablando de temporalidades altas, vean esta, wow. Actually, Chainlink might be on an uptrend in the 12-month candle trend.
Yeah, it is. Just made a higher low, now it's about to make a higher high on closing basis.
That is fucking insane. So you should go take this, no doubt.
Jeez, what number is that at?
53.
See?
Wow. So Sneaky Linky is doing something.
So then maybe, right, on the quarterly, giving us that $65 target might not be the most insane. And that's why, like, over time, of course, this isn't going to happen in a week, but that's why I really, like, think Chainlink right now is looking very, very, very bullish. Like, it looks like how Solana looked right before it, is now at $240. And it's, if you can catch something at $12 to $14 to $15 and even take it to $40, that's amazing. Let alone $55. Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is looking good.
Can you grab a fib and drive from that red candle close to the wick high?
1 second, let me make sure. So from the red candle close, this one?
No, the next one.
This one.
Yeah, from its close until that wick high.
This one or the top one?
The very top one at all-time highs.
Yeah, the highest wick.
Now, what percentage are we? Oh, so we're currently rejecting the golden pocket. If we close over that 50%, that's giving us almost certainly we're going to retest those previous all-time highs.
Break out and probably then.
If we close right here?
Over the 50%, the 0.5.
Yeah, right here. So a close above 29.
Yeah, that increases probabilities that one, we retest the current highs. And then if we get 3 closes over the 0.786, which is, we're going to be well over that if we test those current all-time highs. That takes us to the 1.618, which if you scroll up, it'll probably show you what that number is.
No, I don't have it.
Okay. If you type in the settings, you can quickly add it, and it'll give you an accurate.
Yeah. So right here, blah 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 blah. And which one am I looking for? The one.
1.618.
0.618, and we're gonna make it white. This is gonna be a Caucasian side of the indicator. Did it work now?
Supremacist, Nazi.
What happened to that?
It's going to be way higher. You're going to have to scroll down a lot. Oh, no. Type in negative 1.618 because you're doing the bearish one.
Got it.
There you go.
Oh,
target number.
$130.
Yeah.
That's like a 8x from here.
That's not crazy because Chainlink's market cap is only $11 billion.
Yeah, like, I don't know, less than 100.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember, but during the bull cycle for all this bullshit, there was so many coins that were like at 20, 30, 40 billion dollars, like easy. Yeah. And Solana wasn't even a top one. It was like at 70, 80 billion. So just keep that in mind. This is crazy.
Absolute garbage. Like AVAX was worth tens of billions.
That's what I'm saying. Insane. This is insane. All righty. Well, thank you, sirs. Estamos viendo un gráfico de 6 meses. Acabamos de sacar un Fibonacci. Les voy a explicar todo lo que acaba de pasar. ¿Ok? Este es un gráfico de 6 meses. Cada vela son 6 meses. Es una absoluta locura. Permítanme deshago de esto. No sé por qué los tengo así. Y lo que podemos ver es sencillo. Tienes mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos. Interesante. Y acá, ¿qué tienes? Tienes este alto, los mínimos, y ahora esto tiene que ir a buscar un nuevo alto por acá. Pero en general estás en una tendencia alcista en Chainlink. Entonces, lo que hicimos fue, sacamos un Fibonacci desde el punto bajo el cierre de esta vela de 12 meses y lo llevamos hasta este punto de la vela más alta, ¿no? Y esto está, la vela hasta acá, el cierre de esto está en 52 y nos da un objetivo arriba de básicamente 130. Ahora, esto es obviamente una absoluta chaqueta mental que nos estamos aventando, pero ahorita van a ver por qué lo estamos diciendo. Ok, ya que vimos esto, que tenemos nuestras velas de 9 meses, déjeme elimino mi periodo de volatilidad acá. Tenemos esto. Obviamente ninguno de estos va a popular. El único que popularía sería el 5. Déjame ver dónde está. Y estamos por arriba del promedio del 5 en la de 12 meses, que eso está en 12.169. Interesante. Nunca uso esta temporalidad para nada. Solamente se me hizo interesante. Digo, la cagué honestamente, le piqué ahí. Y una vez que abrió, está interesante cómo se ve. Ok. Aquí tenemos la de 3 meses, cada vela es de 3 meses. Podemos ver que estamos en lo mismo. Tendencia más alta, tienes mínimos, mínimos más altos, mínimos más altos. Y ahorita justo este periodo de consolidación es el que probablemente nos empuje a poder ir a buscar ese máximo que hemos visto en Chainlink. Estamos por encima, y ahora voy a eliminar el promedio del 5. Estás por encima del 9 y el 21, bastante bien. El 9 está arriba del 21, eso nos indica fuerza. Y en esta temporalidad, la volatilidad está básicamente reseteando y está reseteando porque va cayendo, está en el punto más bajo que ha estado. Puede expandir desde este punto, no hay duda alguna, pero a nosotros nos gusta pensar que un buen setup se da por ahí del 15%, por lo que lo va a marcar solamente para futuro. Vientos, vamos rápido a la mensual. En la mensual podemos ver que no tenemos expansión de la volatilidad en esta situación, por lo que esta caída es simplemente probablemente un movimiento correctivo. Y acá podemos empezar a poner atención a lo que estamos viendo. ¿Por qué? Estamos por encima del promedio del 55, el 21 y el 9. Todos en orden, que es bastante bueno. ¿Tiene fuerza este movimiento? Claro que sí. Y ahora estamos peleando contra resistencia. Aquí el precio solamente ha cerrado muy pocas veces arriba del 18.39, pero contadas veces. Así que atentos, romper este punto que son estos cierres va a ser muy importante para el precio de Chainlink. Nos vamos acercando un poco más. Vamos rápidamente a la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas vemos, tenemos un cruce plateado. Los cruces plateados en Chainlink son potentes, bastante potentes. Acá no se dio porque no lo habíamos visto, pero en temporalidades cortas son duros. Y ahorita tenemos este cruce plateado a la alza y la oportunidad está en la 9. Sabemos que cada que el promedio del 21 se va por encima del 55, que es el amarillo, encima del naranja, nos dice que la oportunidad de entrada es el retesteo al promedio del 9, que está en 13,486. Si hubiera, no ha llegado el precio a retestear eso, le hizo un front run básicamente. Aquí todo esto hemos estado abajo del 9. La primera vela que cerró encima del promedio del 9 fue esta, en la última de hace 2 semanas, de noviembre, y ahora esta es la que está expandiendo. Así que lo que probablemente esto nos empieza a decir es que podemos ver una corrección sin problema alguno, crear un nuevo bajo, un mínimo más alto y dar continuación. Ahora, vamos a ver qué está pasando con la volatilidad. La volatilidad está abajo y no está haciendo absolutamente nada, pero por encima del 15%, preparándonos para un setup. En la semanal empezamos a ver un poco de lo contrario. En la semanal estás viendo que la volatilidad comienza a expandir arriba del 15% justamente aquí. Y aquí, ¿qué pasó? Lo vamos a ver y continúa expandiendo. Está solamente en 62% y le gusta llegar hasta el 90%. Sí, puede llegar a extremos 90%. Así que esto, ¿qué nos está dando? Apoya el movimiento a la alza. Recuerda que la volatilidad te da más fuerza en el movimiento y este movimiento va para arriba. Bien, eso nos dice que sí, esto va a tener un movimiento alcista y fuerte. Nos vamos a ir acercando un poco más y puedes ver acá en la semanal, voy a quitar esto, tienes un cruce plateado acá. Es justamente esto, el retesteo de la 9 es la oportunidad. Y la 9 está justamente en los 14.33 y el 200, el S&P 200 está en 14.89. ¿Qué me hace pensar esto y qué nos hace pensar esto? Que tal vez la oportunidad más grande para tener una entrada en Chainlink No sea esto, no sea acá donde estás en este momento, estás básicamente en la parte alta del trade y acá hay el peligro de estar equivocado porque no has barrido este máximo todavía, lo que todavía no confirma que en verdad estás creando una tendencia alcista. Tienes los mínimos más altos, pero no el alto. Así que si yo fuera el mercado, que siempre me gusta pensar así, ¿cómo puedo joder a todo el mundo? Ya que pensaron que esto trepó, lo tiro a esta zona donde también pueden ver que hay una importante confluencia con el precio y también coincide con la 9 y ahí lo mando a romper este máximo y ahora ir a buscar el de los 22. Eso es lo que pensamos que se pueda dar con el movimiento que estamos viendo en este momento. La de 5 días también nos dice lo mismo. Pueden ver que comenzó a expandir esta aquí, no en donde estaba la otra. Voy a poner esto acá y voy a borrar esta acá rápidamente. Comienza a expandir por acá y nos da continuación a lo que estamos pensando. Y ahorita, justamente el día de hoy, tienes un cruce plateado a la alza. Literalmente es el más fresco que hemos visto en un rato. Así que en todas estas temporalidades, Chainlink se ve bastante bien. En la diaria ves un poco el periodo de consolidación y eso es lo que estamos viendo. El movimiento está cansado. Puedes ver que la volatilidad apoya esa teoría. Llegó a máximos, está en extremos, ahora está contrayendo, lo que nos dice que va a haber corrección. Este movimiento a la baja sería una corrección y da continuación al movimiento a la alza, altas temporalidades. ¿Qué es lo que no quieres perder? La zona de los 14 en la semanal, donde está el promedio del 9 en la semanal, es básicamente lo que estás buscando, entre el 200 y el 9. Definitivamente eso nos gustaría poder mantenerlo. Lo que no quieres perder son los 10, pero eso sería ya extremo. Por eso está interesante esperar simplemente el retesteo después de ver un cruce plateado del 9 para dar continuación. Eso es lo que nosotros pensamos. No se va a dar en un movimiento tan rápido. Probablemente vaya a ser algo así, 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 así y así. Digo, aunque nadie sabe lo que va a pasar mañana, como diría el gran Bad Bunny, es lo que nosotros estamos viendo en la tabla de Chainlink. Y también podemos poner BTC, Link. No, sería Link BTC. Link BTC. Y acá pueden ver que por primera vez en un rato nos estamos trepando en el 9 y ahora vamos a intentar trepar en el 21, lo que probablemente nos dé esa confluencia de la subida. Vamos a ver en la diaria. En la diaria nos está rechazando el 200 no lo hemos retesteado desde marzo. Así que poder ganarle a este promedio de las 200 cuando estás viendo el par es muy recomendado. Una vez que tengas esto aquí arriba, probablemente esa vaya a ser tu confirmación del movimiento a la alza. Está a punto de crear un cruce plateado en el precio que no ha visto esto desde este subidongo hasta acá, que fue muy, muy corto porque después fue invalidado rápidamente. ¿Cuándo fue el último cruce plateado fuerte que vimos? Acá. Y ese fue un movimiento asquerosamente gigantesco. Fue de más o menos 82%. Chainlink se ve bien, bastante bien, bastante bien y va también de acuerdo a lo que estamos diciendo que tal vez empiece el alt season y no empiece donde todo el mundo está viendo. Eso es todo, damas y caballeros. What's next, boys?
Enovix. Check
Enovix.
this dude out.
Oh, what a good boy. Hang on. Show him again. Oh. Meow.
I was actually very surprised to find out, like, learned a couple months ago that cats don't actually meow to each other. They only do it to humans.
Really?
Yeah, that's their form of communication with humans. Like,
I had no fucking idea. Dogs don't do that.
Yeah, they just bark at everybody.
Yeah, and at themselves.
Especially at other dogs. All right, so on the I'll do the 2 week here. Come on, Fibonacci, start stepping on my microphone. I mean my headset. Sit over here for a second. I'll get you in a couple minutes. I'm doing the 2 week because there's not as much data on this to go off of the monthly or the quarterly, and the HPDR is not going to be that accurate. Like if you see right here, it's almost nothing. So as of right now, we are trying to dig in right here, trying to find a little bit of a bottom. We put in a low, we put in a higher low. So now the only thing to do is we have to close over this candle right here, and then we can attempt to put in a higher high. This candle is at about $10.17. Price is currently $9.24. If we can close over that, that'll also at the same time give us significantly higher probabilities of closing over this median, which is at $10.35. Once that's done, usually whenever this closes over the median, it likes to move up towards the 97.5% or the 100%. That would be a massive, significant pump from here, because that level is near $26. That's like
Above
almost a
1030?
3x. Yeah, 1035.
So on the daily, just because that's literally how I open my chart. On the daily, the SMA 200 and the EMA 100 are right there.
Yup. Perfect level.
On 1030. Yep.
That's
Perfect,
very nice
perfect
confluence.
level. Yes, sir.
Once it closes over this area, very likely we're going up significantly higher than these highs, and that would take us towards those 20s. Our momentum is HBDR momentum is starting to flip back up. It's rejecting the bearish control. We made a lower low on here, lower low on the momentum chart, while we made a higher low on price, which would be hidden bullish divergence. That would also give us probabilities of retesting these previous highs in that $20 area, especially since the volatility is coming from such extreme levels. We haven't been this low on volatility since like back here when we had a mega dump from $14.75 all the way towards $5.75. Reading that same level of volatility, momentum is currently pointed to the upside with hidden bullish divergence. Usually, like the market likes a top on bearish divergence, it likes a market's next higher lows off of high time frame hidden bullish divergence. On the weekly, momentum is pointed down. It's currently within the bearish control, which makes sense why we're getting this little rejection from the 9 EMA right now. Volatility is pointed up. It's not really that bad as long as we hold the 61.8% area at $9.02. If we lose that, then the idea of us bouncing and confirming those divergences are going to be out of the question. And we're probably going to break this low and go somewhere around here at the 95%, maybe 97.5%, around $6.99 to $6.65. But as of right now, as long as we're holding this area, then that's just going to be something to watch out for. 5 days as well, it's about to enter into bearish control with the volatility pointed up. But if we close over this candle's high, which is at about $9.31, that's going to give us probabilities of coming up to retest this 38.2 and the 21 EMA around $10.27, which would be very close to our 2-week median. 2-day right now kind of closed over this 9 EMA. Now it's deviating a little bit, it's rejecting, but as long as we're over the median, it's still positioned towards the upside. We can come back and retest the median, no problem. We just don't want to lose it. It's at $8.80. Momentum is pointed upwards now. It's in the positive area. Volatility is still sideways at very low levels. So if we do continue to close over this median, momentum is going to break into bullish control. Last time we broke into bullish control was all the way back here whenever we were at about $8.66. And then from there, we went towards $13.19. Actually, even higher. Yeah, $13.19. And the jewel is starting to curve around too. And as long as this cyan is confirmed, on this next open, it should be broken out of the bearish control. Last time we broke out of the bearish control was right about here, where we switched cyan and then broke out. Price went up from $8.04 to $13.19. The daily currently has closed over the 38.2, and right now we're basing off of it and using it as support, getting a little consolidation. As long as we keep holding this 38.2, it's going to act as a spring upwards towards our next higher targets, and those divergences, hidden bullish divergences, will play out, giving us high probability of closing over this 200 SMA and 100 EMA, which would also be a close over that 2-week median, taking us up towards the first $13 area, maybe a little bit of a pullback there, come back down towards like $12, $11. And then from there, I would expect a spring into the 20s. Especially since now volatility is expanding from literally 0%. Momentum had a full reset. Now it's about to break back into bullish control. On the 4-hour, we have a move down exactly towards the median. The median is still holding, and we're getting a nice spring off of the median, nice buying pressure. Median's at $9.04. The momentum rejected getting out of the positive, and now it's flipping back up, and volatility is flipping up to support it. On this, I would say probably like 2 or 3 more opens before momentum breaks into bullish control, And then as long as we're still holding above this median, we should see a spring off of that towards that upper $10 area. Let's do divergences first. On the monthly, we still have hidden bearish divergence in play. It has not been invalidated yet. You'd have to make a local bottom to invalidate that. And if you do, the way to confirm a local bottom is you'd have to close over $13.19. Quite a bit of a move up. Whoa. If we close over the 2-week median, though, that would very likely get us over that. And then what else you would notice, though, is that RSI came lower than it did over here, but price made a higher low. So that would confirm hidden bullish divergence on the monthly if we do get a close over that $13.19 number.
In 2 days?
Well, it doesn't have to do it in 2 days. It can do it in the next month or the month after that. As long as price doesn't break that previous low.
I was like, well, that is fucked.
The 2-week also has hidden bearish divergence. The number to make a local bottom on the 2-week is we'd have to close over $10.17. Now we're getting much closer to that 200 and that 100. If we were to confirm that, that would make this a local bottom. Let's see. This low is at 848. This low is at 795. So no divergence there. This low is at 626. No really divergences on the 2-week. Weekly, nothing. The 2-day currently has hidden bullish divergence confirmed off of this low right here and this low all the way back here and this low here and these lows over here, which coinciding with the jewel starting to flip up. We would have to break out of the bearish control zone for this divergence to really be active or playable. And to get out of the bearish control zone, we'd have to close over at $9.64. But if we do, then the divergence would be more active because it's already been confirmed, but it's not the strongest divergence as long as we're rejecting the bearish control zone. Once we get out of there, that's going to give us targets at the bullish control zone. And right now, that number is $14.39. If volatility continues to contract a bit more, and then we start expanding from there, and then we close over 964, that gives us target of the critical zone, which is at $25.42. Daily, however, has hidden bearish divergence between this high and this high over here at this point, since this is a lower high, but the RSI went higher. So right now, we are rejecting the bullish control. We are bouncing where we would want to see it bounce at the middle zone. The middle zone is at about $8.94. If we lose that area, though, the divergence is going to take us into the bearish control zone. That number is at $7.55. And then any idea of us reversing from here is going to be out of the window, and we're probably going to make new lows. 4 hour, nothing. Nothing. Now let's check out the momentum. Monthly is flipped up. Oh no, it's going to flip down. But in 2 days, if we close below $11.51, while volatility is flipping down as well. But if you look at it from the monthly, it just makes it seem like so difficult for it to go to that $20 area. Monthly view with this volatility and momentum setup gives us an idea that probably somewhere between $10 and $13 is going to be the next lower high before this thing makes another lower low. 2-week is starting to expand, but momentum on volatility, momentum is pointed down, and we're going to be down as long as we're below $9.59, and it's rejecting the bullish critical zone right here. Weekly as well, volatility is starting to expand from about like 20%. We're rejecting getting out of the bearish control, and momentum is going to be down as long as we're below $9.35. A 5-day as well, we have a silver cross to the downside. We're basically just retesting that silver cross and rejecting it. Volatility is starting to expand, getting over the moving average, coming from pretty low levels down around like 7 or 8%, rejecting getting out of bearish control. And right now, we have about 2 hours and 33 minutes to go. If the bulls can manage to close it over $9.13, momentum will start to flip back up, and then it'll take us out of bearish control. and then this volatility expansion will start applying to the upside. And that's going to take us probably towards like $10 to $13, somewhere around like this area right here. 2-day is getting volatility contraction right now, getting below the moving average. And while we're pointing up on momentum and rejecting the critical zone on the bear side, and we're going to be pointed up as long as we're above $8.87. Daily is trying to start expanding. It's just getting barely over the moving average right now, and it's basing off of the moving average. And we're going to be pointed up on our momentum as long as we're above $9.11. And as long as we close over this $9.11 area on this next open, it probably takes us into the bullish control. And then from there, we can see more volatility in favor of the bulls. 4 hours started expanding from 0% volatility. Now it's contracting again. It's about to give us another wave of 0% volatility. We're going to reject the critical zone, and we're going to be flipped down as long as we're below $9.72. But to see volatility contracting while we're rejecting the critical zone and flipping down is actually more of a bullish sign, because then it's telling us this move to the downside is very likely going to be corrective before we try again towards the upside to fill this gap at the very least, if not towards that $13 area up here. 2 hours as well is trying to start expanding. We're just touching the moving average right now, and we're flipped down as long as we're below $9.46. So we still don't have volatility expansion right now while momentum is pointed down. So the super high time frames, like the monthly, is giving me a very, very, very bearish picture, telling me that probably even if we do go to $13, it's probably going to be the next lower high before we start making another lower low, and we're probably not going to go towards that $20 area. And the lower time frames are giving more an idea of a little bit of a correction before we make another attempt at that upper area. We do have some bullish divergence, hidden bullish divergence. It's not really confirmed yet. We'd have to close over that $10.27 to $10.35 area.
Yeah, like 10.30, 10.35 basically.
And that would confirm the hidden bullish divergence to take us up to 13s. But then the monthly would take over, probably reject that very sharply, make a shooting star candle, and then we'd get probably a Nagasaki setup towards the downside, which would break our current lows.
Whoa. And so this is looking similar to Rivian in a certain way, which is odd, but also it goes hand in hand. So batteries, even though it's not mostly just car batteries, still interesting. Let's see what happens. I do enjoy my Enovix, so it better not fuck me, Johnny. I'm sorry. All righty. Thank you. Estamos viendo Enovix. Enovix es un productor de baterías, damas y caballeros. Simplemente algo que quiero poner enfrente de todos ustedes. Vamos a empezar con temporalidades altas. Vamos a empezar con la trimestral, como de que no. En la trimestral, déjenme ajusto rápidamente el tamaño de mi tabla para que lo puedan ver. Hemos visto que venimos haciendo máximos a máximos más bajos, más bajos, más bajos. Y hemos estado peleando contra esta línea de resistencia meme diagonal que va para abajo. Esta tabla es idéntica a la de Rivian en la parte final de Rivian. Y por acá estamos ante la formación posible del bajo más bajo. ¿Qué exactamente se va a dar? Vamos a ver qué exactamente se va a dar. Pero como pueden ver, Enovix toda su vida ha tenido un cierre, dos cierres. Son mentira porque aparte resultaron ser rechazados a la siguiente vela. Pero nunca ha estado por encima del promedio de la 9. Lo pueden ver acá. Y continuamos abajo del mismo. ¿Dónde está el 5 en esta madre? También rechazados por el 5, es básicamente lo mismo. El 9 me gusta más porque el 5 es muy apretado y no le creo tanto. Le tengo más confianza al promedio de la 9 para actuar como resistencia o soporte. Es lo que estamos viendo en este momento. Viendo nuestra volatilidad, vemos que estamos en extremos y continuamos, lo que no nos dice absolutamente nada en este tipo de setups. Pero en la mensual empieza a platicarnos y contarnos un poco una historia diferente. Puedes ver cómo estamos por abajo del 9, el 21, y aparte el 9 está abajo del 21, lo que nos indica debilidad en el precio. Eso quiere decir que la línea azul está abajo de la amarilla, lo pueden ver ahí. Y además estamos teniendo cierres por debajo de esta zona. Eso es malo porque esto lo habíamos visto como un SFP, esto lo tomamos como un SFP y esperamos que esto sea un SFP si somos alcistas, porque si no va a haber continuación a buscar nuevos mínimos. Es básicamente lo que estamos literalmente viendo. La volatilidad también está bajando, por lo que no nos dice absolutamente nada en este tipo de escenarios si hay algún setup o no. En la de 2 semanas, un poco en la misma historia. Y podemos ver por acá el promedio de las 55 empieza a popular y nos rechazó justamente con este alto más bajo y nos venimos a dar una vuelta. Ahora, ¿por qué hay duda de lo que está haciendo Enovix o si si es alcista o bajista? Uno, volatilidad comienza a expandir en la de 2 semanas justamente con una vela verde, ¿ok? Esto podría ser bueno para los alcistas. Pero acá tenemos que ver de cerca que tienes este mínimo, este alto, que es un alto más bajo que el pasado, y ahora tienes mínimos más altos que estos, pero no tienes un alto más alto que el pasado. Entonces estamos jugando justamente la pregunta de ¿a dónde vas a ir, tío? ¿A dónde vas a ir? Nos vamos a acercar un poco más en la semanal para que lo puedan ver también. Y pueden ver que en la semanal la volatilidad comenzó a expandir justamente acá en esta vela verde y ahora se está yendo de lado por acá, por lo que no nos da ningún setup. ¿Lo ven? Acá y ahora está todavía expandiendo un poco de lado, pero no fuertemente a la alza. Por lo que esto podría ser un movimiento correctivo. Atención. Ahora, ¿qué es lo que tenemos acá? Tenemos niveles muy importantes para todos ustedes. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, lo que normalmente te da oportunidades de shortear en el promedio de la 9 y si se pasa el 21 en esto. Pero la diaria es la que cuenta la mejor historia, en mi opinión. En la diaria tienes acá dos cosas muy importantes. Tienes tu promedio del 200 y el 100. El S&P 200 está en 10.39 y el 100 es el rojo, está en 10.32. Tenemos que empezar a tener cierres por encima de esto en cuanto a nuestro gráfico mensual se refiere, pero nuestro gráfico mensual va a cerrar en 2 días. Ahora, no fíjense, no se vayan a fijar solamente en ese cierre, digamos el siguiente cierre mensual por encima de esto. Lo que debemos mantener si somos alcistas en Enovix es poder mantener nuestra primera zona, que es justamente el promedio de la 9, que está en 9.19, justamente acá, y la segunda literalmente son los 8.80. Si venimos acá, aguantamos los 8.80 y damos para arriba, probablemente nos llevemos este mínimo y vayamos a buscar esta zona de los 10.30. Si podemos de ahí cerrar arriba de esta zona de los 10.30, Enovix probablemente nos dé una sorpresa y pueda venir hasta la zona casi de los 13. La cosa por acá y el problema que estamos viendo, y sobre todo si lo ves en que era la de 5 días, creo que es donde lo tenía. En la de 5 días no era la de 5 días. El problema de Enovix y lo que estamos viendo es que básicamente como venimos de temporalidades altas que se ven tan bajistas y hay continuación, pero en bajas temporalidades puede que Momentum nos dé un cambio de dirección, siempre y cuando cerremos por encima de estos niveles. Lo que parece es que a corto plazo vamos a ir a buscar un movimiento así, pasemos esto, pero no podamos barrer el último alto y eso nos llevaría a absolutamente nuevos mínimos, pero ese no sería un movimiento rápido. Por ahora, el movimiento puede ser a la alza de por acá abajo, siempre y cuando aguantemos esta zona. Una vez que rompamos esta línea meme diagonal que va para arriba, una vez que rompes eso, es la primera vez, ahora sí que sería la primera vez que lo rompes, ¿no? Y si eso llega a pasar, probablemente vayas a buscar nuevos mínimos. Así que atentos, atentos. Enovix está jugando el juego bastante avanzado. Vale, vamos a... Oh, I never changed this stupid fucking... And I had it. And I had it done.
I didn't even
It
notice.
hurts. It hurts. It hurts when I do shit like this. And now we're going to check MicroStrategy. MSTR.
The biggest chat in crypto.
The biggest chat with the smallest hands in crypto. Let's do this.
Nice. Okay, cool. So I had a bias on, when we were going up, everyone was talking about 100K on Bitcoin. You know, it seemed likely that MicroStrategy would probably get some kind of sell down. I was wanting to see the reaction at that 388. It's very important. We're just getting it from that wick high rejection we made on November 13th. But then also I liked how the 8-hour EMA 9 was right around that zone. I thought we'd go up and maybe form a lower high in the lower time frames. We short with like a stop here, and just to target kind of where we're at now, because you know actually did dump pretty aggressively down, pretty fast, 37.7% down. So it's interesting now to see the 8 hours bouncing from the 21, and it just reclaimed on the 8 hour that 388 level. So, it's going to be really important to see the reaction, especially on the daily, because what bears are going to want is this to turn into some bearish retest. And then the move down is going to just get more exasperated because, that's 37% down on a okay looking Bitcoin. So that's pretty insane to me. And yeah, the 8 hour and the daily, they're going to often look the same. And so what we can see here is bulls just want this to close essentially where it's at now or higher. That way we can get that daily 9 reclaim. This then can just look like a simple, daily EMA 21 retest. And we know when we're trekking along here, MicroStrategy likes to get these pullbacks to the 9. Once it loses the 9, it goes to the 21. This one front ran it. This one perfectly bounced right off of it. And so this you could argue, is the next higher low, especially when we throw in the trend wave catalyst here and we're viewing it. We can just see this is the next higher low. So you're really going to want this to hold if you're longing, this area here. So that kind of makes it an easy long, at least if it's a mean reversion bounce into a bearish retest, you still could get an easy 30% move. And
Holy shit.
That's why I have to ask myself if like Bitcoin's gearing up for one of those Bitcoin moves, and like it still will like compute to MicroStrategy going up 30%, but it still could just mean Bitcoin gets that deeper pullback at 108, maybe $115,000. Tether actually bounces from that 3.79 to 3.5% level that we talked about. And MicroStrategy puts in some like lower high on the daily, but still gives an impressive 20% bounce, but doesn't break its last, major high here. Maybe. So like that's kind of what we're dealing with as long as we don't break this next higher low. And it'll just be interesting to see the reaction at that $500 level. We take it now with the HBDR, and let's actually gauge it on like a higher time frame. And let me throw this trend wave catalyst off now. It's interesting to see, yeah, that 99% is coming right around that 527, which still technically wouldn't break that high that we formed at $543. I mean, we've been going up only. And so pullback at that point shouldn't have surprised anyone. We also went to that 2-day EMA 9. So we're getting a reaction. So it is just interesting to see. I thought this was the 5-day. Yeah, and so the 5-day now too is bouncing off the 95%, which lines up right around that $388 support line. And so this 5-day is closing today. That's why I do believe we could get some bounce up, and it'll just be really important for bulls to break this all-time high and not let this roll over, because then it'll start developing into a potential lower high on the daily. Volatility, didn't even reach extremes on this move up, which is interesting because this is pretty impressive. It didn't even go under 15%. And then even from this channel breakout, if I make this channel now solid, that is pretty insane, actually, when we're viewing this. And remember, this is a 5-day. So I'll just hit it tonight. We literally went up 240% in like 21 days from that point here. Yeah. So like that, this pullback here, you should be cautious. You shouldn't be longing MicroStrategy at this zone. I definitely think we can get a bounce, and that's very evident on the daily. I think the daily is very clean right now. Getting median support on the daily 9, along with this SFP with the meme line. So it makes sense with the higher low too. So you have an easy invalidation. This could actually be a long, but I'm still keeping on to the idea that MicroStrategy can just get the bigger pump up, but then overall roll over. And I do believe it can go down. But that's just more like my bear idea. There's actually really not much telling me that it's going to top out, like at least macroly, other than like, the volatility's at a big spot, and then we're also at a major spot in the HBDR, which just tells me we just want consolidation then, because we know that at least MicroStrategy, it's like Coinbase, where it can just really nuke a lot. Like it follows Bitcoin on the upside, but it also follows it on the downside, and it's just a lot more violent. Like I don't think Bitcoin just almost dumped 40% while MicroStrategy literally did. So something to be mindful of, especially, you know, when we're approaching the just extremes on the weekly and whatnot. I'm curious to see how the monthly looks on the HBDR. We hit that 95%. We're going to possibly close above the 90%. So it'll be interesting to see where this range moves. But even you can see, you know, we went under the moving average. Now we're above it. So that could, you know, at least tell me we could see possibly a little, you know, at least in this case, it's a 30%, you know, bounce, which definitely isn't little in my book. Let me see here. Still healthily above the 2-week looks good. Closing in 2 days. Will be interesting to see kind of where this higher time frame closing bases come. Yeah, and I mean the 5 days close, not really actually, but it's just sloping, kind of plateauing. We're still above the moving average as well. Daily is still kind of correcting. So like, yeah, I'd really watch a reaction into this zone. I'm still gonna keep the Academy short that's activated. And it's just simply that idea I gave. We'll get that bigger bounce on Bitcoin. MicroStrategy can go up 30%. But then at that point, we have to really, we're still at the extremes on the HBDR. So unless these dramatically move, I'm going to be looking at this as like a bearish retest. And I'm just going to have my stop simply at this high. That to me seems just more like the higher probability play. But at the same time, if we get that, you know, you're not really risking too much for like what you could potentially make if we go to the 21, or even just going back to that meme line, 23%. So the risk to reward seems like easy short on MicroStrategy, just in my opinion. Because I do believe Tether dominance will get a bigger bounce, and I do think Bitcoin, once that does occur, you know, can easily go to 100K, even 106, 108. But then at that point, I mean, who knows the kind of actual correction we could get? A 30 to 40% correction from 108K would still be pretty brutal, but on par to kind of any
be like 60K.
correction. Yeah, going all the way to 60K, maybe just test the 2021 market cycle high again. You know, since breaking out from that, we haven't tested it, you know, and so, you know, maybe we do end up going to that 108K, which means MicroStrategy gets that 30% bounce. But I do believe Bitcoin will find some resistance around 106 to 108,000. And that's just makes sense with Tether dominance here, approaching that major support. So that's kind of my idea with the short behind it. I do think MicroStrategy could get a bounce. The daily's looking good. And remember, this bounce could literally be like 25 to 30%. So for now, watch like the 400 level. It's a psychological point. If we get closing bases back above this wick high, right at $403, that could be your sign that we're going to get continuation up. You'll get a nice move up if we break that $453, in my opinion. And then that probably will spread the 500, could even go all the way to 520. But then at that point, I'm going to be watching for a short there. And I'm just going to have the idea of this maybe having a stop like right around 550. Could easily, you know, give us a nice trade. Even just having a TP back to 400 or maybe even 380. Doesn't have to be anything degenerate like down here at all. But yeah, that to me is all I see. MicroStrategy keeps looking good though. Nice pullback when it happened. I do think that this still can play out, and so I'm just simply watching something like that, and I'll happily eat a 4 or 5% loss if I'm wrong. If I'm right, then great. I make 20 to 40%, and I can call it a day. So not too bad, and it plays into my idea with Bitcoin. You know, it ties into my Bitcoin thesis because if it does go to 100K, I do think MicroStrategy can get that 30% bounce, but that'd just be very predatory and funny if that plays out. Because, I mean, I think generally you would see stocks more the higher risk, like crypto stocks, kind of at least locally top first compared to Bitcoin.
Yeah, kind of like Coinbase.
Yeah, exactly.
Makes sense. Makes absolute sense. Thank you so much for that, dude. And pretty much, here he is. There you go. Oh, now you're muted. I got you. I unmuted. No,
I was getting some coffee.
Oh, good for you. Well, boys, happy Thanksgiving. There's not going to be a class on Friday, so enjoy your vacation. Get the fuck out of here. What about the holidays? What about the holidays?
Always holiday.
It's always Bitcoin time. All
Yes,
righty.
sir.
Well, enjoy your Thanksgiving. I'll see you guys. Well, we'll all get together next week on Monday so we can get going again and eat a lot of delicious food, boys.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
I've now found out where to get a turkey, so I'll try.
Good luck. Thank you. Have a good one.
bros.
Vale, pues, damas y caballeros, vamos a cerrar esto con MicroStrategy. Antes de cerrar MicroStrategy, déjenme contestar un par de preguntas que tenían por acá. La página de XM, güey, es el exchange que habíamos platicado, José. No la puedes usar en todos lados, la puedes usar solamente en, ¿cómo se llama? Les voy a compartir esto rápido para que vean lo que estoy viendo y no sé si se puede ver o no. ¿Se puede ver? ¿Qué pasó? Espérame. Aquí está. Bueno, no sé por qué no puedo. Básicamente, XM funciona en todos lados menos en Estados Unidos. Luigi, tío Salo, tengo una duda. Tengo el plan anual número 2, Live Trading Sessions en clases. Esto no incluye las alertas, ¿cierto? Correcto. Porque vi que justo se reanudó mi suscripción este mes a los Trading Alerts. Solo quiero confirmar. No se incluye en eso. Hubieras sacado si no, el paquete 2, ya que imprima como con las alertas, como la de PayPal, compro el anual. Venga. El mejor deal es el lead y les voy a decir la neta, vamos a subir los precios. No a ustedes, todos los que ya entraron bien, pero vamos a subir los precios para la nueva gente. Nos queremos mantener esto bien apretadito, bonito y estamos mejorando también la experiencia. Thoughts on Sol, vamos a Solana alcista. Ahora le resuelvo las dudas de la clase. Ese soy yo. Wow, qué idiota soy. Hola, ¿tienen las clases en español y cómo es el horario? Las clases son en inglés y en español. Todos los conceptos, todo, como el curso, se traduce de inglés a español y todo también en los en vivos. Y todos los materiales de todo lo que necesiten están en ambos idiomas ahí. Alejandro, ¿cómo puedo ver las últimas dos clases? La primera me había llegado el correo que ahora sale, bla, 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 en StreamYard. Vamos, les voy a mandar otro correo con las dos clases el día de hoy para que lo tengan fresco en todas sus cuentas, ¿ok? Y no haya dudas. De ahí lo que van a ver va a aparecer en el sitio de Elite Trading Academy. Ahí estamos creando una nueva sección, etcétera. Todo esto estamos ajustando de acuerdo a las necesidades de la comunidad y nuestras necesidades para poder darles toda la información de la manera más sencilla posible. Entonces, sean pacientes. Nate, les mando, perdón, JT, te mando un correo con estas nuevas. Nate, what trading view subscription would you guys recommend to someone who wants to jump from a free account to start looking into more indicators? The thing is, Nate, if you want to get a subscription on TradingView that's like really nice, I have like the one that basically is $80 a month. If you go right now and buy a yearly of that one, it's like about $280, which makes it about $20 a month. I think it's the greatest deal right now on earth on TradingView. And the reason why you want to get the most expensive one is because that includes 20,000 candles of history per price. And whereas the other ones, even if you're paying, it only gives you, I think it's between 9 and 12,000 candles. So you get more data and your indicators work way better when you have more data. Hola, tío, ¿en qué página puedo comprar Tether? Solo estoy esperando encontrar una página para poder comprar en Bluffing. Con un exchange, depende en dónde vivas. Si vives en Estados Unidos, puedes usar Coinbase, puedes usar Crypto.com, etcétera. Si vives en un país fuera de Estados Unidos, puedes usar Binance, puedes usar cualquiera de esos. O el mismo Bluffing puedes con tarjeta de crédito, pero no lo recomiendo. Pienso que lo más barato para todos, mi Carlos, es sencillamente comprarlo en uno de estos exchanges y de ahí mandarlo. Así que tienes que comprarlo en un exchange para de ahí mandarlo. Y vale, con eso vamos a acabar esto. Vamos a irnos a MicroStrategy de Michael Saylor. Podemos ver algo que les quería enseñar. Espérenme. Es MS y tiene el X. Vean esto. Este es un ETF apalancado de MicroStrategy. Vean la caída que tuvo el ETF apalancado de MicroStrategy. Llegó a estar abajo 65%. Esta es una locura. Acaban de sacar esto, ¿eh? Y también comprar un ETF de gente que no conoces es bastante extraño. Pueden ver cómo aguantó bastante bien por acá. Y si volteamos a ver a MSTR, wow. Estamos viendo un poco el mismo movimiento, básicamente. Así que para todos mis degenerados que les gustan las cosas apalancadas, ahí está ese, pero no se lo recomiendo personalmente. No conozco quién lo haya hecho. Y aparte es muy nuevo, así que atentos a eso. Vale, están viendo, ¿se puede pasar de Robinhood a Bluffing? Sí, sí, porque son carteras, mi Carlos. Puedes mandarlo a donde sea. Ok, estamos viendo MicroStrategy en la diaria. Personalmente me gusta la diaria, aunque les voy a poner la semanal rápido para que vean el movimiento tan potente que ha tenido MicroStrategy por acá. Habíamos analizado por acá, no tiene sentido ya ver eso. En la semanal, cuando ponemos todos nuestros indicadores, pueden ver que la volatilidad comenzó a expandir por acá y eso llevó a MicroStrategy hasta acá arriba a los $545. Una absoluta locura en este bull run. Pero acercándonos un poco más, empezamos a ver que viene la corrección buena. Déjame ver la de 2 días rápido. En la de 2 días tenemos un poco de lo mismo, así que voy a ir con la diaria, donde se está reseteando la volatilidad y eso nos dice que esto es probablemente una corrección. Estamos ante una corrección en MicroStrategy y ahora, niveles importantes en MicroStrategy, los 383, nivel fundamental, y pueden ver que esta vela nos está confirmando justamente ese delicioso nivel, al igual que lo fue este. Una vez que tuvimos nuestro cierre aquí arriba de los 269, tuvimos esta explosión a la alza y es justamente lo que habíamos comentado antes en otro análisis que habíamos hecho antes de que se diera todo este movimiento. Así que atentos. Sí, tienes un gap acá que va a funcionar como trampa para mucha gente. Lo que estamos viendo es que estás por encima del promedio del 9, veniste a retestar el 21, tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en la diaria, lo que dice que cada que vayas a hacer esto, oportunidad la 9, máxima oportunidad el 21, super máxima el 55, que todavía no está descartado que pueda hacer esto. Lo que nosotros pensamos, más allá de hacer un long que se ve un poco obvio acá, porque un long lo haces con el cierre aquí, que está arriba de los 383, que es donde está el promedio del 9, para pensar que esto va a darte continuación. Y el problema de esto es que creemos que hay más posibilidad. Creemos que la posibilidad más grande del trade sería si básicamente ponemos una línea acá de tendencia en este máximo, la ponemos por acá. Lo que nosotros pensamos es que una vez que el precio de MicroStrategy haga esto y llegue a tocar por acá, tenga un rechazo y vaya a la baja. Y por ende, abrir un short aquí y tener tu invalidación justamente acá, sería la probabilidad más grande o más alta de poder ganar en este trade. Y no al revés, no con el long, porque no sabemos todavía si en verdad esto va a subir a donde queremos o a donde creemos que vaya a subir. Igual y esto va a empezar a consolidar, o igual y esto se da la vuelta y se viene a ver por acá y aquí es donde empieza a consolidar. Entonces, para nosotros la posibilidad la que tiene más altas posibilidades de ganar sería abrir un corto en esta zona de los 505 y de ahí ir a buscar primero la zona de los 383 y segunda zona de interés los 266. Es lo que creemos nosotros de acuerdo al movimiento de Bitcoin que hemos visto y de todo cripto que se puede dar con los rebotes en Tether, la dominancia de Tether, una vez ahora que el movimiento está exhausto a la baja y con la corrección de Bitcoin, con ese salto a los 100,000, 108,000 que estamos en camino a ver dónde para y si es que va a corregir agresivamente, que es lo que pensamos simplemente basado en lo que estamos viendo en Tether. Así que MicroStrategy probablemente vaya a consolidar por un rato, sobre todo porque en el HPDR está en extremos. Así que atentos a ello. Y con eso me despido. Para toda la gente que no lo sepa, no vamos a tener clase el viernes porque es Thanksgiving acá en Estados Unidos y como Whitezican, que es como les dicen, ¿no? Como Whitezican, que celebra Thanksgiving, porque más gringo no puede ser el tío Salo tampoco. No vamos a hacer absolutamente nada. Voy a comer como cerdo y es todo. Los vemos el lunes. Próxima semana No hay clase especial, tenemos una semana sí, una semana no. Para toda la gente que está preguntando de cómo pueden ver la clase, les voy a mandar a todos otra vez la clase, a todos los que tienen los en vivos, que es los que pueden ver las clases. Y para todos los que se preguntan cómo voy a poder ver esas clases a futuro, vamos a tomar parte de las clases, las preguntas interesantes y las que más abrieron los ojos a mucha gente. Vamos a meterlas en el curso, así que el curso seguirá siendo actualizado. Lo vamos a hacer la próxima semana porque esta semana es fiesta. 2, vamos a crear una sección en el sitio donde ustedes puedan siempre tener acceso a todas las clases y lo puedan ver. Y 3, van a poder ver esto en clips también, en la librería. La librería va a ser otro producto y otra cosa para ustedes, pero los que tienen las clases, obviamente, en vivo van a tener acceso a esto. Sin más ni más, muchísimas gracias a todos ustedes por participar en esta aventura con el tío Salo. Gracias por todo. Siempre la paso muy bien en estos en vivo y pórtense bien. Hoy es miércoles 27. No sé si voy a hacer otro en vivo, no estoy seguro. Tal vez me gane la flojera o los besos de Vini, pero si no, los veo mañana y si al contrario, los veo al rato. Pórtense bien. Gracias por estar aquí. Gracias por su apoyo como siempre. Nos vemos pronto. Hombre.